Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Escabel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Wednesday, March 16th. It is 9 a.m. and I would like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. Joining me today are Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Nicole Morgan, and Board Member Laurel Firestone. Joining us as well is our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our Chief Counsel, Michael Laufer, our two Chief Deputies, Eric Oppenheimer and Jonathan Bishop. Our Clerk of the Board is Janine Townsend, and assisting her is Margie Argel and Courtney Tyler. As you can see, this meeting is being webcast and recorded. You're either viewing us on our customary web stream on YouTube Live or the Cali PA website, or you're here on the Zoom platform if you intend on commenting on today's workshop. If you're not here on the Zoom platform and you are intending to comment on the workshop, there are instructions at the top of the agenda for the board here to fill out a speaker card and be able to get a link to the platform. If you're for some reason unable to, please do just email our clerk of the board at commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help you get here on the platform. Once you're here, your camera will be off, you're on mute, until it is your turn to speak here during one of the panels in the workshop. With that, I want to note that obviously today is we have a single item. It's our workshop on the Sacramento River temperature management discussion. The workshop is being held in accordance with the public notice dated February 18th, 2022, and is being recorded and will be made available online here. As a workshop, the board will not take any formal action, and there will be no sworn testimony or cross-examination of participants. However, the board members are planning to ask questions of panel members and may engage in dialogue there. After this workshop, the board may provide direction to staff regarding the future tasks or actions. And again, the purpose of today's workshop is to discuss the current status of the Sacramento River salmon species and Sacramento River temperature management considerations, the balancing the board is certainly called to do here, that can inform planning for the 2022 Sacramento River temperature management season and future years. As will be discussed, and as we certainly heard yesterday, we're in some very challenging conditions. We're way outside what any of our historic norms are, and it's really challenging project managers, communities, and watersheds up and down the state. And here, again, focusing our discussion particularly on the Sacramento River and challenges there around temperature management. It'll be a very challenging year for supplies, and it's important that we have this public discussion of these issues and hear the various perspectives of these topics to inform our planning decisions this year. And we appreciate everyone's participation in today's workshop for that purpose. So a quick explanation of the proceeding and how we'll be going about this. The workshop will begin with a staff introduction, followed by a presentation from staff from the California Department of Water Resources and the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation on hydrologic conditions and operations. We will then move to the panel portion of our workshop with panels on one, hydrologic conditions, including operations, forecasting, and accounting. We'll move on to a panel on the status of Sacramento River Chinook salmon, including factors affecting mortality and the significance of the population. We'll then have an assessment of temperature and temperature-dependent modeling and results, and talk about some of the new tools that are being used and the work that all this decision-making is resting on. And then we'll have a policy considerations panel, including California Native American and tribal issues, environmental justice perspectives, and related issues between communities and trade-offs and other considerations. Following each panel, board members will have the opportunity to ask questions. Following the last panel, we will hear any additional public comments and close out with closing comments from board members. We will also take about a 30-minute lunch sometime probably around noon, and we'll just try to find a good stop there. Also try to take 2 breaks here through the course of the day, which we do anticipate this to be a full day discussion. We have a lot of speakers and appreciate everyone's patience and time here. I'm asking that speakers also be as succinct as possible to help us with timing. The panel and opening remarks and other comments should really be restricted to about 5 minutes, unless you've previously arranged with state board staff to have additional time. We want to be able to provide the space for everyone to be able to contribute to the discussion today. So for those who are providing oral comments in the panels or public comment portion of the workshop, please state your name and the organization you represent, if any, prior to your comments. Public comments at the end of the panel presentations will occur based on the order of virtual comment cards that were received, and instructions for completing a virtual speaker card, as I said at the top, are available on the agenda. But if you have any challenges or issues, again, do email commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov, and the clerk of the board can help assist you get onto the platform. Before we start to move on to the panel and the agenda, just want to again note that this is a fraught year. Certainly, it has been a difficult year last year as well. And what the board is really intending and desiring here is to be able to better understand, and would note that this workshop actually evolved from its original intention. Those of you that have been tracking our discussions here at the board know that last fall, even already board members were looking to have a forum and a place to better explore and have some space to explore what are a lot of complicated issues and balancing that the board is called to do in drought, particularly in pressing circumstances, but maybe without the benefit of having a deeper conversation of understanding the status of species, but also the impact to communities and the trade-offs that the board is called to do. So appreciate everyone's time, attention, and hear the spirit of what the discussion should be, which is a place for all of us here, which again has evolved from kind of being able to take a step back and have a general discussion, and truly the circumstances that we're facing this year, as we heard yesterday, with a TUCP anticipated before the board, and here real important considerations that will have to be balanced for temperature management. This conversation comes at a vital time. So appreciate everyone's time and contributions here today. And so I'll open it up to other board members here at the top. If there are any particular issues or questions or themes or perspectives that would be helpful to you, or if you'd like to say a few things around this topic here at the time, I invite you to do so. Okay, hearing none, that's more than fine. And I will here start at the top before we have our staff presentation. Ms. Townsend, do we have any elected officials and including very much so tribal elected officials that are here? I would like to make sure I provide a space for any of elected officials to be able to also provide comment at the top.
I don't believe anyone has come onto the platform yet, but okay. I am checking just one more time real quick here.
And do know that if we do get anyone that joins, just flag for me and we can work them into the discussion.
Or they can also raise their hand if they want to. They can.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Townsend. Appreciate that. And with that, we can get on to the workshop and staff presentation. And so I invite up Ms. Diane Riddle here. Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Again, my name is Diane Riddle. I'm one of the Assistant Deputy Directors in the Division of Water Rights with the State Water Board, and I will go ahead and introduce the staff presentation, then turn it over to Jeff Laird, Scott Laguerre, and Michael Macon with the Division of Water Rights to provide the remainder of the staff presentation. We also have other staff available to answer questions as needed. Next slide, please. As identified in the notice for today's workshop, the purpose of the workshop is to discuss the status of Sacramento River salmon species, including endangered winter run Chinook salmon and commercially, recreationally, and culturally important fall run Chinook salmon. We also want to acknowledge that we know there are other species affected by Sacramento River and Shasta operations. However, those are not the focus of today's workshop, but we are very much considering those in our consideration of these matters. In addition to discussing the status of Sacramento River salmon, we plan to discuss Sacramento River temperature management considerations and other considerations that will inform planning for 2022, for the 2022 Sacramento River temperature management season and beyond. Next slide, please. This is the agenda for today. I won't go into a lot of detail because Chair Escapel already went over this to some degree. Again, we'll have today's the staff presentation. We'll have some presentations from the Department of Water Resources and the Bureau of Reclamation. Then we'll move into the panel discussions as shown on the slide. And then we'll close it out with public comments and board member closing remarks.
Ms. Riddle, I don't mean to interrupt, but I do want to acknowledge and thank our sister agencies at the state and federal, both projects and biological agencies for joining us today. I know that it is crunch time right now. There's a lot of work that's needing to be done, and just appreciate that they're providing their time here, and want to just honor that and just thank them for it. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I also have that appreciation for the agencies as well as all of the other panelists. They've all been very, very good to work with and helpful in discussing the format for the workshop and other issues. So really appreciate everybody's effort to bring the workshop together today. Next slide, please. So to frame today's discussion, I'll go over the applicable State Water Board requirements related to Sacramento River temperature management, including State Water Board Order 90-5 and recent requirements included in State Water Board Order 2022-0095, which is the order addressing petitions for reconsideration of last year's temperature management plan and the last year's temporary urgency change petition. So Order 90-5 partially implements water quality objectives on the upper Sacramento River. The order required the installation of the temperature control device on Shasta Dam and requires reclamation to take actions within its reasonable control to meet temperatures on the Sacramento River for the protection of fish. It also includes monitoring and reporting provisions. Order 90-5 also includes minimum bypass flows of 3,250 CFS from September through February, except in critical years, and ramping rates out of Keswick Dam. Lastly, the order also includes measures to avoid impacts to Trinity River salmon from Sacramento River temperature management operations. Next slide, please. With respect to specific temperature management requirements, Order 90-5 requires reclamation to maintain a temperature of 56 degrees Fahrenheit at Red Bluff Diversion Dam, which is approximately 60 miles downstream of Keswick Dam, when needed to protect the fishery. If there are actions outside of reclamation's reasonable control to meet this temperature requirement, reclamation may propose a new compliance point through submission of a temperature management plan, also referred to as ATMP. The board then has 10 days to identify any concerns with the proposed temperature management plan. Next slide, please. Again, in addition to the Order 90-5 requirements, there are some additional requirements included in the order addressing the petitions for reconsideration of last year's temperature management plan. Among other requirements, the order requires reclamation to develop a draft temperature management plan by April 1st and a final temperature management plan by May 1st. There's also the possibility that that May 1st timeline can be extended for good cause. The temperature management plan is required to include maximum temperature levels and end of September carryover storage goals. The temperature management plan is also required to be consistent with the final interim operations plan recently approved by the court in the litigation on the 2019 biological opinions to the extent possible. The order also includes additional requirements for sharing information with the public as soon as practicable. Next slide, please. So I'll just briefly go over some of the considerations that play into the Sacramento temperature management planning process. From the species perspective, again, the focus is on endangered winter run Chinook salmon and fall run Chinook salmon. These species are vulnerable due to the impacts that flow and temperature has on early life stages. Specific issues of concern that will be discussed further in the workshop today include various sources of mortality, life history, diversity, and spatial diversity. Temperature impacts can occur during the spawning, egg incubation, and rearing life stages. Sacramento River management operations can also have impacts on dewatering of salmon nests, referred to as reds, and stranding from flow fluctuations. And in addition to those operational related aspects of temperature management and associated river conditions, another source of mortality for the past 3 years that has had a significant effect on the population is thiamine deficiency. And we'll talk more about that later in today's workshop. These impacts of temperature management and operations on the fishery are then balanced with Sacramento River and system-wide water supply management considerations for multiple purposes, including hydropower operations, salinity control in the Delta, minimum water supplies for health and safety purposes, and other water supply considerations, as well as carryover storage needs for next year. Next slide, please. So now I'll talk a little bit about the temperature management planning process that has occurred to date. In order to meet the requirements for a draft temperature management plan by April 1st, a coordination process was started in early March between the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, the Department of Water Resources, the National Marine Fisheries Service, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, State Water Board staff, and the Sacramento River settlement contractors who divert water on the upper Sacramento River. Since early March, this group has been working together to evaluate a range of possible operating scenarios this year in consideration of the extreme dry conditions and very low reservoir storage conditions. These scenarios include significant reductions in releases from Shasta Reservoir and associated water supply reductions to conserve storage and meter out the limited cold water pool resources while providing some minimal level of carryover storage going into next year. Even with the significant reductions and releases, however, there will still likely be significant limitations on temperature management capabilities this year due to the limited cold water pool resources, and as well as the significant uncertainty associated with operations at the range of flows that are under consideration, given that those are outside of the range of historical conditions. Currently, staff from the various agencies and organizations are evaluating the various considerations involved in arriving at a draft temperature management plan, including expected temperature performance, temperature dependent mortality that we'll talk more about later today, water supply effects, system management considerations, including hydropower operations, salinity control, carryover storage, not only at Shasta, but the other project facilities in the system that control salinity in the Delta. Some of this work, in addition, we're looking at trade-offs associated with different scenarios. In addition, this issue of uncertainty when we are looking at very low releases, given the need to maintain a minimum amount of flow in the river for both fishery purposes and system maintenance. Some of this work will be discussed in panel 3 on modeling. A draft temperature management plan and the associated evaluations that I'm talking about is expected by April 1st. That'll give us some time to evaluate the information, take a look at it. That once we receive the draft temperature management plan, it will be posted on our website and available to the public. And then we're expecting to receive a final temperature management plan by May 1st for consideration by the board. With that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Jeff Laird, who will talk more about hydrologic conditions.
Thanks, Dan. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeff Laird, and I am a water resource control engineer in the Division of Water Rights. To set the stage for today's discussions and presentations, I'm just going to give a quick recap of the hydrologic conditions and events in 2021, which shouldn't be new news to anyone, but water year 2021 was the second consecutive year with low precipitation. And unfortunately, the dry conditions were compounded by low runoff efficiency, resulting in lower than expected storage conditions going into the summer. Additionally, the summer and fall months only brought more hot and dry conditions and compounded the challenges. In our brief timeline of events here on the right, early on, managers identified a 1.25 million acre feet carryover storage target for the end of the season. In April and May, Shasta tried a warm water bypass, but as a result of all the conditions you see on the left, and despite best efforts, downstream temperature targets were exceeded during the summer months. And finally, in August, there was a full loss of temperature control. Next slide, please. Looking at our current water year, 2022, we came out of a blockbuster October and December months, which had huge winter storms, but into what ended up being one of the driest January and February periods on record. Forecasts from multiple agencies are pointing towards a dry remainder of the year as well. This has resulted in a much lower starting point in terms of supply than any of us had hoped. And to talk about storage and reservoir operations, I will pass it over to Scott Laguerre on the next slide.
Good morning. My name is Scott Laguerre, and I'm a senior water resources control engineer in the Division of Water Rights. In the next several slides, I'll go over how recent intense drought conditions associated with climate change and releases for various purposes have been affecting cold water management. This chart shows Shasta Storage from October 2014, the first year of the prior drought, through March 6th, 2022. Over this time period, Shasta is typically drawn down about 1.5 to 2 million acre feet a year to meet water supply deliveries, environmental needs, repel salinity in the delta, and to make up for other losses along the Sacramento River. In many years, such as 2016 through 2019, inflow is enough to be able to bring the storage back to 1.5 to 2 million acre feet. The reservoir usually reaches the maximum storage of the year in May and lowest in November. However, last year, storage peaked in early April, and this year the peak may be even earlier. In 2022, storage peaked at the end of April with 3.7 million acre feet. And at the end of the season, storage was about 2 million acre feet. Less than 500,000 acre feet was added in the winter of 2021, which was much less than expected and resulted in minimum releases for water supply, delta salinity, environmental needs, and ultimately resulted in the carryover storage of less than 1 million acre feet. With very dry conditions continuing this winter, the reservoir is very low going into the drawdown season. The next few slides show how the cold water pool in Shasta is affected by low storage conditions. Next slide, please. This plot shows the volume of water at different temperatures throughout the water year. The dark blue color is the coldest water in the reservoir, and the red is the warmest water. You can see as the summer progresses, the volume of cold water decreases as it is released to maintain cool downstream temperatures, and the volume of warm water increases as the reservoir warms throughout the summer. Next slide, please. In 2021, the volume of cold water started off much lower than 2020, and in early August, there was not enough cold water available to mix with the warmer water to provide temperatures downstream. And by mid-August, the downstream temperatures, as Jeff mentioned, were above the target temperatures for fisheries protection. Next slide, please. This year, the volume of cold water expected to be available unless conditions change is dramatically lower than last year, which will present significant temperature management challenges this year. Next slide, please. This is a general reservoir operations curve adapted from the one published in a report by Draper and Lund in 2004. On the horizontal axis is total water available to the reservoir in the year, which is calculated as the storage carried over from the previous year, plus the reservoir inflow, minus evaporation, and minus the volume of water that cannot be released at the bottom of the reservoir, also known as dead pool volume. On the vertical axis is reservoir releases over the year. The black line on the left that comes up from the origin represents a reservoir operation where all water available is released over the period of the year. This line shows that as water availability increases, the releases increase by the same amount up to a point when the target release is met. The target release is when all downstream obligations, such as water supply deliveries and flow requirements, have been met. At this point, there's no more need to release, and therefore all water is saved for needs in future years up until the reservoir cannot store any more water, and it needs to be released because it's full. If a reservoir is operated according to this curve, and is also known as the Standard Linear Operations Protocol, it is operated to maximize benefits for the current year without saving water for future years. This is a typical operation for smaller hydropower reservoirs that have large enough watersheds to refill the reservoir on an annual basis. Alternatively, releases may be less than the water available, shown by the green line, where some water is available is released and some water is stored for use in future years. This type of operation is known as hedging. How much water to save for future years versus how much to release for current benefits is a challenging problem, especially when the demands for releases, both for water supply and environmental needs, frequently exceeds the water available, and when the reservoir is part of a larger system of reservoirs and with uncertain hydrology driven in part by climate change. Next slide, please. Now this figure shows the annual operations for Shasta Reservoir from water year 2015 through projections for this year. Like the previous slide, on the horizontal axis is the total water available to store or release from Shasta per year, and on the vertical axis is the total water released per year. Releases from Shasta support CVP water supply deliveries to refuges, agricultural and urban uses, fish and wildlife needs along the Sacramento River and in the Delta, as well as to Delta outflow for salinity control. Again, the red line shows the standard linear operating policy, where all water available is released, leaving no storage for use in future years. One thing you may notice is that many recent years land very close to the red line, meaning that in these recent years, demands for water from Shasta have allowed for very little water for future dry years. The uncertainty of inflows into Shasta from year to year is challenging to plan for, but additional uncertainty in inflows within a year are also a challenge. For the last 2 years, we've started out with precipitation occurring at the beginning of the water year, resulting in forecasts that tend to put the point further from the red line. However, as the year progresses, the forecasted carryover storage decreases, bringing the point closer to the red line. Using the 50% exceedance in inflows from the B120 forecast for March 1st, and assuming minimal releases just like last year, results in about 340,000 acre feet of usable storage for 2023. If the inflows turn out to be closer to the 90% exceedance forecast, releases will have to be lower than last year to avoid drawing storage down to dead pool, shown by the point left of the red line. Given the uncertainties in inflow and higher downstream demands due to climate change, these issues in operating Shasta for multi-year benefit are going to become more and more challenging, including for this year. Now I'm going to pass it over to Michael to discuss the status of the fishery.
All right, thanks, Scott. My name is Michael Macon. I'm an environmental scientist with the Division of Water Rights. The last portion of our staff presentation will be on the status of the fishery and to provide some context for panel 2 later today. We will review escapement trends in winter run Chinook and its relationship with spawning success, typically measured as egg to fry survival. We will review sources of egg to fry mortality, including red superimposition, temperature dependent mortality, and thiamine deficiency. And finally, we will touch on some other factors that influence survival of Chinook salmon that won't be covered in today's workshop. Next slide, please. So taking a look at winter run escapement trends, we can see that winter run Chinook salmon experienced a significant population decline since 2006. Since then, winter run escapement has remained persistently low, typically below 6,000 total fish, with the lowest escapement occurring in 2011 and 2017, with only 738 and 795 adults respectively. Luckily, 2011 and 2017 were both wet years and supported strong spawning success. And that helped us rebound from those minimums. In recent years, winter run escapement has shown evidence of that rebounding. Winter run escapement in 2021 was a record high since 2006 with 9,956 natural spawners. Next slide. So an important driver for escapement is how successful juvenile spawning was and rearing of juveniles on the upper Sacramento. As we mentioned before, wet conditions in 2011 and 2017 supported a strong juvenile survival and helped that population rebound from minimum run sizes. These wet conditions were contrasted by the 2013 to 2015 drought and the current drought conditions, which have relatively low minimum juvenile survival. In 2021, egg to fry survival was at a historic low with an estimate of only 2.56% of juveniles surviving to reach the fry stage. As mentioned in the hydrology introduction, we'll be seeing similar or worse conditions in 2022 on the upper Sacramento River. Poor relative survival from 2020 through 2022 will likely result in low escapement in future years. Next slide, please. So if we shift that egg to fry survival line 3 years to correspond with the escapement that occurs 3 years later and to reflect a 3-year life cycle of Chinook salmon, we start to see a relationship that exists between egg to fry survival and the corresponding escapement 3 years later. High egg to fry survival typically results in greater adult escapement 3 years later. Poor egg to fry survival, lower escapement. If we project this egg to fry survival rates out into the near future, we can anticipate future declines in winter run escapement through 2024 and possibly 2025 if egg to fry survival rates remain low again this year. However, we have to remain aware that escapement is also affected by other factors, including outmigration success of salmon down the main stem Sacramento, through the Delta, and also on ocean conditions for adult maturing salmon that are not reflected on this figure. Next slide, please. So there are several factors that affect egg to fry survival or egg to fry mortality. Red superimposition occurs when spawning adults disturb the reds laid down by prior spawning. That disturbance of reds often lead to high mortality of the previous laid eggs. For incubating eggs, temperature dependent mortality is a major source of mortality. This typically begins when water temperatures increase above 53.5 degrees Fahrenheit for winter run Chinook. In 2021, the temperature dependent mortality was estimated at 75%, and we can expect that to be greater this year if we have a diminished cold water pool. On top of temperature dependent mortality, eggs are also susceptible to red dewatering as flows are reduced in the fall and reds become dried out. A dewatered red is considered a total loss of viable eggs from that red. Since 2020, we have seen a thiamine deficiency in returning winter run, which as a result of shifting ocean diet and parental spawners results in low egg to fry survival. In 2021, the degree of thiamine deficiency observed would have resulted in a loss of 44% of all eggs. The combined impacts of temperature dependent mortality and thiamine deficiency contributed to the lowest egg to fry survival on record of 2.56% last year. Some of these factors will be discussed in further detail during panel 2 by the fisheries agencies. Next slide, please. So however, egg to fry survival does not encompass all factors of mortality in the salmon life cycle. After juveniles pass Red Bluff Diversion Dam, which is where egg to fry survival is measured, their survival is influenced by other factors, including outmigration down the main stem of the Sacramento River, through delta survival, and ultimately ocean conditions for the 2 to 3 years that they spend maturing in the ocean. So these topics won't be discussed at today's workshop, but we need to keep them in mind when considering how we manage for salmon, that there are other factors outside of just what happens on the upper Sacramento. Next slide, please. And that concludes the board's presentation and an introduction to the key themes of today's workshop. The following panels, led by water operators and the fisheries agencies, will go into greater details on these topics. And board staff are available to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you. I appreciate the good overview. I don't have any questions at this point. Looking to my fellow board members, seeing shaking of heads, I think we're good. We can move on to our panels. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
think first I have up, at least I believe on my list here is will be David Rizzardo, Molly White, and Kristen White. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Escapement and members of the board. Thank you for having me. There we go. So I'm Dave Rizzardo. I'm a supervising engineer with the Department of Water Resources. So I'm going to give a little oversight on, it says drought conditions update. So there'll be some slides here that talk about what we've seen in 2021 and what we're already seeing in 2022. Kind of continuing the theme that we've already heard this morning, a little bit deeper dive into some of the climate and hydro that we've seen. And then I'll give a glimpse of some of the tools that we're using for our runoff forecasting as we've tried to evolve that and adapt a little bit to these extreme conditions. Next slide, please. So again, the agenda, like I said, we'll go over kind of water year 2021, a little deeper dive into some of the statistics and what we've experienced with the extreme dryness already this year. And then how those relate to the impacts on hydrology specifically, and then that'll lead right into the impacts on our forecasting and some, I guess, on the positive news, you'll see how some of our newer tools, such as the ASO data, is starting to already help us understand these extreme conditions a little bit better. Next slide. So I borrowed some of these slides from our state climatologist, Mike Anderson, and I think they're very telling. So we're going to start with 2021. So this is looking at water year 2021. And on the left, you see, a map of California that's obviously kind of these orangey red for the most part. And what that's showing you is that it's every region in the state last water year, was in the top 10% in terms of extreme temperature. So it was a warmer, in the top 10% warm on record. The only regions that really weren't were along the coast because they're influenced by the marine layer. So we're in the top 10% in terms of warm temperatures last water year. And then on the right, you see the entire state, pretty dark brown. And what that's indicating was we were in the bottom 10% in every hydrologic region in terms of precipitation accumulation. So extremely warm, extremely dry. And this is the theme. This is this warmer and drier climate that is our new norm. Next slide, please. Then I failed to mention too, the period from 2020 to 2021, for that 2-year period was the warmest and driest, compared to 76, 77 is much drier. So we're on a new norm in terms of dryness as well over a 2-year period. So this next slide is giving you a better, kind of zooming out a little bit in terms of years. And what we're trying to show here, this is average annual temperature on the bottom, plotted against on the vertical accumulated precipitation each year. All the blue dots that are kind of to the left of that slanted line that I put on the graph, those are all from the 20th century. There's a few blue dots that are to the right, but you see most of the blue dots are off to the left. And then you see these orange squares. Those are all the data from the current century since the year 2000. And the vast majority of them are over to the right of that slanted line. And I put that arrow in there to show you that we're moving not only to the right, but down. What that means is we're getting warmer and we're getting drier. And then you see within the box, you see quite a few of the more recent years. And you see 2014 in there and sort of in the middle, and then on either side of it, 2020 and this last year, 2021. In the middle of the plot, you see a big orange triangle, or a big yellow triangle. That's kind of the period of record average. So if you take all the years on that, that's the average there in the middle. And when you compare that to 2021, which is the lowest on the low right, you see we've departed quite a ways away from the historic average. So we're borderline out there on the 99% exceedance in terms of combined warm and dry. Next slide, please. So this is focusing on April-June precipitation, the spring. And we talked about how warm and dry it was last spring, and this really paints the picture for you. So again, just looking at all the dots, you kind of see the period of record extending back to 1896. You see, again, the same color scheme. All the blue ones are from the 20th century, and the past 2 decades from 2000 to 2020 are in the orange dots, and they're fairly good. They're all sort of within the spectrum of the cloud there of the data until you get to 2021, which I put in a nice big red diamond. And I put those lines in there to help you show that it's by far the warmest and driest spring that we've seen. It's way beyond the 99, lower than the 99% in terms of exceedances. So when we do talk about this is the new warm and dry, again, we see that shift towards warmer and drier. And then last year we started to see an amazing shift, even more warm and dry, and we're starting to see it again this year. Next slide, please. So just sort of recapping water year 2021 from that climate and hydro perspective. Overall, it was the second driest water year behind 1924. This is statewide precipitation. It's the second warmest behind 2015, which was towards the end of our last major drought for statewide annual mean temperature. It was the warmest and driest spring, that April-June that I just showed, especially in the Sacramento Basin. And that's where our headwaters are, of course, for both Shasta and Oroville. And as I said earlier, water year 2020 and 21 is the driest 2-year period in the observed record going back to 1896. Moving on, next slide, please. So let's get a little bit into what we're all seeing here in 2022. I am no different than all of you. Really great storm in October, really wonderful snowstorms in December. We were hoping that that trend would continue, of course, knowing that a lot of the guidance was out there that it would dry out. This is setting a new level of dryness and warm that, this year that's just really uncomfortable. So statewide precipitation temperature for January and February this year. Again, using the same color schemes, all the blue dots and the orange squares are those data from the 20th and 21st century. And we plotted 2013 because there's a lot of comparisons this year to 2013, which also started out very wet and then became the driest calendar year on record. And so 2022 has sort of looked at 2013 and said, well, I can one up you. I can be even warmer and drier. So it's not performing the way we'd like it to. And again, that's raising concern. It's no secret, everybody's aware. It made the news yesterday. Sacramento finally got rainfall for the first time in 60 some odd days. This coming during January, February, and March. But for January and February, by far, the driest and warmest that we've seen for that period. Next slide, please. So here's some images taken from our California Water Watch website. This is, you can see the URL down there on the bottom right. And I really encourage, this is a great website that the department has launched since the beginning of the year. It's really meant for the public to be able to go in and you can click on a map or enter your address and learn about what are the water conditions, what are the climate conditions in your area. So it's really kind of meant to be an educational website. But what we see here, this is a selection for the entire Northern Sierra. Again, this is the headwaters for Lake Shasta, Lake Oroville, etc. And this is really similar to what was shown earlier, the 8-station index. And again, it's no secret. We saw a nice atmospheric river in October. So you see the graph go up dramatically, kind of a below average November, and then those wonderful snowstorms, which really have ended up being our only major snowstorms for the water year in December, which got us well above average by the time we were at January 1st. But again, as I just mentioned, it's been pretty much dry ever since. So by February, we had dipped back below that average curve line with very little accumulation since. The plot on the right is temperatures. And so you see the kind of squiggly red line on the top, that's the mean the mean maximum temperatures across the Northern Valley. The bottom squiggly line is kind of turquoise. That would be the mean low temperatures. And then the average there in green. And then you kind of see that faded purplish blue line bouncing around the average line. And what we're keying in there is that the fall was warm. We had a little break from the warm temperatures while the December came through, and we've rebounded right back to being above average temperatures here to start the year off. So again, continuing that warm and dry theme. Next slide, please. Another product on our California Water Watch, soil moisture is a topic that we need to continue to explore. It's not, there aren't a lot of direct measurements of soil moisture. Getting soil moisture probes in the ground is difficult. You can imagine being up in the forest and having the respect for our partners in the Forest Service and the National Park about digging into the ground and doing cultural surveys and preserving wilderness. So we are working towards that, but soil moisture can be modeled. And unfortunately, you can see this was a graphic from just a few days ago on March 10th. So all the nice rain and snow benefits we had from October and December have pretty much gone away in terms of the soil moisture accounting, which is unfortunate. And you do see it's more severe in the Northern Valley and up in the North Coast as well than it is elsewhere in the state. And that's just from where the rainfall really did focus versus where it did not, especially compared to average. Next slide, please. So again, kind of just some snapshots of 2020 thus far. The statewide precipitation, we had the second driest January on record. The January-February period has reported less than half of the previous record dry. So the previous record dry was in 2013, and that was 1.64 inches. And January and February, we only recorded 0.75 inches. The average for that period is about 8.16. And that's about 1/3 of the water year average. This is statewide of 24 inches. So we are far, far, far below average for that period. The statewide precipitation would need to accumulate another 8.4 inches to avoid a record 3-year dryness to beat out the 2013 through 2015 period. And so you see the average from March through September is 7.4 inches. So we'd have to have a above average finish to this water year to not be the new dry 3-year period. And as alluded to earlier, well, we've had some rain and a little bit of snow, which we'll take here in March. It's certainly not on a pace to be an above average March. And well, we may get a little bit more snow this weekend up top. It's looking to dry out again next week and be quite warm. And 2013 through 2022, this last decade, if you will, this last 10-year period, is on pace to be the second driest compared to the early 20s through early 30s, 1923 to 1932. Next slide. So I want to shift here now, warmer and drier. And what does that impact on hydrology and what does that impact on runoff forecasts? And what I've tried to do here is provide you that historically in our forecasting methods, we focused on three main variables: rainfall, snowpack, and runoff. And I just talked a lot about things being warmer and drier. And so when we have extreme events like we've had, and now we're moving into this new norm of a climate, what we're seeing in rainfall, which is crucial to soil moisture, that fall atmospheric river was so important to this year. Even if it ends up being an extremely dry year, fall rainfall in Sierra Nevada is very, very important for runoff later on in the water year. So when we don't get that, or we get it only in one storm, it really does make an impact on runoff. So what we're seeing with rainfall, increased seasonable and sub-seasonal variability, we're living that right now, just completely dry. And that's just not the norm. We go from, end of December with some reservoirs encroaching their flood space to completely dried out here the last couple of months. And now we're really banking on those fewer atmospheric river storms to get our rainfall totals for the entire year. It has an impact on snowpack, obviously. Snowpack's 1/3 of our freshwater supply in the state. We're seeing an overall decrease in snowpack. When you only get 1 or 2 storms in the year, you're really changing how the snow is distributed in the watershed. So if you think about it, if you only get 1 storm or 2 storms and it dumps the snow in a certain way, that's all you get, versus 4, 5, 6, 7 storms that may come in at different directions and angles, and it gives a different distribution every time you get a good storm. And when I say storm, I mean a real good snowstorm. We're getting a foot or 2, 3 feet of snow in the mountains, not an inch or 2. With that, we're losing the correlation between what we see in the snow pillows and in the snow courses and what's actually happening at the higher elevations where we don't have measurements. So this is really hitting us on our modeling as well. And then runoff, the changes to the runoff regimes. The old patterns are just not holding true. And so again, the equations are struggling with that. So the warm fall months, like I said, it does have a decrease on spring runoff. What effect does a absolute dry January and February have on spring runoff? Well, we've never really seen it before. So it's a new phenomena for us to try to understand and model. And of course, lower baseline flow with the drier climate. Next slide, please. So again, focusing on that, this warmer, drier climate has really hit us in the types of variables we use. And so again, forecast methods, they rely on these limited historical data sets and the current hydrological conditions, and they use statistical methods to estimate runoff volumes. And everybody knows what's happened in the past isn't necessarily what's happening in the future. And so there are limitations to that, of course. So we're trying to make improvements. We know we need to respond to these types of conditions, and not just droughts. We're going to have extreme floods someday too, to improve the data collection and the modeling. If we only focus on the modeling, they need a lot of data. So we really need to focus on the data collection as well. So we've made significant investments into our on-ground in situ measurements, our snow pillows and sensors, our precipitation, and we'll continue to do that over the next several years, broadening the types of data collected. Major investments in remote sensing, like the Airborne Snow Observatory, and I'll show a few slides on that. Really proud of our staff. They've, since last summer especially, they've really taken on quite a bit, looking at all kinds of tools, machine learning to kind of bridge the gap between statistical methods and more physically based models. And we're kind of getting our first taste of some physically based models now. They're in a pilot program. And so those take a couple of years, not just to develop the models, but the expertise behind them. But I think we've got a great start. And I've mentioned this in prior workshops where, one of the things we did is we just updated the averages to the more recent 30-year period. And that may not seem like a lot, but at the same time, hundreds and hundreds of stations and everything all done. And on top of that, if you don't update these averages in your data, you have to do that to make these other more sophisticated improvements. Next slide, please. So our aerial remote sensing of snow program, sorry, something blocking the screen, is what we use to manage the ASO data. Just some quick information. We were first brought ASO into the state in the Tuolumne River watershed in 2012. It was a partnership between ourselves and the Department of Water Resources and NASA JPL. And that program has been launched out of JPL and we now work with a private vendor on that. It was a proof of concept that was quite successful. And so what does ASO provide us? It's really a full watershed scale of the snowpack, of what's really there. I talked earlier about distribution patterns of snow are way different. And we don't know where the snow is, where we don't have on the ground measurement. But with ASO, we can fly over it, and we know exactly where that snow is. It's a direct measurement of depth and albedo and other physical parameters, and from that we can figure out the water content. It's proven over and over again to be highly accurate, both in the previous drought, in the 2017 floods. So it's a great tool for all these extremes. And we're starting to work with our vendor on building the hydrologic models as well. And so you see the extent of the program there on the map on the left. This year we added the Feather, Yuba, Truckee, and Carson to the list that we had already from the Tuolumne through the Kaweah. Next slide. So these last two slides are just showing you some of the benefits of ASO. This was taken in a February measurement from the Tuolumne River. Turlock Irrigation District actually paid for this flight, so we're really appreciative of that. And when I say a basin-wide measurement, you see the map there. That is all the snow back on February 4th in the Tuolumne River watershed above New Don Pedro Reservoir, without a shadow of a doubt. That's how the snow was distributed at that time. The top chart there on the left, I talked about reducing uncertainty. So you see that they estimated around 588,000 acre feet, but their uncertainty range was within a couple percent. That's how accurate they believe their measurements were. And they get that because they can take all the snow sensors in the watershed, they can compare it to the exact points that they have from their LiDAR and spectrometer data, and you see the differences are fractions of a meter. So quite accurate. The next slide will give you an idea of what I talked about with snow distribution. So it's shocker, bad news here, unfortunately, but this was from our March survey in the Feather River. And what you see on the far left is a map of how we thought the snow was distributed in the watershed based on climate models. So you see a pretty good distribution there on the left. The darker the blue means the more deep the snow is, but it's pretty fairly distributed throughout the watershed as we'd expect historically. And then the map in the middle of the Feather River is actually what was captured by ASO. And it's a net effect. One, it was about half the water we thought that was there. Two, the distribution pattern is much more consolidated and much more bare ground areas than the snow courses and snow pillows were indicating. And so the red just shows you that net difference where significant less snowpack in the Feather River watershed than traditional methods would have let us know. Next slide. I believe that's it. Don't know if we're going to pivot to the next slide or if there's any questions.
Just thank you, Mr. Rosario. I appreciate the time here and incredibly sobering presentation, to say the least. So I appreciate you setting up and providing this context on modeling and precipitation and where we find ourselves here amongst all of these continually trending dry years, particularly in the 21st century. Really appreciate the graphics. Any questions from board members? Please, Board Member Firestone.
Just a quick question on the changes to the most recent 30-year average. Is that kind of a running average that would be updated each year to be the most recent 30 years, or is that just a one-time periodic change to the period that's shown?
No, that's a great question. Historically, we've tried to update averages about every 5 to 10 years. So at minimum, we probably update that about 5 years from now. But as we move ourselves into more physically based models that take in more gridded data, there's an opportunity to update that more often, because the data source is a little bit more automated and everything else. In the past, it was just such a mechanical process to go through and do it. But with machine learning and other tools, it's like having a giant army of computers on your side, right? So, yeah, I think that's an important question, because if things continue to change more extreme faster, we'd want to be on top of that.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Board Member. Yeah, it calls to mind the shift that we're really seeing toward real-time management and real-time data. And to your point, Mr. Rizzardo, better depending on these physical models as well. So it is an exciting time. There's a lot, and we'll hear a little about it as well on the biological side later on some of our panels. So do appreciate the good contribution here. Thank you.
And I just want to add one last thing I forgot to mention earlier too. We've been working with board staff too more closely, and I think that's been a great positive thing, because it's so easy to be in our world and understand the forecasting, but working with Diane and her staff, it just allows us to say, look, this is where the uncertainty in the forecast really lies, versus this is what we think we really know based on the data. And I know that helps them out, and we've appreciated that collaboration as well.
I really appreciate that acknowledgement. I have found that as well. This last year was incredibly intense, and we're, as we see, finding ourselves in even more intense circumstances. So that ability to really help inform each other's work. I think of the forecast bulletins and work that DWR publishes that we've been using in, say, the Russian River watershed or in the Delta or all of our watersheds to be able to update our curtailments. And yesterday we had a little bit of in-depth around the modeling work that goes into the methodology for curtailment. And that's very much dependent on the great data and work that DWR is doing, and appreciate that continued space to be able to continue to figure out how best we support the decision-making, both at DWR and here at the board, but importantly in communities as well. And that's where the Water Watch site, I really do appreciate as well. It continues to provide a basis for all of us to be better decision makers in our watersheds. So thank you. Any other questions from board colleagues here? Okay, thank you, Mr. Rizzardo. Again, really appreciate the time. I know there's a lot going on. Next, I'd like to call up Molly White.
Good
morning. Good to see you again.
Nice to see you all.
Appreciate you participating. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for having us. Molly White, Water Operations Manager for the State Water Project, and I'm here with Kristen White from the Bureau of Reclamation. Kristen.
Good to see you this morning.
Hi, good morning, board members. Kristen White, Operations Manager for the Central Valley Operations Office with Reclamation. Happy to be here.
Here at the top, I do want to just acknowledge, not unlike we just did with Dave here, that last year was incredibly intense, and this year will continue to be here, unfortunately, as well. And just thank you all for your time in leadership here. I know it's not easy, the spaces we're all called to be in here right now, but the relationship, as Dave mentioned, the growing relationship between all of our agencies and here reflective in our discussion is really just appreciated. So just I want to make sure to acknowledge that at the top.
Certainly, and thank you for that call out and appreciation. Last year was a very challenging year, and as Dave pointed out, significant challenges lie ahead just with the warming and dry conditions. So with that, we'll move on. Can we advance to the next slide? Thank you. So many of this is repetitive. I won't go into the records as far as for Northern Sierra Precip. They really covered that well as far as the conditions for last year. But in water year 2021, we did have a lot of historic and operational conditions that we did face across both projects. With Lake Oroville in early August, just because of the low lake elevations, we were capacity constrained. So we had to shift off of having a much larger capacity to get water out of the lake. And we weren't able to use Hyatt Power Plant, and we had to transfer to sole reliance on our low-level outlet to manage our releases. And then secondly, at the end of the water year, we did see a historical low elevation at Oroville, a new data point, if you would. As far as Lake Shasta, historical low inflows, and the Bureau really operated Folsom to protect public health and safety. And while there were many watershed-specific drought actions, there were several pointed actions as far as the summer temporary urgency change petition, the installation of the West Falls River barrier, our low project water supply allocations as well. So that's a little snapshot of last year. And then let's move to the next slide, please. Thank you. So this slide was presented. I am going to go over a few hydrology slides just to again paint the picture of where we're at. I think this is water year. This water year for the Northern 8th Station. And what this was presented yesterday. But what it surely represents is just the extreme hydrologic variability that we have seen this year, from the second wettest October on record, a very warm and dry November, and the kickoff to the wet months of the year, the December, January, February, and then into March. And we started off quite well with well above average precipitation in December. But as shown on here, those averages have there's a much departure from average as we've gone into this calendar year. Next slide, please. So this is the typical familiar graphic of the 8th Station Northern Sierra precip. Focusing in on that rectangle, when Kristen and I were here back in early January, that's where we were at. We were at this crossroads, and we had provided this graphic with these similar water years as comparisons. We were tracking along with 2013 and then 2017, and looked at those as our top bounds and our lower bounds of where we would potentially end up, or maybe somewhere in between likely. So as we were there, 2017, 94, or 2017, wettest year on record, 2013, the start in January to the driest water year, 13-month stretch. And now, as definitely shown by that flat line there, we've drawn, and we are below 2013. So we didn't really expect that going into January and February and March. So that's where we're at. We're at 32.5 inches so far to date, and 81% of average. Next slide. So this further just really kicks it home and really dives into the details here. These are the rankings of about over 100 years of record for the Northern Sierra Basin with respect to cumulative rainfall. With respect to that upper graphic is January and February. And as you see, the broad distribution that we've seen in those course of years over the historic data points, 2017, over 45 inches of rain in January and February. And then down at the bottom, 2022, surpassing that driest year on record, 2013 for January and February. For the January, if you transition now to the other graphic, the January through March precipitation data, what we've done is looked at the forecast for March. As of yesterday, we were just under an inch of rain for the month of March. We gained yesterday about just over a half an inch. So we looked at the current forecasts and so forth and distributed that same period, but the January through March precipitation. And what we're seeing is just that outlier that 2022 is surely falling outside of the pack with all the other years. So again, just not setting us up. And certainly we're seeing that in the continued forecasts that we're receiving from flood management. And Kristen will go over that a little bit later in our presentation. But what does it really mean? And these historical dry periods we've experienced thus far this calendar year, they're outside of the distribution. And it does certainly present the projects with the continued declining water supply runoff. And as I mentioned, Kristen will talk about that later in this presentation. Next slide, please. Here is the Snowpack measurement snow water content across the state. We're about 60% of average for statewide. Across the Sierra Spine, we're looking 52% in the northern basin, just dropping below where we were last year at this point. And then in the Central and Sierra, Central's about 60% of average and tracking just along where we were last year. And the Southern Sierra is slightly higher than where we were last year at about 65% of average. Next slide, please. So where we stand today, I mean, certainly our challenges lie ahead. Last year was very challenging. These conditions are sure present us with challenges as we move through operations and planning and so forth. Oroville and New Melones, we might have seen our peak storage. We'll talk a little bit about that with respect to the reservoirs. We're just not expected to see any significant increases in Shasta, Trinity, or Folsom, or Oroville, unless we do see some significant hydrology in the spring. Trinity and Shasta are near historic low storages for this time of year. When we were here back in January, Oroville and Folsom were, we were relying on them to meet Delta outflow, and that is still the case at this point. Low CVP allocation, 0% ag, public healthy, and M&I is really dependent upon the watershed. Right now, DWR is reassessing our allocations. We are currently at 15%, but we are reassessing those. And again, we're just seeing the decline in forecasts continue, beginning, with the first one looking at the metric of that January forecast. So what we're seeing is many of the basins that the 90% exceedance, where 10% chance of getting drier is actually coming in below the previous month's 99% hydrology. So that sure is, it's not great. And it's definitely related to these dry January, March periods, or January through March periods that we've had. Next slide. So I'll talk about Lake Oroville here. We're at about 1.6 million acre feet. As shown, at the beginning of the water year, in October and those December storms, certainly we did benefit greatly from those increased inflow into the lake. We've recently been able to shave off about 3,000 CFS off of our total releases. So we're at 2,500 releases to the river. Right now, we're seeing about 2,000 to 3,000 inflow coming into the lake. So we did, with those higher releases, we did start through the early March, we started to see a decline in storage. With the reduced releases right now, hopefully that'll stabilize storage, at least for the time being. We did see our peak last year, about the third week of April, about 1.5 million acre feet. So certainly anything we could do to reduce those releases, we will be doing that. And with that, I'll kick it off to Kristen. And next slide, please.
Thanks, Molly. Okay, so similarly, moving on with that theme to Shasta, we are at our minimum release of 3,250 CFS. We're seeing inflows of about 3,000 to 4,000. So basically the The storage is staying pretty stable, maybe some slight increases, maybe, I think maybe 10,000 acre feet over a month-long period. So not much, but still an opportunity to have a tiny bit more storage before we peak out, especially if we can get some now April showers. It'd be great to have an amazing April. All right, next slide. Okay, so looking at Trinity, similar story. We're releasing 400 CFS, not much at all coming into the Sac River right now, outside of supporting Clear Creek, and our inflows are about 500 to 700, so increasing ever so slightly there, and on our way to seeing peak storage relatively soon there as well. Next slide. And then we have Folsom. So Folsom did see its peak storage back in January, or back in late December, early January, when we were encroaching to the flood space, and we had to increase those releases in order to manage flood control, since we didn't know that we were coming into the absolute driest January, February, and potentially March on record. So we are down about 520,000 acre feet. We did just drop as of this morning to 1250 CFS, and I think we're dropping again to 1200 CFS in a few days. Our inflows are coming in 1500 to 2000 CFS. So we do hope to gain a little bit of storage over the next month or so at Folsom. It's very critical that Folsom get its maximum storage sometime in that May period into early June for temperature management. That gives us the best flexibility for operating the shutters for temperature management in the American River. Next slide. Okay, so we'll talk a little bit about these forecasts and just kind of these bar graphs are just showing you the magnitude and frankly the difficulty we've had with planning this year because of the relative drops that we've seen. As Molly mentioned, the 90% are coming in below the previous month's 99%. That happened from January to February in many basins, and again from February to March. So we'll just look at a few of them here, looking at the Feather River, just looking from January to March, losing about 1.4 million acre feet of projected inflow. So that's not losing it. That's not like what we saw last year where we lost runoff efficiency from the snowpack. This is just the effects of not getting any precip, hardly any precip at all during our wettest months. So it's a huge drop, and as you can see in March, that 90% is below the 99% that we saw back in February, and pretty close from January to February as well. Next slide. Okay, so similar at Shasta Lake, seeing those drops, a little bit less of the drop at Shasta Lake. That's about 1.3 million acre feet. Still enormous drop though, making it very challenging to plan and figure out where our peak storage is going to be. And again, that 90% dropping below the 99% from February to March. Next slide. Okay, looking at Folsom, again, same story. One thing that's unique about Folsom is that from January through March, the projected inflow dropped by over 1 million acre feet, which is larger than the entire storage in Folsom. So the relative magnitude there is enormous. That's the largest proportional drop we've seen in a watershed to reservoir size, which has certainly changed the conditions of looking at relying on Folsom to help support things this summer. We'll talk a little bit about that later in the slides. Next slide. And then finally, Stanislaus. We saw a little bit less reductions going on the San Joaquin. I think that's just because, of course, Dave could touch on this. We just have less precip that's typically falling down there, but still a fairly large reduction with over 300,000 acre feet in the 90% from January through March. And sorry, this is looking at New Melones. Next slide. So those drops have certainly changed what our focus was from back in January. So we certainly have a number of concerns now. Kind of looking big picture objectives. In the Delta, we're looking at meeting our outflow objectives, maintaining immunized salinity standards, and maintaining minimal exports for meeting public health and safety, refuge, and some of the senior water right deliveries. Moving to upstream storage, we are really focused on storage conservation at pretty much every reservoir. So some specific goals at Trinity and Shasta. Temperature management certainly play, and that's for Trinity, that's temperature management down the Trinity River. At Oroville, as Molly mentioned, maintaining that release capacity so that we have that flexibility to adjust releases on the Feather River. And then at Folsom, Folsom's not usually thought of as a multi-year reservoir, but we do still have to think about storage conservation for protecting that public health and safety need at a Folsom. And then New Maloney is certainly storage conservation. It's a very large reservoir on a relatively small watershed, so it can take years to recover from dry periods like this. Next slide. Okay, so looking at some of our more specific planning objectives and drought actions, as mentioned yesterday in the Delta, we are requesting a TUCP April 1st through June 30th. That will primarily focus on Delta outflow and Vernalis modifications. We'll also be looking at backfilling the West False River drought barrier notch. That's to help with salinity management throughout the summer. And then we'll be evaluating the hydrology and storage this spring for a summer, fall TUCP as well. Right now, if we stay on this track, we are certainly on pace for needing a TUCP come this summer, but we are trying to kind of hold out any sort of hope for enough inflow in our last few precipitation months that we will not need a summer TUCP, and we can support that through some of the reservoir releases. Okay, and then looking more specifically at some of the upstream storage at Trinity, we are trying to minimize exports to the Sacramento River, maintain those required releases down the Trinity River, and focus on temperature management. In Shasta, as was mentioned by the board presentation earlier, there's a lot of evaluation going on there, but a general big picture is to minimize releases throughout the year, delay the increased releases to the maximum extent possible through April. So trying to hold those minimums or close to it through the month of April to maximize storage in May and support temperature management down the Sacramento River. Oroville, minimizing releases while supporting Delta outflow, that goal of trying to conserve storage to maintain release capability. Looking at Folsom, really trying to minimize those releases through May and June to maximize that storage for using our shutter system for temperature management on the American River this year, while also supporting Delta outflow since it is the reservoir that is relatively doing better, although no reservoir is doing better this year, or doing great this year. And then, of course, also keeping an eye to maintain storage for public health and safety. And then finally, New Maloney's, we are looking to minimize releases to the extent possible, and that's reflected in the TUCP requesting a modification to Vernalis. And that's a very brief overview of the very complicated year that we're about to enter. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you both. Looking to my fellow board members here, if there's any questions here, Board Member Firestone.
Thanks so much for the presentation and for being here. I just had a question that around the TCP and the hope that we don't have to that you all don't have to bring back a request later in the year, although unfortunately likely is so you mentioned hydrology and storage as on the slide as sort of key things to be watching. Do you have metrics at this point for what you would need to see or be targeting to see to not have to come back to us later in the year?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't have a specific metric, but maybe some information to provide some context. I think last year we saved in the July and August period, we saved on the order of 150,000 acre feet with the TUCP. We are, once we get kind of more deep into the summer, we're more salinity controlled and there's less flexibility to back off on outflow. So the benefits kind of go down as we move through the summer of a TUCP. So if we're kind of keeping that in mind, roughly 150,000 acre feet, average precipitation for April is still 4 inches. I know that seems like a low amount when we look at what the average is for the rest of the winter months, but given what we've seen thus far, even coming close to an average April would be fantastic. That would be, quote, an amazing April. So I think there is, I'll call it a very slim hope that we could boost storage enough in the April and May period, particularly at the reservoirs that can rebound the quickest, which would be Folsom and possibly Oroville, in order to be able to meet those outflow requirements under D1641. Molly, did you have anything to add?
No, I think you captured it well, liking it to what we saw last year with those. What we saw is less releases needed under the TUCP in that July-August time period.
Thank you, board member. And I'm with you, Ms. White. Now let's make amazing April happen. I think I do have a question. I know, one of the factors last year in trying to maintain temperature, but also maintain control of the system, and as for folks that don't necessarily realize, the projects are responsible for water quality standards down in the Delta. As you can imagine, releases from Shasta and these major reservoirs, as they make their way down there, those flows can be picked up. There's other influences. And so I guess there, just kind of with our curtailment hat on for a moment, knowing that that's one of the variables here, and the work that certainly we'll be moving into here in the year with already curtailments in place. But what are you seeing on the system now? Are you able to say that most of some of the challenges you're seeing are really the hydrology based ones, the warmer temperatures, or is there need for the board to focus a bit on curtailment as well? Are there folks taking from the system that necessarily shouldn't be, and challenging the projects when it comes to meeting standards in the Delta, or just these goals in the watersheds generally? And I don't mean to put perhaps you too much on the spot around it, but I think it is helpful for us as a board to understand how much that seems to be a challenge in what you're seeing in some of your operations.
Kristen, you want me to? Yeah, sure. I'll start off there. I would say, looking at accretions, so that unstored flow in the system as we've been marching through the spring, we've certainly seen the accretions fall off just through this period of time up until now. And that's really a factor of the lack of rain we've seen in the system. I mean, typically at this time of the year, to meet Delta outflow, for instance, we've had fairly high releases from our reservoirs to meet February outflow and then through March. And in most years, we have quite a bit of just unstored flow in the system that help us meet those outflow requirements. So, I mean, fortunately, from an Oroville perspective, we were able to reduce over the past week with this shift in outflow. So I would say it's really the lack of hydrology at this point. However, we're also, with the lack of hydrology, there's certainly going to be a need for water throughout the system for diversions and so forth. So I expect without any rain, we may start seeing more reductions in those accretions because of the diversions and lack of rain.
I appreciate that.
Thanks, Molly. And I'll just add we typically are looking at that pattern shifting from decretions to depletions throughout the April and May period. And without rain, that could be shifting as much as a month earlier. As Molly mentioned, we're starting to see those depletions pick up. So that's certainly concerning and making it challenging to plan.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Other board members? Board member Firestone.
Sorry, I had one additional question that I just thought of, just realized this was a good time to ask, I think, which is just, as we think about going into sort of preparing for even next year, as we're thinking about temperature management, are there things that that you're focusing on to try to avoid having to, do a temperature management plan and be in this position again next year? I know it just seems to be compounding, and of course we don't know what the hydrology is going to be, but I'm just interested in how we can even with this changing hydrology, how we feel like we might be able to get to a place where we could not be in this position, whether it's next year or the year after.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And I think to be honest, the biggest thing that would avoid being in this position next year is having decent hydrology. That's really the biggest factor. I mean, Shasta, if we're talking about Shasta temperature management, is just, we have extremely low storages. And it really, at this point, it's, I don't want to say it doesn't matter, because it definitely matters, but I guess it's, the relevance is limited in how next year looks with the low storages that we have. Certainly going into next year, if we were to see a peak storage, for example, this October, which is I think what happened back in 2021, it would be devastating no matter what decision we made this year. I would say, to answer your first question, are we looking at things? I'd say we're looking at anything and everything at this point. Unfortunately, some of the tools that we used last year to support temperature management may not be available this year just because of how low the reservoir storage is. But we're keeping pretty much any and every option open. As I think was mentioned in the board presentation, we know it's going to be challenging, and really just trying to find a path forward.
Yeah, great. Thank you. And just building on that, or following up on that, were there things from this past year that you tried and learned from in terms of operations, just as we're scrambling to figure out how we manage things and looking at every option?
Yeah, I mean, I think we did a power bypass last year that conserved about 300,000 acre feet of cold water pool for use in the summer at the expense of warmer temperatures in the spring. So that was certainly, we'd never done anything like that to that degree before in the past. And I think we worked heavily with all the fishery agencies to both plan that out, but then to evaluate afterwards to figure out how to adjust in the future. I'm not even sure if that's on the table this year because of where the kind of the relationship between the reservoir levels and the outlets that were used. I'm not sure it's physically possible this year, but if it is, we'll continue to be talking with the fishery agencies about that and any other options.
Thank you, Ms. White, and thank you, board member. Yeah, continue to be reminded just how far out the norm we are when it comes to just the conditions of the reservoirs and the hydrology we find ourselves with. I mean, I think of the rest of the West as well, where their Lake Powell, is a threat of not producing, hydropower itself. I mean, these are, fortunately, we're not alone, I suppose, but it's, challenging the entire West here. Vice Chair.
Thank you for that question, Board Member Firestone. That was actually along the lines of a question that I wanted to ask. So just would like to follow up. I recognize that this year is extremely underlying boldface challenging. And so the options are very limited, but I'm also interested in seeing what we can do to build on some of the information that was gathered last year, not looking to point fingers at what could have been done or should have been done, but really looking for lessons learned and how to build upon that. So for example, whether it's the power bypass or some of the experimentation on using colder water over a briefer period of time, looking at adaptive management exercises. And so what thoughts do you have as you're approaching the decision-making space with all of the agencies on these very limited options this year? What are you doing also to look at some of the important science questions that could be answered or opportunities for adaptive management, even if it's not for this year, but just gathering all of the good information that you and others have so that you'd be ready to pull the trigger on other alternatives, adaptive management strategies on temperature going forward if the opportunity does present itself at some point in the future?
Yes, thank you, board member. That's a great point and a great question. Maybe I'll answer it in a couple of different ways. I'm certainly not the science expert on everything that was analyzed last year. I think there were a lot of lessons learned last year. I just used the power bypass as an example, but I think there's a number of other things that we worked with the agencies to improve on and to work through and kind of identify challenges with the tools that were used and with the science. I think you might hear more about that in some of the panels this afternoon. So certainly looking kind of collaboration would be our biggest tool there, really working to collaborate and work with all the agencies and all the experts and trying to get the best information possible for making those very difficult decisions. I think that would be key. And we do that through a number of different groups that where we are receiving feedback and looking at different options. However, I do want to make sure that it's clear that we are talking about pretty extreme conditions this year, both in hydrology and in the operations. And that is likely to end up in a pretty significant amount of uncertainty. And I think we are working, both Reclamation and DWR are working the best we can to try to predict what those uncertainties are going to be. But given that we're operating in a realm that we really don't have a lot of experience operating in with these extremely dry conditions, it's difficult, for example, to appropriately predict what kind of depletions we're going to see on the system throughout the summer. And some of those uncertainties are also tied with things such as the board's curtailment process. It's, I think, difficult to know how that's going to affect those depletions. And certainly some of the challenges with trying to predict how the inflows are going to come in. So the best tool is collaboration and working with everybody through the multiple multi-agency and stakeholder groups that we have set up. But I do think that we have to realize that there's quite a bit of uncertainty, and I think that needs to be acknowledged as we move throughout the year.
Chair, I want to be mindful of everyone's time and don't want to take up too much time with these questions. So, but what I'll do is just maybe outline 3 areas that I'm anxious to receive more information on and just kind of throw it out there so that as panelists come up, maybe included in their remarks, or I may just ask again if I think that, you know, one of the commenters has particular information, but it's on this issue of how can we best go forward with additional opportunities to learn, whether through experimentation, adaptive management, or other strategies. And then a second question that I have is on the ongoing question that we have posed in the past about models, wanting to make sure that all models are openly available, and not just the models, but also the inputs. Such that stakeholders could actually utilize the models. And I have to stop short, you know, at that point, because I wouldn't know how to use a model anyway, but really wanting to make sure that the model information that is available is actually usable by all the stakeholders. We've got an awful lot of expertise with the agencies and also with the stakeholders. And so that's, you know, really important. And so for those of you that are involved in the production or ongoing maintenance of the models, would like to have your commitment on that going forward. And then the last question is really hoping to tease out this issue of what is controllable and what is not controllable. So if we look at carryover, just as an example, and what the reservoirs, take Shasta, what the reservoir could potentially have as carryover, and then questions about whether or not an adjustment would make a difference. So if we look at the range of carryover, again, this year is extremely challenging, but really looking for us as board members to have maybe some advice about how best to tease out if there's 100 acre foot or 500 acre foot or whatever that range would be. And if an adjustment were made, how do we determine what sort of benefit it would have on temperature dependent mortality with respect to temperature, not thiamine or some of these other issues. And so looking for any comments that you might have on that.
That is a great summary, Vice Chair, and I actually plus up your inquiries on those, particularly on the modeling side as well. As you know, we heard yesterday when it comes to, say, the curtailment methodology that the board undertakes, you know, that is all replicable as it can be, insofar as published on GitHub, and here, important to note that the modeling and the work that the projects are doing is far more sophisticated. You know, I think of the calciums, I think of, you know, a lot of the work there. So, you know, maybe not off the bat as easy to make sure are out there, but you know, it is important to make sure that we're really leveraging the full, you know, brain power of the state, if you will, by ensuring that the models and work that we're all contributing to are open source, are available, they're transparent and replicable by others that are, you know, very much tracking and part of our discussions here. So thank you for those. I definitely agree with you. And I invite other board members here, especially at the top. I know it's going to be a long day, but it can be helpful for us to be able to have out kind of where we're looking for answers or some insight, so that when folks are commenting, they can maybe speak to them. We don't have to keep interrupting, and we can let some conversation continue to be absorbed and flow. Board member McGuire, please.
Yes, thank you. Excuse me. Yeah, I appreciate those questions that have already been teed up by Vice Chair Diadamo. I agree with those completely as well. And just to add on, I wasn't quite sure, just given the presentations, when to ask this question, so I'll just ask it now. And that is just the question around climate change generally. So, you know, we're talking about factors that are controllable versus ones that are not. And Mr. Rizzardo, I really appreciated your presentation, just kind of showing that shift in the years. You know, if you look at the last 20 years, not only has the hydrology been quite a bit lower than historical, but temperatures have increased as well. So, you know, this is about a temperature management plan. And, you know, ultimately it's the hydrology, which we're, you know, well aware here acutely of the challenges that we're faced with this year and how dire it is. But then there's also the factors of just ambient air temperature, having on cold water pool, having on operations throughout the summer. So, you know, I have a question, whether it's for, you know, Kristen or others here right now, or just hoping to hear later today, just how we can better factor that information in. Knowing that, you know, climate change is here, we're going to continue to see warmer, you know, hotter temperatures, and that's going to continue to have stresses on the ability to manage cold water pool, to manage operations throughout the season in Shasta. And I don't have a good sense right now as to how significant that impact has been in the past several years and what we're anticipating going forward. But it's something I think I'd really like to understand better.
I can speak on that real quickly. I think just from, you know, the upper watersheds point of view, you're absolutely right. The ambient air temperature is really what's driving the severity of the drought. Lack of rain doesn't help at all, but we've had years where we've had lack of rain and not seen these dramatic impacts as much in the past. So it's really, when you look at the average temperatures exceeding, you know, getting warmer and warmer and warmer, and what's that doing to the watershed? And there's no better evidence in that than the extent of the wildfires we've seen over the last couple of years. I mean, you know, millions of acres are burning every year. The old definition of a mega fire was 100,000 acres. I'm pretty sure the Feather River would have taken that last year if you would have offered that to them in exchange for 800,000 acres. So it's just, you know, extreme temperatures is driving the severities of these droughts, and it's just taxing the watersheds. And you know, kind of to your point, we're still seeing, we're still adapting and learning, and there's no surrogate for data and understanding, unfortunately. So we're trying to understand that better. Temperature specifically is one of those variables that we just started to try to plug into the machine learning and see if it correlates to runoff. I mean, there's obviously got to be some correlation, but trying to figure out and get behind it. We're in really preliminary stages of working with some universities on understanding after a mega fire, what impacts does that have on snowpack and for how long? I think everybody would say, well, you've changed the soils and so you've changed the runoff. Yes, that's a very basic understanding, but the creek fire in the San Joaquin the summer before, we're still seeing impacts this year on snow retention from the soot that falls off the trees and everything else. And we may continue to see that for a couple more years. So we're really in the early stages of trying to understand, and temperature is the driver of all of these. And I think we understand our role is to then provide the operators as best a guidance as we can. So yeah, I think it's a great question. It's unfortunately, we're still trying to grasp all of it.
Yeah, and maybe I'll add on to that when we think specifically that question with respect to Sacramento River temperatures. I think we've got a few particularly large challenges this year that we may not have experienced in past years. One of them is the very low storage that we have at Trinity, which results in extremely low imports from Trinity. That often helps temperature management at Shasta two different ways. One, it can bring over colder water than what we're releasing out of Shasta. And so it kind of preserves some of that Shasta cold water pool. And then volume, it just can preserve volume in Shasta. But we don't have sufficient storage in Trinity to have an operation like what we saw in past dry years. So we'll have very limited water coming over. So that's going to be a little bit newer this year. And part of what that means is that the residence time that's in Keswick Reservoir is going to be extended. So it'll the water that goes into Keswick will have a little bit longer to warm up to those ambient air temperatures before it's released. Especially if we're looking at lower than normal releases out of Keswick from Shasta. So kind of like less water going into Keswick from both sources, Shasta and Trinity, and certainly higher temperatures. We look at 2015 as a metric, but as we've seen with hydrology this year, we're already breaking precipitation records for dryness, and there's certainly the possibility of breaking temperature records as well. So trying to understand how that might play out this year, I think is going to be a huge challenge that we're really relying on some of our models to give us a hint at. And then there's the storage in Shasta itself, I think we are likely heading into April with the lowest April storage since the temperature control device has been in place. So that's also going to be difficult to know how the warming and the ambient air temperatures are going to affect the different layers within Shasta. And then finally, we have, of course, lower releases down the Sacramento River and what that means with ambient air temperatures and potentially going into a very warm or warmer period than we've seen historically. So quite a bit of uncertainty that we're using models to best predict that we can, but I think we'll learn a lot this year.
Thank you, board member. And thank you, Ms. White. Anything further, board member McGuire?
No, that's helpful. Those are the types of factors that are on front of mind for me, and I've been thinking about in prior years. So I'll be interested to hear also from the other panelists today if they have thoughts on how we take those issues into consideration, whether it's through improved modeling tools or other operational thoughts. But there are limitations in what we know and what we can do. So yeah, I appreciate the explanations. And Mr. Rosardo on the hydrology impacts as well. I mean, certainly those are front of mind too. So thanks.
Yeah, not an uncomplicated system, but what I continue to be just really impressed by is the work that's being done and the sophistication of the tools that increasingly we're needing to depend upon. So yeah, thank you, board member. Others, any further comment here for Ms. White, and Mr. Rosardo? Okay, thank you again. I know you're very busy currently, and this discussion engagement was really helpful though, so thank you. I know we can now move on to our first panel. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, afford ourselves that here. So we'll come back here at 11 o'clock and we'll dive into then our first panel. and then start taking through. We'll probably at least, my plan is to get through at least 2 of them before we break for lunch, and then have the final 2 then after, likely. But if depending on how quickly the panels go, maybe we get in 3. So either way, let's take our 10-minute break, and I'll see you here at 11 a.m. Thank you, everyone, for a productive discussion this morning so far. Thank you. All right, everyone, it's 11 a.m. Can begin to gather back. I hope everyone had a good break. Now we will start in on our series of panels here. And so I don't know if everyone wants to appear here at first or just come in the order or appear in the order that I have here. So let's, I believe, start off with Lee Bergfeld, who'll be followed by Doug Obiji, who will be followed by Chris Schutz, and rounding out the panel will be Tom Stokely. Good morning.
All right. Morning, Chair Escapement, board members. I think I've got a couple of slides that.
Yes, Ms. Townsend should be pulling them up here momentarily.
All right, thank you. Yes, my name is Lee Bergfeld. I'm a principal engineer at MBK Engineers here in Sacramento, and I'm here today on behalf of the Sac River Settlement Contractors. So I'd like to describe and discuss two of the scenarios that were analyzed by the settlement contractors as part of the coordination process described by Ms. Riddle, and then offer a few thoughts for the board's consideration regarding uncertainty in models. As background, I'd say that while the more intense coordination process began in March, the settlement contractors have really been planning for the potential of another dry year since October of last year. That work began with the scenario planning sessions organized by NACWA, and has certainly become more focused as the hydrology in 2022 has worsened. So what this slide illustrates are two initial bookend Keswick release scenarios that were analyzed and shared as part of the coordination process. We analyzed the operation of Shasta following both a normal release schedule. This is the kind of the orangish line that goes across the top of the figure. This typically ramps up in the spring months, holds fairly constant over the summer, and then drops off in September. And then the second scenario that we looked at was a minimum release schedule, where the releases are held constant at 3250 CFS all summer long. These two scenarios kind of represent the approximate bookends on Keswick release, and they can kind of inform the range of potential operations. I'll say that there are challenges with temperature management under both of the scenarios. The normal release schedule results in a lower storage and a higher fall temperature, while the minimum release scenario results in more warming of the water released from Shasta as it moves through Keswick with the longer residence time and the upper Sac River. If we could switch to the next slide, please. So here I'd like to talk about a few additional considerations for the board as we deal with the challenges this year. So, the previous slide showed release scenarios from Keswick, but in order to develop those scenarios, you've got to think about how much water is going to be imported from the Trinity River system, and then what's going to be the release from Shasta. And even that's only a small portion of the wider CVP and SWP system. So, temperature management is an important objective, but it is only one of multiple objectives in the operation of the system. I think it's important to always consider the decisions made at Shasta in the context of the system to avoid unintended consequences in other parts of the system. I think both Ms. White and both Ms. Whites described many of those considerations in the objectives that they have to consider in the operation of the larger CVP and SWP. The second topic of uncertainty is also important. We've certainly heard a lot about that this morning, a lot of good questions about it. There's significant technical capability and understanding of many of the factors that affect temperature management at Shasta on the upper Sac River, but there's uncertainty in all of it. Operational forecasts rely on runoff forecasts with a related uncertainty, and Mr. Rosardo did a great job of explaining some of that. Then we run temperature models. Those temperature models rely on operational models that rely on those runoff forecasts, and they also rely on meteorologic forecasts. Then we run models of temperature-dependent egg mortality. Those rely on operations and temperature models, along with forecasts and things like where the salmon may spawn this particular year. So we've got models with uncertainty feeding into other models with uncertainty and other forecasts. So the farther you go, in my opinion, the more uncertainty that exists. That's just something to consider as we're looking at this information. I think this point's been made by both Ms. Riddle and Ms. White, but we're in uncharted operational territory this year with the Shasta operations and the upper Sac River flows that we may experience. That minimum release scenario, for example, would have more warming as the water moves through Keswick. So we have a good model of the physical system in the Keswick Reservoir that's been developed recently, and that can help predict the warming, excuse me. But we've never had flows this low throughout the summer where we can collect the data to help validate that model and have a lot of confidence in it. It's not to say we should ignore it. It's just to recognize some of the limitations. And then finally, a few comments on the modeling tools. And some of these comments are along the lines of some of the things mentioned by the vice chair before the break. We should strive to develop collaborative tools and not combative tools. I think the settlement contractors did this with a very public process to develop improved temperature models of both Shasta and Keswick reservoirs following the 2014 and 2015 drought. It's a time-consuming process, and it involved extensive coordination with reclamation and the other stakeholders, involved documenting those models and then making all the model files publicly available. That's an example of a collaborative model development process. It's not always the process that gets followed during model development, but I think there is a minimum standard. And that's that all the models that get relied on in decision-making must be publicly available. Not simply the results of the model or the documentation from the model, but the actual model files themselves. And I think this has already been hit on in some of the previous discussions. So I just encourage the board to make sure that that's the case when you're evaluating technical information that's intended to inform your decisions. That's all I have. So I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bergfeld. And I'll just pause after each commenter and board members quickly get in if you're looking to ask further question. Vice Chair.
Yes, just Mr. Bergfeld, do you have any specific request on modeling information? Availability of the model or the inputs, or I'm looking for a specific request.
I think, as I said, just any of the models that we're going to rely on. Maybe this is something for the board to consider. So if you're seeing these results, it's just a question of are these results coming from a model that's publicly available? Does everybody have access to the model that's providing this information and the results?
I guess I should re-ask that. Do you have access? Does the public have access, to your knowledge, of the Anderson and Martin models and the rapid assessment tool?
Not to my knowledge, Vice Chair. No.
On any of them?
I'll say that I've seen a lot of the information, but to my knowledge, no. I'm not sure that that the public has access to all of the information. And by that, I mean the inputs, the model files themselves, and the outputs from those specific models.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bergfeld. And when it comes to the models that have been developed here with the Sac Valley contractors, those are all available publicly and replicable, correct?
Yes, they are.
Great, that's good. Appreciate it. Any other questions from fellow board colleagues? Okay, thank you. Much appreciated. Next, we'll move on to Doug Obigi, who will be followed by Chris Schutz. And again, lastly, Tom Stokely. Mr. Obigi, good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Board Chair, members of the board. I am Doug Obigi with NRDC. The drought disaster that we're facing this year fundamentally is not a hydrologic problem. It is the result of the state's failure to plan for droughts, particularly the failure to maintain adequate carryover storage the last year. It's true that conditions have been very dry the past 2 months in particular, but droughts are a fact of life, and to the Vice Chair's point, we can't control hydrology. Instead, what we do control is what happens to water in the Bay Delta watershed. Next slide, please. This slide shows Reclamation's modeling of the operations of the state and federal projects this year based on the February 1st 99% exceedance hydrology. And I've circled in red the end of September Shasta carryover storage of 642,000 acre feet, which would be the lowest level that I am aware of since 1977. I'm not really sure why DWR and Reclamation aren't publicly sharing or presenting the operational modeling that they've done, but I'm happy to share it. Under these modeled operations, unfortunately, it's not just fish and wildlife and the fishing jobs and communities that depend on them and water quality in the Delta and the communities that depend on it that are going to suffer. It's also going to be a loss of hydropower production at Oroville and significant reductions in hydropower production at Shasta. Importantly and fundamentally, if we don't improve Shasta storage at the end of this year and storage in the upstream reservoirs, or if we allow water transfers after September that deplete storage in these reservoirs, we have learned nothing. And we'll simply repeat this disaster until there's a really wet year. But praying for rain is not a strategy. Next slide, please. I'm relying on the 99% forecasts in this presentation because, frankly, DWR's 90% forecasts simply are not conservative enough in light of climate change. This slide compares the runoff forecasts generated by DWR with those from NOAA's California Nevada River Forecast Center. And it shows that DWR's forecasts have been consistently predicting more runoff than the CNRFC's forecasts. And in addition, the latter's forecasts are updated every day automatically and account for near-term precipitation forecasts. So I was happy to hear DWR yesterday suggest that the board should consider using the 99% forecast. I strongly agree that the board should be using both DWR and the California Nevada River Forecast Center's 99% forecast. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, this year is shaping up to be far worse than last year. This graphic compares the reservoir storage in Oroville and Shasta at the end of 2020, 2021, and 2022. And it shows that Shasta storage would be drawn down to far lower levels, about half of what was called for in the so-called interim operations plan. And again, this is not just a result of hydrology, but it is based on excessive water deliveries and diversions, particularly in the Sacramento Valley, and the failure to maintain carryover storage last year. Next slide, please. As the board heard yesterday, and as was mentioned today, we are anticipating a temporary urgency change petition to allow the state and federal water projects to gut environmental protections in the Delta and violate those minimum water quality standards for the months of April, May, and June. Reclamation began modeling at TUCP last month, and this graph shows the comparison of storage levels. And what you see, at least based on Reclamation's modeling, is that a TUCP does not help Shasta storage. Shasta storage actually is lower with the TUCP, but it really improves Oroville storage. And it appears that the TUCP is designed primarily to maintain hydropower production at Oroville and not for fish and wildlife. Next slide, please. As I noted at the outset, upstream storage is low not just because of hydrology, but also because of excessive water diversions and depletion. And this graphic compares the Sacramento River settlement contractors' diversions in April to July of last year with the unimpaired runoff predicted this year during those same months. And what we see is that the amount of water diversions that occurred last year would equate to more than 100% of all the inflow into Shasta in those months, meaning that it's far more than the water supply that they would be entitled to under the claimed water rights. Next slide, please. And the same is true with respect to Oroville and DWR's Feather River settlement contractors. They would be diverting 90% of the water that comes into Oroville during the summer months based on the data if they diverted the same amount of water that they diverted last year. And last year they got a 50% allocation. My understanding is that this year, based on Oroville runoff, they're likely to get 100% allocation under their contract, meaning they would get far more water than is actually available. Next slide, please. This is just a graphic showing the same thing. So you can see that the unimpaired runoff in blue, how it compares to the level of water diversions that occurred last year. And what you can see is, again, just these two set of contractors would be diverting as much or more than the unimpaired runoff in the summer months. Next slide. Now, one of the things that we noticed in Reclamation's modeling is that the proposed reservoir releases on the Sacramento River are greater than what's necessary for temperature control. On the left is the forecast of reservoir releases in the Sacramento River under the 99% forecast without a TUCP, compared with the maximum releases in NIMS's 2017 Shasta RPA, or what was proposed last year by NIMS in April 27, 2021. And what it shows is that the releases exceed what's necessary for temperature control, particularly in June, July, and August. And in fact, what we heard is that, and you heard just now, there is modeling being done by NIMS and others looking at reducing reservoir releases even further. Next slide, please. the very low reservoir storage in Shasta at the end of September is not simply a fait accompli or inevitable. And in fact, what this graphic shows, what this table shows, is that if we reduce reservoir releases to the lower of what was necessary for temperature control, we can rebuild Shasta storage by the end of September. It's not going to be a great Shasta storage. We don't have good options because we came into this year with such low storage. But if we don't rebuild Shasta storage, we're just going to repeat that same cycle. And my understanding is that NIMS is looking at modeling that would limit releases to 4,000 or 5,000 CFS in the summer, which would result in an even greater increase in end of September Shasta storage. Next slide, please. And it's not just those contractors, of course. We also, as we heard yesterday at the board, DWR is likely going to have to reduce their allocation for their state water project contractors. A 75% allocation for the San Joaquin River Exchange contractors is going to have significant impacts. It's not clear what Reclamation will be doing with respect to its CBP contractors on the Stanislaus River. Ultimately, our water supply contracts promise more water that can sustainably be delivered. And we have effectively a bankrupt system. The only way to break this cycle is to reduce allocations and curtail diversions in order to rebuild carryover storage at the end of this year. The failure to build storage at the end of this year, or a decision to build storage through September and then allow water transfers after September that depletes Shasta storage, would be unconscionable, leading to a repeat of this disaster again next year, a failure to learn anything from the last year and the prior drought, and would just simply be throwing up our hands and saying, we're just going to pray for rain. And that is not a strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. OBG. Appreciate it. Colleagues? Okay, thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Chris Schutz.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Chris Schutz with the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. If you could pull up the PowerPoint, please. Thank you. In 2014 and 2015, my colleagues at CSPA and I came before this board with a series of legal and factual arguments and recommendations about managing drought. We were ignored. We sued. Eventually, we settled with the board, hoping that the board in the next critically dry year would at least provide minimal public trust analyses and seriously consider using its public trust and reasonable use authorities to limit deliveries to CVP and SWP settlement contractors. We focused on settlement contractors for the simple reason that they were the entities getting all the available CVP and SWP water. In 2021, CSPA and allied groups felt like Sherman had set the Wayback Machine for 2015. CSPA began its advocacy in 2021. But as in 2015, this board last year delayed a decision till June and then sacrificed fish and public trust resources in the Sacramento River and the Delta to settlement contractor delivery. In May 2021, CSPA produced an alternative Sacramento River temperature management plan on how to save the fish in 2021 and how to save water in 2022. The board did neither. Once again, CSPA and allies sued, and that case will now play out in court. Next slide, please. So here we are today in 2022 with very little water to manage. And I will say, referring to our 2021 temperature management plan, what we're looking at today and what Reclamation is talking about that we just heard is about what we talked about in our temperature management plan that we proposed in 2021 and that was dismissed as simply requiring too much water and reduction in deliveries in Water Rights Order 2021-0095. Next slide, please. As we've heard in a much more technical way this morning from Mr. Rizzardo at DWR, runoff is crashed statewide. And that appears to be the direction that we're headed. And the assumption that the projects are making for reservoir inflow going forward. Next slide, please. I don't know why, thank you. I'm going to wait for all that too. There is time to act, but the board must act decisively now. It has one chance. The outcome will not be perfect. The board cannot get it right if it delays or if it hedges so it can deliver as much water as possible. And that way of thinking that we're going to wait and see so we can deliver as much water as we possibly can, and then at the end, as we go along, keep sort of hedging more and more to deliver water to the maximum degree possible, has been one of the major sort of cultural and cognitive mistakes that, in my opinion, the board has made in 2021 and in previous years. The board can't get it right if it hedges. The board needs to drastically reduce deliveries to settlement contractors in 2022, and it needs to start that process more or less immediately. In terms of information, by the way, as we were talking about information needs in this next coming year, one of the things that we weren't able to see last year was how much water was actually being delivered to the CVP and SWP contractors, including the settlement contractors, as it was happening. We need transparency on that in 2022. Next slide, please. One of the few things the board got right in Water Right Order 2022-0095 was the acknowledgement that it waited too long to act. And it was sort of, well, we've delayed until nothing, and so we've got past the point where we can make a decision because we've delivered this water to these folks and now they're expecting it, and that's reasonable. That pattern of board regulation and activity cannot be repeated in 2022. One of my concerns that I've heard this morning is we're going to have a draft temperature management plan on April 1st and a final plan on May 1st or perhaps even later. That begs the question, what kind of deliveries is the board going to allow in April of this year? Last year, the flow releases, presumably to meet primarily settlement contractor delivery from Shasta in April, were about 5,900 CFS. And in May, it was more on the order of 8,900. That just cannot happen this year. Next slide, please. So I want to explain the headline here a little bit. And I did not have the benefit of the 99% exceedance table that Mr. Obiji just showed. All I had was the 90% and 50%, so I'm having to work with those. Reclamations, 90% exceedance flows show far too much spring and summer releases from Shasta. Now, they may have revised these. I don't know. Mr. Bergfeld's presentation sort of showed it topping out at about 6,750 CFS going across the summer, the main summer months. But whatever it is, the assumption that was made, at least in these charts, in my view, were simply because the reclamation was planning to deliver too much water to settlement contract. Next slide, please. I'd like to call your attention to two things. First of all, the Trinity releases where we see very low exports. Mr. Stokely is going to talk a little bit about what that means and how, having drawn down Trinity so far last year, you are in jeopardy of having mass mortality of fish in yet another watershed, the Trinity this year, unless the Trinity is very, very carefully managed, and unless, frankly, we're lucky. As for the Sacramento River figures, my point here is very similar to that of Mr. Obiji. Even with 90%, the point isn't whether or not the 90% exceedance, the point isn't whether or not these numbers are accurate, but what reclamation was prepared to allow for Shasta Storage at a much more even optimistic inflow scenario. And these numbers in August of 1015,000 acre feet, end of August storage, September in the 800s, and October as well. Those are the figures that killed fish last year and that ended up leaving Shasta seriously depleted. And I completely agree with Mr. Obiji that you have to be planning and not let this go down that so far this coming year. You can't, the cycle that we saw from Miss White and Miss White of the hydrographs of what Shasta was doing, where it keeps going down and down and down each year, it has to be stabilized. You can't do that again between 2021 and 2022. You have to have more carryover storage than you had last year because you had disastrous outcomes. In addition to delivering too much water to settlement contractors, you allowed those contractors in the fall of 2021 to deliver 200,000 acre feet or more of transfer water. That just can't happen. And that cannot be prioritized over carryover storage in 2022. Next slide, please. So without having had the benefit of the technical expertise, which I recognize is substantial, of DWR and Bureau of Reclamation's experts, this is what I saw going into this from the limited data and understanding that I was able to put together. The board has to assume that it's not going to rain again substantially in 2022. And that runoff is going to fall off as it did in 2021. 99% exceedance or more for 2022 inflow and runoff is something that the board must assume. One of the things that I saw in some of the technical presentations that I've looked at over the last year in terms of how to manage water temperature for winter run salmon is that the main factor in the top 10 miles of the spawning reach for winter run salmon below Keswick Reservoir in the upper Sacramento River is the release temperature. It's not the ambient temperature, it's not the flow, it's the release temperature. And the most important thing you can do is keep cold water in Shasta Reservoir as cold and as plentiful as possible over the summer. In general, because you made risky choices, as did Reclamation and DWR in 2021, you're going to be stuck making harsh choices in 2022. And you need to manage for a dry 2023. There's the Coordinated Operations Agreement. I have no idea how that's going to work out, but it's something that the board should be watching carefully, as well as feather diversions. Next slide, please. And again, to clarify the title here, the system is complex, but you don't have many knobs left to turn. The one you really have left to turn is deliveries and releases from Shasta. You don't know what storage is going to be accurately at this point in time. And we saw last year that what was hoped for was optimistic. But you can, and reclamation can control releases from Shasta over the April through November period. Mr. Bergfeld presented the sort of bookends, and the bookends that seem to make the most sense from the analysis that we've done is to have very low releases in April. You may need to have some kind of pulse flows to move salmon downstream, but not to deliver them to settlement contractors. Diverting the water at Hamilton City or at Red Bluff is not going to help salmon move downstream. And somewhere in the middle of the bookends is where you need to be. And I will say that these are the numbers that we presented in our Sacramento River proposed temperature management plan last year. And that's about where you probably need to end up, balancing all considerations. The Trinity exports are going to need to be limited to both what you need to do to make Trinity, to keep it cold enough to keep fish alive there. But as you go over the summer, the water from Trinity generally becomes warmer than water from Shasta, and releasing that water into Keswick becomes a problem. And you need to limit deliveries to these senior contractors to what's left. You can't give them a bunch of water and then say, well, this is kind of a fixed number. That's the problem that all the modelers have been working with, all the operators have been working with. The problem is they've assumed a certain level of senior contractor deliveries. And that just can't happen. And the board needs to step in and manage that and directly oversee it. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz. Appreciate your time this morning. Looking at my fellow colleagues and seeing no immediate questions. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Tom Stokely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Tom Stokely from Mount Shasta, representing Save California Salmon. Could we start the slideshow, please? As you can guess, my presentation is, don't forget the Trinity River. It is part of Water Right Order 90-5. The abundance of Klamath Trinity fall Chinook is once again constraining ocean and in-river commercial, tribal, and sport fisheries. The minimum natural spawning escapement is not expected to be met this year. This will be the 7th out of the last 8 years that the minimum natural escapement has not been met. So it will be critical to provide suitable water temperatures to protect Klamath Trinity fish that do return. We do have coho salmon are listed as threatened under the state and the federal Endangered Species Acts, and spring Chinook are also listed under CISA and a candidate under federal law. Next slide, please. Water Right Order 90-5 contains a provision to protect the Trinity River from operations for temperature control on the Sacramento River, as defined on meeting a 56-degree daily average at the Douglas City Bridge and the confluence of the North Fork at certain times of the year. This is subject to controllable factors by the permittee, Bureau of Reclamation, and are the result of modification of Trinity operations for temperature control. Next slide, please. In the event that those temperature standards are not met, the permittee is supposed to file with the Chief of Division of Water Rights a report. As near as I know, at least for the last couple of years, we have not seen any modeling information in the plan when it's filed in the spring as to what Trinity temperatures will be. And at least to the best of my knowledge, we haven't seen a report about exceeding those temperature objectives, which it did do last year. So both the Bureau and the State Board are doing a very poor job protecting the Trinity River. Next page, please. These are the basin plan objectives from the Water Quality Control Plan for the North Coast region. You can see the 256-degree ones with the 2 asterisks are in Water Right Order 90-5. We also have a 60-degree objective to protect Holding Spring Chinook. That is not part of Water Right Order 90-5. I might add that the Douglas City temperature probe was largely non-functional in 2021, so we don't really know what was going on. The Water Board did promise a Trinity-specific water right hearing in 1989 through Water Quality Order 8918, as well as Water Right Order 90-5. Here we are 30 years later, and we're quibbling about whether the Bureau should meet the 60-degree objective in summer while the fish are getting listed. Next slide, please. The question is, what are controllable factors? And those factors are both the amount of cold water in storage at Trinity Lake, as well as keeping Lewiston Reservoir fleshed out. It's a 7-mile-long reservoir. It acts like a giant solar panel, and if you don't move enough water through it, it heats up. The water comes out of Lewiston Reservoir and can go to the Clear Creek Tunnel, to Whiskeytown, or it can go down the Trinity River. If you look, I guess that slide didn't quite come out right, but if you look at the bottom of the page and you see CAR PP, that's the CAR power plant that goes from Lewiston to Whiskeytown. Those numbers are thousands of acre feet per month. If you look in particular at October, the number 4 is there. That's 4,000 acre feet of water that would be diverted to the Sacramento River in the summer. That will surely heat up Lewiston Reservoir, and it will literally cook alive the spring Chinook that are spawning or have already spawned in the river, and it will also fry a portion of the commercially and tribally important fall Chinook run. If you look at that CAR power plant number there, I might add I agree with Mr. Schutz's recommendations and Mr. Obiji's recommendations and findings. You see that April has 44,000 acre feet for CAR, May has 31,000. Those numbers are not needed to keep the Trinity River cold. Those numbers should be near 0 when the Trinity needs water exported to the Sacramento River to keep it cold, are basically the months June through November. As I see it, the Bureau is already planning on exporting too much water out of the basin. This is a controllable factor. This is clearly a result of temperature operations for the Sacramento River. Next slide, please. I live in the headwaters of the Sacramento River at Mount Shasta. How bad is the snowpack? It's really bad. I highly recommend that the board require the Bureau and DWR to use a 99% exceedance runoff forecast. If you look in the middle of the page there, you'll see that water year 2022 water in inches is 34% of average compared to 69% of average last year. It's really, really dry here, and that's for Sacramento, Shasta, and Trinity watersheds. The McLeod Basin's a little bit better at 58%, but it's really, really bad. Next slide, please. We didn't get 17 feet of snow up here in Mount Shasta for New Year's 2022. We just got a few feet. And to give you a real life example of how bad it is up here, you'll see that the ski park at Mount Shasta closed March 12th. That was last Saturday. A year ago, it closed April 16th. In 2020, it closed on March 20th. You can see from the picture there, that's Coyote Butte with Mount Shasta in the background. Coyote Butte is almost 7,000 feet. As you can see, there's very little snow below 7,000 feet. Next slide. So my recommendations are that the state board require reclamation to include model Trinity River temperatures in the temperature management plan, that they limit Shasta releases from 3,250 in April to 5,000 in May through November, that the Trinity exports to the Sacramento River during April to November be very limited, again, to just the amount necessary to keep the Trinity River cold. There may be a need to increase Trinity releases to keep it cold enough. And again, limiting deliveries to the settlement and exchange contractors. What we've really seen during the past few years of drought is that actually, while the Trinity River was dammed to provide water to Westland's Water District and the San Luis unit, during these drought years, it goes to the settlement and exchange contractors because clearly the water supply has been over appropriated. There's way too much paper water in the system. And what we're seeing during drought is how that paper water is manifesting itself in low reservoir storage and dead fish. And of course, ensuring Lewiston Reservoir has adequate flushing to meet both 90-5 temperature standards as well as basin plan temperature objectives. And I might add that they also need to make sure there is enough cold water in Trinity Lake to provide for what we call the Lower Klamath Record of Decision, which is water that's released from Trinity and Lewiston reservoirs into the Trinity River during the late summer and fall to prevent a repeat of the 2002 fish kill when about 65,000 adult Chinook salmon died in the Lower Klamath River. We can't afford a repeat of that, but we're getting very close to it. And I think the way the Bureau is operating the system, it will probably occur again. Thank you very much. I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stokely. I appreciate that. Quick housekeeping. I've been kind of pausing a quick moment after each speaker. I'll just assume we'll save questions to the end of the panels to be able to get through things a little quicker here. And so thank you again, Mr. Stokely, and all the panelists here for what has been a good contribution to the board's discussion. Board members, any questions for any of the panelists on panel one here? Okay, hearing none. Thank you again for your time. It's been much appreciated. And we can go on to panel number two. Panel number two will be on the status of Sacramento River Chinook salmon, including factors affecting mortality and significance to the population. We will start with introductory presentations from staff and the fishery agencies, then John Rosenfield with the San Francisco Baykeeper, and finally Todd Manley with the Sacramento River settlement contractors. And then we'll have board member questions then there at the end. I'd like to call up our first panelists on panel number two here.
All right. Thank
Mr.
you, Chair
Morano.
Esquivel.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Likewise. Thank you. So I'll begin with introductions. So thank you, Chair Esquivel, and to members of the board. I'm Stephen Morano. I'm a biologist with the NIMS California Central Valley office in Sacramento. Also on this panel, we have Bill Poitras, who's a program manager at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Red Bluff office. He oversees fishery monitoring at the Red Bluff Diversion Dam, as well as Doug Killam, who's a senior environmental scientist with California Department of Fish and Wildlife's Northern Region. He has extensive experience in Upper Sacramento fisheries monitoring. And I'll be presenting the slides on the status of the species. And then in the ensuing presentation, Miles Daniels of the Southwest Fisheries Science Center will discuss the factors affecting mortality. So next slide, please. So to provide a very brief introduction, California Central Valley is the southern end of Chinook distribution. It's formerly one of the richest regions in the world for Chinook salmon production. That's in large part because it has different runs of Chinook that enter the system in the spring, fall, late fall, and winter. And historically, these runs could spread across different elevations and habitat. There's been a lot of habitat loss and degradation. In particular, winter run have lost their only native cold water habitat for spawning upstream of Shasta. So the result is that winter run are endangered, spring run are threatened, and fall run, the fall run fishery has been severely impacted. But the river still is the only one in North America that has 4 Chinook salmon runs. It still has that portfolio of species. It still can be highly productive. Next slide, please. So Michael Macon presented a little bit of this data earlier, but I'd like to take kind of a larger view and look back slightly further than what he presented. So I want to look at the larger trends for fall run, which are shown in the orange line on this figure, as well as winter run Chinook, which are the blue line in this figure. These are both counts from the main stem of the Sacramento River. Our fall run records begin in the 1950s. There's a lot of variation in the early part of the record, but by the 1960s, I think declines are really evident. so that by the early 1970s, fall run populations are actually similar to winter run populations. Then there's a severe drought in 76 and 77, maybe the drought of record for Shasta, at least as long as the reservoir's been there. And there was also some pollution concerns that led to winter run populations crashing in around 79 or 1980. And then there was dry periods from 87 to 92 that really resulted in the winter run numbers flatlining. They were listed as endangered under state and federal laws, and they had an extreme population bottleneck. Some years they had less than 200 spawners. So their populations became really dependent on hatcheries, which leads to genetic diversity concerns and fitness issues. Since winter run collapsed in the 1980s, the fall run numbers have generally been much larger, except for some drought periods like 2016, 2018, it got a little close. And then once again, last year, the numbers on the main stem were actually, unfortunately, similar for both of the runs. So to sum it up, the populations today are a fraction of their historic abundance, and they're clearly less than our earliest monitoring records. I think there's a risk of shifting baselines here. So even if we have modest improvements in recent years, I think there's a risk that those are misinterpreted and we kind of lose sight of how diminished these populations have really become. Next slide, please. So I'll try to drill into the fall run information first here. So this chart shows the status of fall run Chinook populations above Red Bluff in the Sacramento River over the past 15 years, zooming in a little bit on what we were looking at earlier. The blue bars are the main stem Sac River fish, and the orange bars are the salmon using tributaries above Red Bluff. On average, the main stem is about 27% of the watershed production. The two other major contributors are Battle Creek, which is about 57%, and Clear Creek, which is about 12%. You can see in some years that the main stem, the areas that can really be affected, particularly by Keswick releases, by our temperature management and other choices this year. Some years it can be as much as half of the production for fall run. In other years it can be much lower, a quarter or even less. Next slide, please. So now we're shifting to looking into some of the winter run information. This is a slightly different sort of view of it. So the colors are now representing something different. So the chart shows winter female spawner population for a given year in the blue bars. And what I'd point out here is that the fish who spawned in the last 2 years, think 2020, 2021, were largely born 3 years before that in 2017, 2018, which means that they were the offspring of the fish from the 2014, 2015 drought. So in essence, the populations had a single generation or 3 cohorts, right? They make up a generation to try and rebound from that last major perturbation or collapse. They haven't really been able to achieve that because if you look at the orange bars, which show the juvenile production per female, the reproductive success in those years has been pretty low. So the take home here is really that the adult returns shown in the blue are important, but they really need to be evaluated along with the reproductive success in the orange there to really understand the population trends. Next slide, please. So we'll look at that same information just in a slightly different manner. So you can sort of see on the x-axis here, those number of female spawners that are returning to their spawning grounds. And then on the y-axis, what the actual production per female was of of juveniles. And you can see that the ratio is particularly low for brood year 2021, depicted at the bottom of the figure. So even despite having good returns in a given year, having low, that can really be offset or counteracted by having poor juvenile production. Another point here is that the relationship has sort of weakened over recent years. It used to be that 2014 and 2015 were outliers, but now 2021 really sort of makes those pale in comparison because of the high mortality rates. Next slide. So the good adult numbers didn't translate, the good adult returns didn't translate into good juvenile numbers emigrating out of the spawning grounds. To sort of give you some summary statistics of that, the brood year 2021 production estimate was the 4th lowest in the time series that I'm showing here. It was the 6th lowest since these estimates have even been produced. That was starting in 1996. Next slide, please. And as others have alluded to, the egg to fry survival specifically for 2021 was low, about 2.5%. If you compare that to the long-term average, which is the blue line on this figure, that's about 24%, so an order of magnitude less than even the average survival that we'd expect to see. And as a point of reference, once again, 2014 and 2015 used to be our low points, right? So in 2015, it was estimated to be about 4.5%, and the following year, about 5.9%, or pardon me, I said that backwards. So 5.9% followed by 4.5. So in short, we're seeing some of the worst fishery outcomes that we've seen in these periods of monitoring. And last year, we lost about 97% of the population before they even effectively made it downstream. Next slide. So to summarize the status of the species, try to answer that question that was presented to this panel today. The Chinook salmon, both winter and fall run, have experienced population declines. There's high dependence on hatcheries, and they've lost their diversity in spawn timing and distribution. Specific to winter run, they used to have about 190 miles of spawning habitat above Shasta. Last year, we were only able to provide 5 river miles from Keswick down to Highway 44. And we only were able to provide temperatures adequate for spawning for really the beginning of the temperature management season, after which there was a loss of temperature control. So just a really stunning decline in what habitat they have available. In addition, they already have weakened resilience. They're the only Pacific salmonid winter runner that have a single population left, so that's unique. They're also the Pacific salmonid that's most vulnerable to climate change based on assessments that have been done. Like I was describing, they're trying to bounce back from recent droughts, or either the recent droughts or the ongoing drought, however you want to sort of describe it. And they're going to continue to be vulnerable to catastrophic events or emerging issues. So maybe as a specific example, we're depending so heavily on the hatcheries right now, but the hatcheries are susceptible to disease outbreaks. Sometimes they can't collect brood stock. And we have had big issues with breakdowns in the chillers and trying to keep the water cold enough. So even the hatcheries as a mitigation or as a backup plan are a vulnerable option. So on the final slide here, we just had an opportunity for questions. So happy to take those now, or you're welcome to hear Miles' presentation on some of the sources of these mortality, and we'd be happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Morano. Seeing if there's any initial, and not seeing any, so we can continue on. Thank you.
Great. Good morning, almost good evening. I'm Miles Daniels. I'm a researcher at UC Santa Cruz and also an affiliate of NOAA. So I'll wait for these slides to pop up before I get going.
Great, and thank you for your time today. Really do appreciate everyone making the time to be here and contribute.
Yeah, I appreciate your time. So I'm going to be talking about 2 stressors, specifically temperature and thiamine in the Central Valley, and kind of giving you a brief introduction about why we think they're a problem and kind of the recent trends. So next slide. Before I jump into that, though, I think it's important to kind of just focus ourselves around this plot here. This is showing you the egg to fry survival data at Red Bluff that Stephen just showed in kind of a different format. So it's a time series going from 1996 to 2021 on the x-axis, and those blue dots are the estimates of egg to fry survival from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And it's important to think about this because when we're talking about estimating temperature impacts, this is really the primary data point we have. We don't really have empirical data where we can go to the red and watch how many of those eggs turn into fish and emerge because of a number of reasons. So we have to use this as our benchmark to assess egg success. Next slide. So I'll start with temperature impacts and then kind of move quickly into thiamine impacts. So temperature impacts first. Next slide, please. So I'm not just going to show you kind of the predictions of the model, but I want to start by giving you a little bit of information about what the inputs are that go into the model, and then kind of a little bit about the structure of the model, and then provide some outputs. So these are kind of the 3 primary data points we use for understanding temperature impacts for salmon. And it all really starts with aerial red data. So we need to know first where these eggs are in the system, right? The river temperatures change throughout time and space. And so we need to know where these eggs are. And so we use aerial red data to get that information. Next, since we're trying to understand temperature impacts, we need to understand what the exposure of those eggs are to certain temperatures. And so we have a river temperature model by the Southwest Fisheries Science Center that's published where you can estimate that. And so now when we combine this information on space and time of reds, eggs essentially, and the temperatures they're experiencing, we can kind of get a sense of what's their temperature trace as they're incubating before they emerge. And then, as I mentioned before, we can't empirically measure how many eggs turn into how many fry, et cetera. So we use that data, the ETF data at Red Bluff to fit a model around our assumptions. Next slide. And this is what the Science Center has done. We're calling it the NIMS model or the NOAA Fisheries model, but it's basically a model that is taking information about temperature and some other factors and trying to fit that to the observed egg to fry survival at Red Bluff. So it has 4 parameters here. I'll go into them very briefly just so you have a general understanding, but I know Eric Danners can go into this a little bit more in panel 3. So the first term is background survival in red, S0. And this is essentially what you would think as how many eggs, how many fry would survive if there was no temperature effect and no density dependent effect on average for the population. And when we fit that, it's about 36% if you look at the time series from 96 to 2015. So this is on average. It's not every year is different, of course, but this is the average effect of background survival. Next, we add in the green term, which is background survival with density dependence. So we assume that as there's more female spawners coming into the system, there might be some kind of competition effect. And so that density dependent essentially weakens the background survival. And we fit that by this term called carrying capacity K. So we take the number of females observed to come into the system, and as N approaches K, as the capacity is met, it kind of weakens the background survival. So it's going to reduce background survival as more females come into the system. The next 2 parameters, T crit and BT, are really the heart of the TDM model. And I'll go to the next slide to kind of go into those a little bit more. Okay, so this is a conceptual model figure taken from the Martin et al. Publication, which was published in 2017 and describes the TDM model in ecology letters. And I'll walk you through this a little bit just to get a sense of what T crit and BT are doing. So if you look at that figure, you see some dots, some squares. Just imagine those as eggs in a river somewhere, and they're incubating at certain temperatures, whether it's cold on the left or warm on the right. And we're following these eggs through time and see how many of them survive. And this is the ideal condition, right? And then that blue little line thing there is kind of the representation of the TDM model. And what it's doing is trying to find out what T crit is and what BT is. And T crit is basically the point where we assume some temperature effect is occurring to reduce survival. So there it's outlined by that little blue circle there. So before that, it's kind of a straight line. Then we see T crit. Oh, it looks like survival is decreasing. We assume there's some temperature effect, and the rate of that decrease, the rate of mortality that occurs is determined by BT, another parameter. So that's kind of a quick introduction to the model. It has 4 parameters. When you fit it with 2016 to 2015 data, background survival is 36%. That K carrying capacity term is about 9,000. BT is 0.02 degrees C per day. And T crit, the critical temperature, is around 12 degrees C. And this is the best fit parameter. This is the parameters that describe the data the best out of other options. Okay, so now we kind of have an understanding of the TDM model. Try to fit it to ETF data. It predicts TDM, and it can predict background survival based on density dependent as well. So now we can look at some of those predictions on the next slide. So I'll start with temperature dependent egg mortality. So this is again another time series from 1996 to 2021. Mean annual temperature dependent egg mortality is on the y-axis. And you can see it goes up and down as you would expect. Some years there's really good cold water resources, so there's really no TDM. Other years and challenging water years, like we're all aware of, 2014, 2015, and this year, there is quite a bit of TDM. And so putting this in perspective for recent trends, 2021 was about 75% estimated TDM for the eggs in the river, which is kind of similar to 2014 and 2015. Next slide. So the other component of the model, TDM, then there's background density dependent survival. I've kind of flipped it here to be mortality since we're talking about temperature dependent mortality. And this is the same kind of thing, just showing you how it changes over time. And it doesn't change as much as TDM. It's pretty stationary, around 72% on average. 2021 was a little higher at, say, 79%. And that's just because there were a lot of females coming in, so that density dependent kicked in and kind of reduced the average level of background survival. And for this slide, I think it's important to note that this is kind of a catch-all term in the model. We know there's lots of other factors that occur that are independent from temperature, and this is to represent those factors, whether it's at the egg stage or the fry stage. This is kind of a catch-all term that we don't have the data yet to kind of understand some of those mechanisms. So it's just kind of a catch-all term, I should put. Next slide. Okay, so I've kind of shown you what the TDM is for that time series, what the background survival is for that time series, and now this is the output of the model. What's the egg to fry survival for that same time series? This is the same plot we saw in the beginning of the talk. Blue is the U.S. Fish and Wildlife estimate. Orange is our model estimate. And a few things to point out. It does a pretty decent job of capturing the ups and downs. It's not perfect. It's a model, of course. In in terms of how much of the variation it describes, it's about 67% of the variation you observe is described by this model, which is pretty good for an environmental data-driven model. Also, just pointing out recent trends, 2021, as Stephen mentioned, is unfortunately pretty much the lowest egg to fry survival we see on the figure at about 2.5%. There's little asterisks there that you might see. That's just to note that in this modeling, we tried to account for thiamine effects, which I'll talk about later, but I just wanted to be upfront about that. And lastly, the thing to point out is, as I mentioned, it's a model, it's not perfect, but this model does do exceedingly well at predicting egg to fry survival when there are years of assumed high TDM. So like 2008, 14, 15, 21, the predictions are pretty much right on top of the estimates. So it's doing a good job in those cases. Okay, so that's the kind of the temperature component of the talk. Now I'm going to switch gears to the thiamine component. Next slide. Thank you. And you can just go to the next slide again. Thanks. So I think we're all probably a lot more aware of temperature effects for salmonids and maybe not so much with thiamine deficiency complex as it's known. So I'll give you a quick background. This is a lot of collaborative work. I'm just the messenger here today. So if there's questions that I can't answer, I can at least put you in contact with people that can answer those questions. But a little bit of a background on thiamine. So thiamine, otherwise known as vitamin B1, is essential for pretty much all life. Whether you're a fish or a human, you need it. When you don't have it, it's not good for you. For adult salmon, when they're low in thiamine, they pretty much pass that low level of thiamine onto their eggs. And then eggs, as they hatch and become fry, then have a higher chance of mortality due to thiamine deficiency complex. So this is important to note that we don't really have any evidence that thiamine deficiency is affecting the probability of egg survival. It's more affecting later life stages, like later fry survival. So that's an important point to note. Also, even if you don't die from your low thiamine concentration, you can have morbidities associated with it. So I've listed a few here. So it can impact fry growth. It can impact predator avoidance, prey capture availability, visual development, swimming ability, immune function. Pretty important things when you're a fish moving down the stream. And so even if you survive, your probability of being eaten by a predator or succumbing to a disease is maybe higher just because of that thiamine complex that you have. And then often a question is, well, where is this coming from? What is the source? Is this something happening in the river? No, it's all pretty much pointed to the marine diet. So basically the food that these fish eat when they're out in the ocean is affecting their thiamine levels. There's a few different pathways that are thought to that occur, but it's basically coming out in the marine diet. And to the point of a board member, that's not really controllable. It's kind of out there and you can't really control it in terms of stressors that we can have an effect on. Okay, so that's a quick background. I know I'm going through this kind of fast, I apologize. Next, I want to show you some data from 2021 about observed levels of thiamine in winter run on the Sacramento River. So next slide. So to some background for this slide, essentially in 2021, managers at the Livingston Stone fish hatchery took some females, measured their thiamine concentrations. Some of those eggs from those females were given to UC Davis to rear and follow up. And so after these eggs hatched, they were followed for about 80 to 120 days post-fertilization, and mortality was observed. So when you're looking at this plot, what you should really think about is each dot is, say, 100 eggs from a given female. And we see that there's some variability on the x-axis of their thiamine concentration, which is in nanomoles per gram. And so each dot represents those eggs in those thiamine concentration, and the y-axis is showing you their proportion survival. So if you had a dot that was at 2.5 on the x-axis and it's at, say, 30 on the y-axis, that means out of those 100 eggs, 30 survived, 70 of them died. So this is pretty standard kind of dose response epidemiological data that we can look at and say there is some relationship between the concentration of thiamine and the probability of those fish surviving past fry stage. And so to better understand this, we fit a model to it. And you can go to the next slide. Hello? There we go, back. Sorry, making sure I didn't get off the internet there for a second. So yeah, so we fit a model to it. I think that model, we skipped a few slides, doesn't matter, this is fine. That orange line is the model there. The formula of the model is at the top right. You don't need to pay attention to that, just putting it out there so everybody wants to see it. And from this model, we can calculate a few different things. One of them is called effective concentrations. We do this at the EC50 and the EC95 level. This basically says what concentration do I need to have a probability of survival of 50%? And what concentration of thiamine do I need to have a probability of survival of 95%? And it turns out to be about 2.9 and 4.9. So if you have a concentration of 4.9, you're about 95% likely to survive. There's still some chance you won't. As you go down, your survival probability decreases. So this is great. This is actual data from winter run for 2021 from the system. But these are just, eggs in a laboratory. And so we can try to expand this out to population level effects as shown on the next slide. So there's a few steps that go into this that I won't have time to go into, but essentially what happened was in 2020 and in 2021, people started being aware that there was this thiamine issue. And so eggs at Livingston Stone, or fish females coming up at Livingston Stone, were captured. Some of their thiamine levels were measured. And we can kind of have a representative sample of what we think those population levels in those years thiamine concentrations were. And then we can use that model that we developed to say, well, what fraction of the population would have succumbed to thiamine deficiency complex? And that's pretty much what's shown here on the x-axis. So blue is 2020, golden is 2021. You see that in 2020, we think that about 75% roughly of the fish would have succumbed to thiamine deficiency, while in 2021, it's about 50% roughly. And that's simply to the fact that concentrations in thiamine in 2021 were lower than 2020. So just making the point that this is kind of another stressor added on. In addition to temperature, these fish also had to deal with thiamine in 2021 as well, which is pretty challenging. Okay, so almost done here. Next slide. I've been talking a lot about winter run Chinook salmon. We can skip over this slide. It's just showing you how we can basically incorporate thiamine deficiency survival into our ETF model, but it's not critically important for this talk, I think. I think more important is realizing the fact that this is not just an issue related to winter run Chinook salmon on the Sacramento River, but it's occurring in multiple runs on multiple rivers. And so this is a slide, I know it's kind of busy, but essentially each kind of bin of bars represents eggs that were collected from a given hatchery for a given run on a given year. So that first one is Coleman National Fish Hatchery, late fall 2020. The one at the end is Merced Hatchery, fall 2021. And then of those eggs that were sampled and thiamine assessed, we kind of binned it into these 4 categories based off the modeling work I just showed you, as either their thiamine concentrations are dark red, i.e. critical, they're probably not going to make it. Low thiamine levels, not going to be good for them. Intermediate is kind of this golden color, and then gray is they're probably out of the danger zone and likely to survive. And as you can see, there's quite a bit of red, dark red, especially for winter run 2021, which is kind of in the middle of the plot there from Livingston Stone. But a lot of the other runs have quite a bit of red, quite a bit of orange in the system as well. So we probably expect these thiamine impacts to occur throughout the system. And that sort of makes sense, right? They're all out in the ocean. Maybe feeding on slightly different food sources, but in that general same area. Okay, so I'll end here with next slide, a few concluding remarks that I just want to make clear. First, I think it's important to note that the ATDM model explains a good amount of variation in the observed ETF from 1996 to 21. It's about 67%. So it's doing a pretty good predictive job. Also noting that in 2021, TDM was relatively high at 75%, on par with 2014 and 2015. But it's important to note in 2014, 2015, there's no evidence that there was a thiamine issue. So now these fish not only have to deal with the TDM, but also the thiamine on top of it. In regards to thiamine deficiency, again, it's an emerging concern. There's really no evidence that it's been around pre-2020. So we don't think it is important in impacting our modeling results prior to 2020. There's just no data that it was around then. And also an important thing to note is that there's no treatment available for wild populations. Hatchery fish can be treated, wild populations cannot at the current point in time. And the last point is more about the biology of thinking about temperature and thiamine. It's very complex, as we all know, but we do have a pretty clear understanding that we think TDM is going to occur first. We don't really see any evidence that thiamine is affecting egg survival, but we know temperature is affecting egg survival. And so the order of these things would be temperature would occur first. Eggs that survive from temperature, if they have thiamine, will then have to deal with that as fry later out in their life stages. So I think I'll end here. I will make one point about the TDM model since this was brought up. It is publicly available. So we have a website called CVTemp. If you typed in cvtemp.noaa, you'd probably get there. There's a download section. You can download it. If you want to explore it, it has all the inputs, the fitting procedure, it's all there. And anybody who's ever asked for it, we've freely given it to them. And I think it's an important point to make that I'm not trying to be combative in terms of Mr. Berkfeld's comments about non-combative models. But I think if there are open sources of data, we should provide links to those data, because if these models are just sitting on a link and nobody uses them, they're not very helpful. So if Lee would be able to provide links to the Sacramento River settlement contractor models, I think that would be fantastic as well to help inform the community. And I'll
Really appreciate that suggestion, Mr. Daniels. And what I would suggest actually is if our staff could just aggregate them. I know it'll take some work or time, and hopefully it's an easy exercise here for us to be able to do, but aggregate them, provide them as a basis on our website under Sacramento River temperature management is something I'd really advocate for. So I appreciate that suggestion. I think it'll help all of us make sure we're continuing to contribute to what is a very collaborative and open space in academia and with stakeholders around, again, challenging circumstances. My question would be on the thymine side. Do we have an understanding if this is going to be a persistent issue into the years going forward? The ocean conditions, oceanic conditions that are creating this. I imagine, and if you don't have the answer right away, it's one that just trying to understand if it's going to be a persistent thing we're going to have to better understand and manage into the future, or if it seems it's a anomalous otherwise.
Yeah, very good question. I am not the expert, but I think hearing other folks, they would say it's hard to tell. It seems like in certain areas you can go out and sample the marine environment and say, yep, there's these certain prey items that are highly abundant. They have issues known to thymine, so there's probably going to be another thymine issue. But I think it's still a little too early to tell. So yeah, I can try and provide more insight through an email, but yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Any questions from board members? And then otherwise, I believe next will be Doug Killam. And Mr. Rockwell, I do see your hand up. I can give you a moment, but I apologize because we have so many folks that are needing to speak. I'm not going to entertain a back and forth and an ability to kind of ask questions. But if there's something that is pressing or that you need, just yes. So can we quickly unmute Mr. Rockwell and then.
I just wanted to suggest that thiamine, or B1, is a water-soluble vitamin. So it may be important to think about researching fish when they come in from the ocean and their levels of thiamine, and those that have been in the freshwater system for weeks or possibly even months.
Okay,
What's the impact of that?
Okay, I appreciate that. Any further questions for Mr. Daniels? Okay, thank you. And let's go on. I believe next is Doug Killam.
Hi, good
Hello.
Good afternoon. I think it's Eric Danner on.
Okay, apologies then.
Thank you.
And actually, I think Eric Danner is part of panel 3 here, Mr. Killam, and it's okay. I believe you and Bill Poitras were speak as needed, so we can actually go on to Mr. Rosenfeld then. Rosenfield, apologies, Mr. Rosenfield.
Chair, and members of the board. I'm John Rosenfield, Senior Scientist for San Francisco Baykeeper. Next slide, please. The overview of what I want to talk about on this panel, trying to respond to the questions that were asked, is that winter run Chinook salmon are in grave danger of extinction. The status of spring run Chinook salmon is also perilous. The board asked about fall run Chinook salmon. We don't have results from last year, but based on the temperatures that persisted into the fall last year, I believe that there were severe temperature impacts to fall run, and of course their long-term trend is not very good either. High water temperatures led to low survival of winter run Chinook salmon in 2021. As I mentioned, fall run probably experienced similarly bad outcomes. The best available science regarding Chinook salmon egg temperature tolerances, including for winter run, is clear and consistent. With that, I'll take the next slide. So as I've described to this board before, Central Valley Chinook salmon are in deep trouble. The table here is from the board's own scientific basis report from 2017. The left column shows the 1967 through 1991 baseline for the 4 Sacramento River unique populations of Chinook salmon, as well as the San Joaquin River Fall Run is the bottom row there. And the point here is that the 67 through 1991 baseline, we were supposed to double. I'm sorry, was there a question? Okay.
Sorry, I think it was inadvertent.
Okay, we were supposed to double off that baseline based on requirements of the Central Valley Project Improvement Act and the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. And the remaining columns in that table show that we've done the opposite. All the populations have declined and declined substantially. So to illustrate for the graphic below shows what's happened for winter run. And this establishes a little bit more of a context than we've seen so far in the population estimates of winter run. On the left there is the 1967 through 1991 years. The average is represented by the horizontal line on the left. There's a horizontal line on the lower right, which is the average since the 1967-1991 averaging period, a decline of, I think, about 89% through 2015. And the dashed line in the middle of the right side of that graphic shows, for reference, the production target that we were supposed to hit under the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan and Central Valley Project Improvement Act. Next slide, please. So despite what we may hear or may have heard elsewhere, may hear today or may have heard elsewhere, Central Valley Chinook salmon are still in very deep trouble. Adult salmon returns in 2020 and 2021 were slightly higher than the immediately preceding years. They're obviously nowhere near the doubling target that I showed you or the 1967 through 91 average. That's the baseline for these populations. And also adult salmon returns, just fundamentally, this has been covered a little bit, returns of adult salmon in 2020, 2021, or any other year have nothing to do with river conditions in those years. These are semmelparous fish. They spawn and they die. They return when they're going to return, and they see the conditions that they see. So for the populations of the past few years, it's important to remember that we had record wet conditions in 2017 that set high reservoir storages in 2017 and into 2018. High Shasta reservoir storages are associated with cold river temperatures and suitable flows, and those two factors are associated with good salmon survival. So it's no surprise that in 2020 and 2021, we had good salmon returns. That's not a reflection of how we managed the river in 2020 or 2021. It's a reflection of extraordinarily wet conditions in 2017 that allowed for good storage in that year and 2018, and good flows as well. Next slide, please. What's relevant to river management is, as has already been described a little bit, the mortality or survival of fish in the river, right? That reflects conditions in the river that year and management of the river that year. As other people have noted already, temperature-dependent mortality for winter run Chinook salmon last year is estimated to be 75%. Egg to fry survival is lower still, 2.6%. This is a record low. I'm showing the recent history of survival, and as has been mentioned, 2.6% survival just to the fry stage is a record low. The dotted line here shows the long-term average, or at least over the past 15, 16 years of egg to fry survival, and it's about 22%. Next slide, please. But in addition to the extreme temperature-dependent mortality and record low egg to fry survival, I want to remind folks that we lost 5.6% of winter run Chinook salmon spawners last year prior to spawning. They were killed by high reservoir, high temperature releases from Shasta and Keswick in April and May. That's been described as an adaptive measure to conserve cold water, but it wound up killing 5.6% of winter run before they spawned. And the loss of those eggs, the eggs that were carried by those fish, are not counted in the temperature dependent mortality estimates or the egg to fry survival, right? The starting point for those two metrics is eggs in the gravel, not eggs that entered the river. So the losses due to temperature effects were even higher than has been mentioned so far. Sacramento spring run Chinook salmon were also likely to be killed prior to spawning. We don't have accurate counts of them. And you may remember images from last year. I'm showing a picture captured by Baykeeper's field investigator of winter run Chinook salmon struggling for oxygen, struggling with high temperatures, swimming close to the surface, very distressed behavior. The fish that I've circled has white fungal growth on its head, covering its eyes, which probably prevented that fish from spawning successfully. This was a widespread occurrence that CDFW documented last year. Next slide, please. Chinook salmon egg temperature tolerances are well-defined and increasingly well-defined. Dr. Daniels was too modest with regard to the value of recent research from the National Marine Fisheries Services Southwest Fisheries Science Center. That model and the research it's based on really is like a unified field theory of temperature and dissolved oxygen limits for teleost fishes, if such a thing is, exists and people care about it. It's an amazing advance. The science goes well beyond winter run Chinook salmon and predicts temperature and dissolved oxygen thresholds for dozens of fish species. It's the best available science. All right. And I mean, I can't rave about it enough. It identifies a temperature threshold of 53.6 degrees Fahrenheit, or as Dr. Daniels said, 12 degrees Celsius. Those are the same things. And so that's the best available science. Papers published in 2016 and 2020 advancing on that science. But that temperature threshold was not new in 2016. It's exactly the same temperature threshold that Merrick and Czech identified in 2001 and 2004 in an academic literature review of Central Valley specific temperature effects on Chinook salmon. Okay, so we've known that 53.6 degrees Fahrenheit was the T-crit, or the beginning. Temperatures above that are where temperature dependent egg mortality accelerates rapidly. We've known that for at least 20 years. I want to point out, in addition, that Merrick and Czech 2001, Merrick and Czech 2004, and Martin et al. 2016 explicitly reject higher temperature standards for winter run Chinook salmon. They looked at the evidence and found that it did not warrant a different temperature standard. There's no evidence of a different temperature threshold no compelling evidence for a different temperature threshold for winter run Chinook salmon eggs. This is settled science. We shouldn't still be talking about this, but here we are. With regard to questions that were asked, Merrick and Czech 2001 have a very interesting and relevant quote. They say, water temperature is perhaps the physical factor with the greatest influence on Central Valley salmonids, short of a complete absence of water. We can argue whether it needs to be a complete absence of water, but I'll say if you have 75% temperature dependent mortality, that's a very clear majority of the fish were affected by temperature. So it is the de facto last year, the largest effect on winter run Chinook salmon success. And with respect to Vice Chair Diadamo's question, this is controllable. We can control temperatures coming out of Shasta and Keswick. Obviously, hydrology is important, but that's why managing temperatures at Shasta requires management and attention to Shasta storage and temperatures, not just at the daily, weekly, monthly, or seasonal scale. It requires management attention across years. You have to plan for drought and hot weather. We're in California. This is the Central Valley. That just makes sense. Next slide, please. So I want to put these numbers, temperature dependent mortality, egg to fry survival in context. I know it's a lot of in the weeds terminology, but the basic points are Chinook salmon die after spawning. They cannot withstand persistently bad egg incubation and juvenile rearing conditions. They don't get a second chance. They return to the river. They have to spawn in the river that is there. Their whole life cycle, their whole life history, relying on high egg survival and high survival overall in the freshwater environment. So to put things in context, I'm showing a map of the Sacramento River. It's the blue squiggly line. It ends in San Francisco Bay down in the bottom middle of the image on the left. And I've used brackets to indicate where certain survivals are measured or where they occur. The orange bracket shows where eggs are deposited roughly for winter run Chinook salmon below Keswick Dam. That's the area in which temperature dependent mortality occurs. A typical population of winter run Chinook salmon, for instance, one not spawning below a Central Valley dam, but elsewhere in their range or before these dams were built, a typical population of Chinook salmon would experience roughly 0% temperature dependent mortality. Again, they don't spawn where their eggs are going to die because they spawn and die. Their eggs need to survive. Their whole mission is to put their eggs in a good environment. In 2020, we had 9% temperature dependent mortality. And as you've heard, in 2021, temperature dependent mortality is estimated by an excellent model to be 75%. Egg to fry survival, right, is a different, adding an additional life stage to just the eggs, right? And something we actually can measure by looking at actual fish. It's indicated by the red bracket. So the eggs are spawned where they're spawned. The lower edge of the red bracket is about Red Bluff. That's where we measure fry passage past Red Bluff. In a typical Chinook salmon population across their range, egg to fry conversion would be 38%. In a typical year, these are reservoir controlled rivers, just like the Sacramento. For winter run, as I've showed you, the long-term average, or at least in the past 15, 16 years, is 22%. In 2020, only half that amount survived. And in 2021, 2.6% survived just to the edge of that red bracket, the lower edge. But the fish have to survive throughout freshwater. And I've indicated their entire freshwater journey with a green bracket that ends at the end of the delta, right? This would indicate their total freshwater survival. In a typical population, 10% of the eggs that are deposited in a river would result in fish migrating out into the marine environment. On average, roughly 10% survival. In 2020, the cohort estimate is much less than 1.7%. 1.7% is what reached the delta, not what got through the delta. And in 2021, again, estimates, we're not through with their journey yet, but we're estimating that, or National Marine Fisheries Service and CDFW are estimating that less than 0.5% of the fish, the eggs that were deposited in the gravel are going to make it out to the ocean. Going to make it into the delta. Less than that will make it out to the ocean. So these fish cannot persist with continued years like the last two, especially following on similar disasters during the previous drought, which was not so far in the rearview mirror. Continuing with operations like this is a recipe for extinction for winter run Chinook salmon and similar devastating effects to spring run Chinook salmon and fall run Chinook salmon. And with that, I'll end my talk and take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenfield. Certainly another sombering panel, and appreciate the engagement here. Looking to my fellow board colleagues, thank you. I appreciate your time. Next, I'd like to call up Todd Manley.
Great. Thank you, Chair Escabel. Let's see, there it is. Great. Well, thank you. I really appreciate the time today and to be able to come before you and speak on this issue. For my presentation, what I'm going to be providing is an overview or a snapshot of what winter run experienced in the Sacramento River last year. Next slide, please. There we go. I think we all recognize that 2021 was one of the hottest and driest years on record. It was really difficult, and salmon and other water-dependent species all suffered. I also want to note the numbers that I'm going to be using in my presentation. I'll be citing from the CDFW and Fish and Wildlife Service reports, and I really appreciate them making those available. I know that's an incredible amount of work for them to generate that information. Next slide, please. While Chinook are a natteran species and spend most of their life out in the ocean, I will be concentrating on their freshwater life cycle stages. Next slide, please. And while the focus of this workshop is temperature, we are finding that to truly enhance species recovery, solutions need to address all freshwater life cycle stages. Next slide, please. So as has been mentioned, in 2021, we had a little over 10,000 adult winter run Chinook that returned to spawn. This was the largest return in 15 years and part of a 3-year upward trend. I think importantly, the carcasses that were recovered, 75% of those were naturally spawned fish and 25% were hatchery fish. I think it's also important to note that this run was just 2 generations removed from 2015. And if you recall back then, in workshops like we're having here today, some were predicting that there'd be a total loss of winter run Chinook. And yet, 2 generations later, we do have the greatest return in 15 years. I say that because I consider that to be something that provides us with hope, but also with a recognition that we have much more work to be doing to further enhance the species survival. Next slide, please. So of as has been mentioned, there were 31 million eggs that were laid in the spawning grounds. Next slide, please. And out of that, unfortunately, we had 798 fry that were born. Next slide, please. And of those, it's estimated 571,000 migrated past the screw traps at Red Bluff. Interesting, this represents an almost 30% mortality just in this upper reach of the river. And this is not egg to fry survival, this is actual juvenile mortality that's occurring in this reach. Next slide, please. And then on down to the Delta, 125,000 natural born determined to make it to the Delta. This reflects an 85% mortality, once again, of juvenile fish, not egg to fry. And the hatchery born fish suffered similar mortality levels, with Livingston stonefish having a 72% mortality and Coleman fish experiencing 95% mortality for this reach. Next slide, please. So how about some good news? I think, one of the exciting things that's happening is NOAA Fisheries is working with UC Davis on a study looking at outmigrating juveniles that are able to get out onto the floodplain, and then determining the success of those fish out in the ocean and then as returning adults. And while a very small percentage of the juvenile fish are getting out onto the floodplains, of the fall run fish that were sampled, the majority of them that are returning had spent some time out on the floodplain. And I mention this because this provides, I think, some promising results and further really shows the importance of the floodplain to juvenile fish and how important that is for their survival. And so hopefully if we can continue to reactivate floodplains and to further enhance or get more fish out onto those floodplains, I think that it would hopefully be helping with the survival of the species. Next slide, please. So we've been talking about the information that we have, but I think also after last year, we recognized that there would be more information that we would like about some of the issues that have been discussed today. Some earlier panelists have mentioned these, but I'll just reiterate them. Really understanding, just with the limited amount of suitable habitat that's available in the Redding area for spawning winter run, just how much successful spawning, what is the limit? How many fish can successfully spawn before superimposition becomes a big issue with that egg to fry survival? And then it has been mentioned several times, just this thiamine deficiency the detection in 83% of the samples. It's obviously a big issue. Just how is that impacting the survival of the species as well? And then lastly, just having a better understanding and monitoring with the actual conditions in the spawning grounds to understand how those conditions are affecting that egg fry survival. And then as we're looking at out migration, the juvenile survival in that reach between Redding and Red Bluff, just because of the importance that the screw traps have with generating the information, not only for survival of the downstream migrating fish, but also in the upstream reaches as well, and just understanding what's contributing to that mortality. And then lastly, the screw trap monitoring accuracy. It's unsafe for Fish and Wildlife Service employees to go out and monitor the screw traps during high water events. And so they raise the traps up out of the water. These high water events are the very triggers that are sending the juvenile fish downstream and telling them that they should be migrating downstream, and we can't measure them at that point. And so figuring out a way to do so where it could be safely monitored, I think, is really key, because it's leaving a hole in the monitoring activity that's occurring. Next slide, please. And then lastly, as difficult as 2021 was, I think it also showed the importance of all the efforts that we collectively are engaged in to help Chinook salmon in the Sacramento Valley. So with the Sacramento Valley Salmon Recovery Program, where we are implementing projects every single year to provide habitat benefits for all freshwater life cycle stages of all 4 runs of Chinook salmon. The ridge-top to river-mouth water management, where we're managing the water throughout this as it moves through the system and utilizing the same quantity of water to provide for multiple beneficial uses as it moves through the region. The reactivation of floodplains, both on the wet side of the levee with the habitat that's provided by the bypasses and side channels, and then also on the dry side with the fish food program and other efforts on that, within the farm fields. And then lastly, the Sacramento River Science Program, and just the importance of having a coordinating effort to really hone in on the science that needs to be generated in order to better understand the species and how we can help with their survival. Next slide, please. And with that, I appreciate your time and welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Manley. Appreciate your time and contributing to today's discussion and the presentation.
Thank you.
Looking to my fellow board colleagues if there is any questions for Mr. Manley or anyone on the panel as well, and appreciate again the panelists and the perspectives here. Looking to fellow colleagues, and
I have some questions.
Okay. Thank you,
Yeah.
Vice Chair.
Okay, so getting back to my questions about modeling, and Chair, I appreciate your suggestion that staff could collect that information. I guess on modeling, and also on my other question regarding what science questions are out there, not in this year type, but going forward, really, I think we're just going to continue to have these issues. So, Mr. Manley, I appreciate your flagging where you think there might be some gaps in information. I don't think that this is the time nor place to whittle down on these questions, but what sort of commitment could you all make on this panel to gather together, whether it's through the Temperature Management Task Force or the Science Partnership, to ask a question or two that could help better inform these decisions going forward?
I would welcome that. I think that the understanding, and once again, that collaborative effort to generate the science is something that's really important. And so I would definitely support that.
Anybody else looking in particular for the Fish Agency's comments?
Diadamo. So I'll, Vice Chair Diadamo, I'll attempt to answer that. So I think we're engaged in a number of collaborative science partnerships, right, to try to better understand and prioritize those things. I might put an emphasis on the latter part of that, to really prioritizing them. There are an infinite number of scientific sort of endeavors that we could take on. Specific to temperature management, I think we're really trying to understand which of those are most closely tied to sources of mortality, and which of those are most closely tied to management items or management actions that could be taken. So I think that we support and we're appreciative of sort of the broad scientific and monitoring enterprise, but we're trying to stay focused as well on what we see as being the major sources of mortality. And that's why there's been these refinements in the modeling, in the NIMS model. That's why there's been these refinements in sort of how we understand specifically what's happening, especially in these drought years and these critical conditions. So I don't think there's a silver bullet for research or monitoring, but we're trying to advance the modeling, and we're trying to also look at some of the other contingencies like reintroduction and like spring pulses and other parts of their life stage to better help species survival.
I think I would just add that it would be great to get a report back at the appropriate time. So it sounds like you're looking at these issues anyway, and I do appreciate the need to prioritize. So as far as timing, what do you think would be a good time for us to get an update on the narrowing down of some key science questions?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a large effort by the Sacramento River Science Partnership for this specific reach of the river to try to do those. So I think some of that's available currently, right? And that could be provided to your staff or to the board, sort of in a larger sense. I think those are specific projects to that location. There's larger monitoring reviews across the entire Bay Delta, as you may be aware, for trying to prioritize, where we should be focusing our efforts. In addition.
Thank you.
If I could jump in too, I'm a scientist and started my career studying Chinook salmon of the Sacramento River. That's sort of what turned me into a fish biologist. And so I'll be the first to line up for, new exciting scientific research, such as being produced from the National Marine Fishery Service Southwest Science Center, Fishery Science Center, and other places. But in this context, I've got to say that in 1991, I was involved in hearings before the Water Board, developing information for that about this very same issue, temperature-dependent mortality of winter-run Chinook salmon. And at that time, it was well understood that eggs died and winter-run Chinook salmon were being driven extinct by high exposure to high-temperature water from Shasta. The solution at that time was, let's have a temperature control device built on Shasta, and millions of dollars were spent on that. We have a temperature control device, and we're still here talking about, is it really temperature, right? And sometimes, just a cautionary note, the science doesn't make life easier, it makes life harder. And so the science since 1991 has shown that very clearly, as I stressed, that 56 degrees temperature, 56 degrees Fahrenheit, as is in Water Rights 90-5, which again came from 1990, is not an adequate temperature, and you need a lower temperature. So, we can continue to do research, and we will continue to do research and learn more about these amazing fish while they're still here. But unless we begin to use the science that we have about what these fish need, cold water, freshwater flows, that transport fish and also activate floodplains and do a variety of other things that benefit these fish. Unless we provide them with what the science is telling us we need, we're not going to have more science, because we're not going to have the fish around to study any longer.
Thank you. And then I did have one more question, Chair Esquivel, and that has to do with, and this is directed to Mr. Morano and Mr. Killam, or anyone else that's there representing the agencies. And that has to do with fisheries management mitigation strategies. So it sounds like it's just tough all the way around, including in the hatcheries and with some challenges with the facilities there with keeping temperatures low. But could you talk a little bit more about that and what other strategies you're looking at, specifically moving the eggs or the fry to other locations?
I might try to defer to, I see Jason Roberts from CDF&W as well as Doug on the line. So if they're available, would you like to speak to that?
Good afternoon. This is Doug Killam. I would defer to Jason on this subject, but I know that the federal hatchery for the winter run salmon, Livingston Stone, is currently, or last year had 3 large chillers installed just to attempt to get the water temperature coming from Shasta Reservoir down to suitable temperatures for the winter run brood stock and juveniles that were being held on site there at the base of Shasta Dam. So this year is looking even worse. So we're looking into contingency strategies as to how that, whether moving them to an alternative site. And I'm not sure whether a decision has been made quite yet.
Vice Chair Diadamo, great question. I could opine some. Jason Roberts, I'm an environmental program manager for the Department of Fish and Wildlife up in Redding. The fishery agencies are collectively working together on potential actions that could be taken in addition to temperature management on the river to try to maximize survival of winter run Chinook this year. I'm not sure we have any firm details to share today, but the results of those discussions are imminent, and I will share it with the board I'll share it with the board staff as soon as it's available, and they can share it with the board members if that's okay with you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts and Killam and Vice Chair. Any other questions from fellow board members? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, everyone, on this second panel. Let's go ahead and take our lunch break. It is 12:45-ish. So let's just say we'll come back at 1:20. And appreciate everyone's time so far this morning. We'll come back and begin with panel number 3. And thank you very much. Have a good lunch. We'll be back, and appreciate everyone's time today and patience. All right, everyone. It's 1:20. We can begin to gather back. Hope everyone had a good lunch. And what we will be proceeding to is panel number 3, which here, let me make sure I give you a good, accurate description here. We will now hear presentations from panel number 3 on assessment of temperature modeling and temperature-dependent modeling. We will start with introductory presentations from staff from the fisheries agencies, followed by Lee Bergfeld, Kristen Lennox, and Steve Zug from the Sacramento River Settlement Contractors. And finally, John Rosenfeld with San Francisco Baykeeper. And again, we'll wait till the panel is done presenting, and we'll have questions then afterwards. So this is now a more deeper dive then into the modeling and the tools that we've had good discussion of, and I appreciate the focus around, but here a better deeper dive, and maybe continue to make sure here, and I think you're hearing clearly from all board members, that we're desiring to make sure all this work, which as I understand it is, publicly available, open source, able to be, again, replicable here amongst us for all sorts of positive reasons. So let's go ahead and call up then our first panelist on panel number 3.
Hi, is that me, Eric Danner?
Yes, it is, Mr.
Okay.
Danner.
Thank you. Yeah, I thank the board for this opportunity, and I appreciate the chance to talk about our temperature modeling. I'm Eric Danner. I'm the lead of the biophysical ecology team at the Southwest Fishery Science Center, and it's my pleasure to talk about our work here that is done by many collaborators. Miles Daniels, who you heard from already, and James Gilbert, who's going to follow me, and many others. So next slide, please. So I'm going to give a little bit of an introduction here about the NIMS egg temperature-dependent egg mortality model. See, I've got egg in there twice, which just to make it perfectly clear what life stage we're talking about. It's often referred to as the Martin model based on the publications, but we are trying to refer to it as the NIMS model. I'm going to talk about the importance of independent review of science in this talk, and try to address some misconceptions, misperceptions, et cetera, about the model, and then address the key questions from the board. Next slide, please. So as I said, it was developed by and has the full support of the National Marine Fisheries Service. And it was introduced to the stakeholder community in the spring and summer of 2016, and then published in 2017. The publication date is sometimes referred to as 2016 because that's when it came out online. And then there's this important follow-up publication that came out in 2020. And it's based on fundamental scientific principles. And this involves a mechanistic understanding of the processes that are impacting developing aquatic eggs. And this physiological understanding tells us not just what is happening, but why it's happening. And that is really important. And so then these principles were tested and confirmed using laboratory studies in the follow-up paper. And there's two key management impacts as a result of this work that I really want to focus on. The first is that it establishes the lower critical temperature, which Dr. Rosenfeld already referred to. And I would like to say that I completely agree with him in that the science on this is settled. I don't think there should be much debate about that. And then the second part is that it quantifies the temperature-dependent egg mortality for a given scenario, historically what happened in the past, or what it can quantify and predict what will happen in the future under various operational scenarios. And this is really the key point, and because that's what we need for a modeling tool, something that'll tell us if we do this, what will happen. The downside of that, at least from my perspective, is this quantification allows for the quantification of uncertainty associated with those estimates, which have been the source of some critiques that I think are unfounded, but we'll get to that in a minute. And so next slide, please. So when the model came out, it immediately received intense focus and scrutiny, which I think is a good thing, because we wanted to make, any scientist really wants their work to be closely evaluated. But in the 5 years since it came out, and this I can't stress enough, there's been not a single peer-reviewed publication or analysis that has refuted the model or presented an alternative hypothesis. So as you saw from Miles's slide earlier, there's significant variation every year, interannual variation in the egg to fry survival. And our temperature model accounts for a huge component of that. But people that are critical of our model never produce any sort of alternative hypothesis of what would be driving that variation. And keep that in mind when you're hearing, potentially hearing any other opinions or critiques of our model. In 5 years, it's plenty of time to formulate a study, gather data, analyze the data, et cetera. We're not saying, and I want to be very clear about this, we're not saying there's any statute of limitations on challenging or refuting science. It should be a continuous process. What we are saying is that analyses, reports, et cetera, that are not independently reviewed should not be counted as equivalent to peer-reviewed published science. And I can't really stress that enough. If there are some very vocal critics when our model first came out, and why have they not published anything that refutes or challenges our model in that intervening 5 years? Next slide, please. So getting to the data itself, this is the annual egg to fry survival data, and Miles showed this slide earlier, and it can be highly variable, up to 50% in some years and as low as less than 5% in other years. And something has to be driving this variability. Next slide, please. And this is a sort of a characterization of the river system. We use this sort of temperature landscape quite often in our presentations. On the x-axis is time, and on the y-axis, which is reversed, it's distance from the dam, from the top moving down. So, Keswick Dam is at the very top of the figure, and then distance down is as you're traveling away from the dam. I put a box there to show, typically where in space and time the eggs or reds would be located, and predicting from the number of eggs what the survival will be down, 60 kilometers downstream at Red Bluff Screw Traps is actually a pretty challenging, ecological, biological question. But that very strong temperature egg to fry survival relationship really keyed us in on what the key factor would be, and that's how we developed our model. Next slide, please. So Miles, so here's the results of our model, which Miles already showed, and it's I'm biased, but it's a pretty amazing fit for a complex system like this, and it shows that the temperature dependent egg mortality really drives the egg to fry survival. And when you're considering concerns about model uncertainty, I really want you to think back to this slide and as a reminder that there's not a whole lot of uncertainty associated with our model predictions, especially in years with high, or I should say low survival, which is again, primarily driven by temperature. Next slide, please. So here's the model as Miles already presented. I'm only gonna really focus on these last two terms at the bottom here, the T crit and the BT. So the T crit is the temperature at which eggs start to die, and the BT is just how quickly they die with temperatures above T crit. Next slide, please. And if you plot this out on two axes here, T-crit along the bottom and BT along the y-axis, you get this predictable relationship that for higher values of T-crit, say 14 degrees C, BT would have to be much higher in order to meet the observed survival at Red Bluff. So that's why you get the curve as it is. Next slide, please. But at the extreme ends of this curve, the biology is not really very plausible. So for those blue dots up at the top there, at say a critical temperature of 14 degrees, your BT would have to be so high that essentially you exceed it by a tiny fraction of a degree for a very short period of time, and all the eggs would have to die. And we don't think that's realistic. Conversely, at the other end of the scale down there around 10 degrees Celsius, that's not biologically realistic either. If the critical temperature for eggs was 10 degrees Celsius, it's unlikely they would survive on the Sacramento River in the summertime at all. So the extreme ends of the scale are not supported by the biology. This is just the mathematical fitting of the BT and the T-crit to the observed survival data. So we run 1,000 parameter combinations. Those are the 1,000 combinations of the parameters shown here, and get a distribution of temperature-dependent mortality models for a given year. And we present the median of those values as our TDM estimate. And we include a 95% confidence interval, but that confidence interval includes all the points you see here. So it really over-exaggerates what is likely to be any sort of realistic confidence around the value. Next slide, please. Really, the focus should be on this point here. And if you look at the marginal distributions of the T-crit and the BT and those gray histograms on the top and on the right, that's where all the 1,000 parameter combinations, that's where the most likely value is here at 12 degrees C. And I can't remember what the exact BT value is. But that is what's supported by the most likely fit. It's the highest density of parameter combinations. It's the highest R squared. So the colors on this plot are the actual R squared values for each parameter combination. And the dark red are the best fit parameter combinations. And it's also the most biologically plausible of all the values. Next slide, please. I'm actually going to skip this part for the sake of time. Next slide. Next slide. So there's been some concern expressed by some individuals about the error in the egg to fry estimated values every year, and that could be somehow impacting our model fits. So this is just a preliminary analysis. This is not published. This is something we put together for this presentation. We took the best fit parameter from those previous slides and then used the egg to fry data, the published data from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and then perturb that within the confidence intervals for each year to say, well, what if it wasn't that exact predicted value for that year? What if it was somewhere within that range? And then ran that through our model and found that it's very robust. We get the same value, the same likely value for T-crit and BT, even with that accounting for that error in the egg to fry estimate. And next slide, please. And so we did the same thing because there's been concerns about the data for the locations of the reds that we use to fit the original model in the Martin paper. We used the aerial red survey data to get an accurate estimate of what the eggs, where the eggs were in the system, when the eggs were in the system, and then what temperatures they'd be exposed to. And rightly so, Doug Killam from U.S. Fish and Wildlife said, well, there's error in those aerial red survey data. So the carcass data would be a better source of information for that. And so we ran the model using the the carcass data, and we perturbed the carcass data too to see, well, what if the carcass data, there was uncertainty associated with that? What if they were off by a day or a number of days, or upstream, downstream? And we analyzed all that and found that that made essentially no difference in our critical temperature estimate. So those are two commonly cited sources of error in our model that people are concerned about, and we found that the model is very robust to both of those. Next slide, please. So why the lower critical temperature? Our model came out with 12 degrees C or 53.6 degrees F. The previous temperature target was 13.3 or 56 degrees Fahrenheit. And as I said earlier, it's important that our model not only explains why this value is, or that the value is lower, but it also explains why the value is lower. And that's based on a biophysical model of mass transfer theory. So that's how the oxygen is diffusing across the membrane of an egg. And then followed up with a mathematical model of O2 supply and demand in the Martin 2020 paper. And then, as I said earlier, confirmed with laboratory experiments. Next slide, please. So I'm going to go through this in much more detail than folks are probably interested in, but it'll serve a purpose that I'll explain here. So you take any red within the river, and that's depicted, for a particular location. Then the lower little drawing of a red has multiple egg pockets within a red. Those are the little pink circles. And then if you blow that up, this is what a computational fluid dynamics model of what an egg pocket within a red might look like. The eggs are the little red balls in there, and then the gray represent the gravel around the red. And then the flow goes from the top to the bottom as you're flowing from upstream to downstream. Next slide, please. So then if you take a cross section, a cut through the middle of that egg pocket, that's what that figure on the right is. And so the black circles are eggs, the gray circles are gravel. And if you sort of slice right down the middle, that's what this cross section would look like. And then the colors in the interstitial spaces are the velocity, represent the velocity of the water as it's moving through that egg pocket. And the green is higher velocity and the purple is lower velocity. And so the important take-home message here is that water velocities slow down significantly when they're moving through these interstitial spaces within an egg pocket. And it's highly variable within that space. So, in the open spaces between the eggs, it might be moving quickly. Around the boundary of an egg, it slows down. And in the tight interstitial spaces, it slows down even more. And these velocities are sufficient. And I should point out that, the oxygen is being supplied with the water as it's moving through the system. So if it slows down around the boundary of an egg, the egg uses up that oxygen and it's not being replenished, potentially being replenished fast enough if the water velocities are very slow. So those water velocities are generally fast enough in natural systems if the temperatures are low enough. Next slide, please. It's when temperatures start to increase that it becomes a problem. So oxygen demand within an egg increases with the egg volume, but it's got to be supplied across the surface of the egg. And salmon eggs are very large, and so their O2 supply is then precariously balanced with the demand. And then in red here is really the key point. The metabolic rate of embryos increases exponentially with water temperature. And so there's these two potential forms of oxygen depletion that occur. One is around the boundary of the egg, which you can see from that, where that arrow is pointing, and that if the demand goes up and they use up all that oxygen and it's not being supplied fast enough by water moving around the egg, they're going to start being limited. And the other is this depletion of, and that's what matters to that one egg. But the second one is depletion of the downstream oxygen that matters to other eggs. And you can see that from the sort of tail end of this computational fluid dynamics model that shows that the oxygen is depleted downstream from the egg. And next slide, please. And so this is where this becomes a factor within an egg pocket. So this is the same picture I showed earlier, but now we're looking at oxygen concentration instead of water flow. And you can see that, around the individual eggs, that depletion is occurring, but down at the bottom of the figure, it's much higher in the interstitial spaces and in general. And that's because this bulk depletion is occurring as the oxygen gets used up by the upstream eggs, and it's not less is available for the downstream eggs. And we were actually able to confirm this experimentally by measuring O2 and egg survival within a laboratory egg pocket to see that there was lower survival in the downstream end section of a egg pocket when temperatures were higher. Next slide, please. So the reason I'm going into all this detail is this explains, the mechanisms, our understanding that form the foundation of the NIMS egg temperature-dependent mortality model. And it also explains why the thermal tolerance is significantly lower than what is found in typical laboratory experiments, which do not clump the eggs into this sort of natural pocket with gravel. And so you end up with either, two-dimensional distribution of eggs on a tray where the water velocities are much higher, and they don't end up being oxygen limited. And it also is an attempt to clarify a common misconception about our oxygen limitation hypothesis, and that we never are stating that the dissolved oxygen in the Sacramento River is low in any way. That's not a function of the river's oxygen level. It's a function of what happens within an egg pocket. You can have a perfectly high oxygenated waters, but if they're moving too slowly and temperatures are too high through an egg pocket, that's when oxygen limitation occurs. And this has important implications for field measurements and field validations. Anybody that's going out and measuring O2 levels in a river outside of an egg pocket, it's not really relevant to what matters to an egg. And it's very challenging. We understand that measuring O2 and velocities at these very fine scales in the field is a very difficult thing to do. We are working on field studies to do that, but this is a realistic limitation. Next slide, please. All right, so getting back to the key board questions, how can temperature modeling be best informed temperature management planning, and are all the models publicly available? I'll get to the first part. Oh, and just to state that, I'm with the NIMS Southwest Fishery and Science Center. We're the science wing of NOAA, so we do science that supports management, but I stay away from policy decisions. So I'm purely presenting the science side of this, just to be clear. So all the model descriptions, model code, annual results, et cetera, input data, relevant papers are all available, as Miles mentioned, on our website, CV-Temp. There's the URL. Next slide, please. All right, so how can it be used for management? And in hindsight, I wish I'd spent much more time on this for this presentation, because I think this is truly what is the most useful information for the board. But I'll briefly go over this. This is what we call the temperature-dependent landscape, temperature-dependent mortality landscape on the left there on that figure. You may have seen these in previous presentations. This is not temperature in color here. This is the probability of temperature-dependent egg mortality. And what this is our model results applied to what was observed last year on the Sacramento River. So this is 2021. This is our estimate of the spatial and temporal distribution of the temperature-dependent mortality. And any point on this figure in space and time indicates a probability of eggs dying from temperature-dependent mortality if they were deposited that day. So it takes all the future temperatures into consideration, the development time, which is a function of temperature, and calculates that. And this is the real strength of this model. For the annual temperature-dependent mortality for 2021, take the weighted mean of all those circles, and the circles represent where and this is preliminary, but where the reds were observed in 2021. You take the weighted mean of those, and that tells you what the annual temperature dependent mortality was. But the real strength of this is really in forecasting future conditions. And when it's coupled with physical models of operations and river temperature, the shape of this curve, or the shape of this, the colors on this map will change according to all the model factors. Next slide, please. So the point I'm trying to make here is you can capture all the variation in the TDM estimate. Reds are not always in the same location every year. We can capture that variation by modeling different distributions of reds. We can capture all the hydrologic and meteorologic variability, all the operational variability, and all the necessary outputs associated with all the physical models. So, for a particular scenario, what is the first date of the side gate used for the temperature control device? What's end of September storage? What are all the other relevant operational data? So I haven't been very clear on how I've described this, unfortunately, but James Gilbert will be following me with a much more coherent demonstration of that sort of larger picture of how we can use these use the model. Next slide, please. And then the next question was about how should modeling uncertainty be considered in utilizing temperature modeling results. So all managers need models to support their decision-making processes. All models have associated uncertainty. But to me, the important question is which models are best supported by science. And I'd like to make a case here for when it comes to modeling uncertainty, it should not be used as a tool just only to sow doubt in science. And this is something I find pretty disturbing when it's just used as a tool for sowing doubt. It should not be used as a tool of distraction from the decision-making process along those same lines. And it should not be used selectively only when it benefits certain stakeholders. And I'm not implying any particular stakeholder. I'm just saying uncertainty should be treated equally among all models and all sources of uncertainty. Next slide, please. So this is a point I tried to make earlier. In terms of uncertainty, when thinking about uncertainties associated, say, with our temperature-dependent mortality model, what are the alternatives? So the 2009 biological opinion and RPAs identified a temperature compliance point and a temperature associated with that. Since there's no quantification of the impact of temperature, if you just have a temperature target, when you exceed that temperature target, it doesn't tell you anything about other than it's bad. If it's bad that you exceeded it for a day or two, or if you exceeded it by 2 degrees, there's no uncertainty identified with that approach, that modeling approach. There are other TDM models that are based on laboratory studies that have a higher temperature T-crit that might provide more certainty associated with the TDM temperature relationship. But if those models are based on laboratory studies that are subject to the same concerns that we expressed in Martin 2020 and 2017, then they're likely giving you the wrong answer. Next slide, please. And this is just sort of a graphical representation of what I just said. You have the peer-reviewed critical temperature 53.6 degrees on the left there, and then the former target of 56 on the right. And the first box is the model fit with peer-reviewed data to the survival data, and it is with our model. It's not with any other model that I'm aware of. Do the models provide a physiological description and basis for that critical temperature? We have 2 publications that show that. Models based on laboratory studies don't have that same characteristic. Then the peer-reviewed basis for rejecting the other T-crit, that's a very clumsy way of saying we have a reason for rejecting 56 degrees based on the physiological models and explanation in these two papers. The laboratory studies have no equivalent reason for rejecting our model, our 53.6 degree T-crit. And then finally, the last one is laboratory studies supporting the T-crit. And in those cases, yes, there are other studies such as U.S. Fish and Wildlife 1999 that support that 56 degree. But as I said, those are significantly problematic for the reasons I described earlier. Next slide, please. So I'm not sure how I'm doing on time here. I just wanted to briefly list some of these misconceptions about the NIMS model. The uncertainty, I think I've already talked about that. Flexibility was a term, for lack of a better term, I threw that in there. I've heard criticisms that the 56 degree target associated with the NIMS model is too restrictive and that it results in higher probability of egg mortality. That's a sort of a baffling argument to me. The model tells us what the egg mortality will be. It can model any scenario of water operations. If they're too restrictive, that's not related to the biology. There's concerns about the accuracy. I think I showed you from that first slide that it's very accurate at predicting egg to fry survival. The whole oxygen, dissolved oxygen misperception, I think I already addressed that. Another issue I hear is commonly it's not validated with field data, and that is true. It's also true of any model related to winter run in the Sacramento River. So that is a bit of a misdirection when people bring that up. It's very challenging to validate a model with an endangered species without causing additional harm. So that's sort of a misdirection. And then finally, there's a lot of questions about the model assumptions. One of them is that all the temperature dependent mortality occurs at the egg stage. And we realize that is a simplifying assumption, but eggs in all aquatic organisms are by far the most temperature sensitive life stage. And a 2 degree shift in temperature can make the difference between no mortality and 100% mortality for eggs on the Sacramento River. Why a 2 degree shift is not going to make a big difference for juvenile stages, for increasing predator activity. This we feel is a very safe assumption. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, the NIMS model represents, there's a missing S there, the best available science and the best tool for management. It's peer reviewed and documented. It's gone through 5 years of critical evaluation. When coupled with physical models, it's a very powerful framework for evaluating what the impacts of operations will be on eggs. The T-crit, the 12 degree T-crit is supported by all these factors. I'm not going to repeat all that. And there are no other models that meet these standards. And I'm not sure how I'm doing on time, but I would like to pardon me, emphasize that that I would hope that the board would not look at this modeling framework as, you know, one more sort of complex problem for them to address in the myriad of difficult problems that you already have to deal with. Instead, look at it as a very powerful tool to evaluate water operations. As James will talk about next, you know, when it's coupled with the physical models, it allows us to explore in the short term and the long term what the impacts of water operations, hydrology, meteorology, et cetera, will be on salmon eggs. So I think we'll stop there and either take questions or go to the next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Danner. Appreciate that. We'll continue on to James Gilbert. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank
Thank you, Chair Escapement and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here this afternoon. So I'll be talking briefly about temperature and temperature-dependent mortality prediction and uncertainty. And next slide, please. Specifically, two different topics. The first, what we can learn or infer from existing data about predicting TDM from data that doesn't require reservoir temperature models. And then the second thing, we'll look a little bit at work that is ongoing to look at uncertainty and error analysis in our temperature and TDM modeling, and using last year as an example for that. Next slide, please. So I'm a modeler, but I like to investigate independent sources of data, other information, other lines of evidence to help understand the system being modeled. And what I've shown here is on the x-axis of the plot is May 1st Shasta Storage over the last 22 years. And the y-axis is the estimated TDM from the NIMS TDM model that Eric Ganner just described. And what we can see right away from this is that there does appear to be some relationship between where we're at in Shasta and what happens to winter run egg mortality through the rest of the season. In short, if you have a lot of storage in Shasta, that's a pretty good bet that you'll have low TDM. And as the storage gets lower, that TDM, the likelihood of that TDM goes up. Next slide, please. We can conceptualize this relationship as this sort of reverse S curve type shape. That's because TDM has hard limits at 0 and 1. So you wouldn't expect the line to go off into infinity. But of course, there's a lot of scatter around that. And advance the next slide. We would expect that, given that every year for temperature management is unique. There are a lot of different factors, like what the summer temperatures are, what the release amount and schedules are from Shasta, and where the reds are in the river. So those factors can move that curve left and right within this conceptual framework. And I think there was sort of a guiding question brought out earlier this morning from Vice Chair D'Adamo that, where might we find a trade-off between water and TDM? And I would just like to propose that, within this framework, this conceptualization that, on these curves, you can see that there is a region where a change in storage can have a big impact on temperature-dependent mortality. So to the extent that May 1st Shasta Storage and subsequent releases are things that can be controlled, those are potentially ways of, at least in a broad sense, affecting TDM. And if we're in that very sensitive region where the curve moves up vertically at a steep angle, that's a place where there may be a sort of big bang for your buck. Next slide, please. Now, of course, there's all kinds of uncertainties. This is a limited data set. It only goes back 22 years. But if we extrapolate within that uncertainty up to where a projected May 1st storage for Shasta is, and again, this is, there's many uncertainties in this, but if we're using this as a starting point, we would guess that TDM would be pretty high. And again, this is all contingent on the summer proceeding in the way that's happened in previous years. Next slide, please. And that gets me to the next point. We've heard numerous times already today that we are in uncharted territory, and I fully agree with that. The May 1st storage of 2 million acre feet would be the lowest in the temperature management era, post TCD. And so it's difficult to say what would happen. And that's where models come in. Models are a useful way of exploring beyond these historical observational data sets. We can look at things like dry hydrology, hot summer temperatures, explore different release schedules and what the impact of different assumptions on red distributions in the river would be. Models are simplifications of reality, so they will always introduce their own uncertainty, but I think they have the benefit of being able to provide a mechanism, a consistent mechanism for quantifying uncertainties. Next slide. So Mr. Berkfeld this morning in his presentation mentioned that there's this kind of cascade of uncertainties. And I think that's exactly correct. For a system like Shasta and the Sacramento River, there are a series of models, reservoir models, river models, and then the biological models that evaluate the consequences of water temperature. And all of those things have all these myriad different inputs that themselves have uncertainties, especially when we're in a situation projecting forward under conditions that we haven't experienced before. The input data and their forecasts can translate into our forecasts of temperature-dependent mortality. Next slide. Today, I'm just going to talk a little bit about how we might start to address these uncertainties by focusing on two key input uncertainties. One at the physical end, so our inflow hydrology into Shasta, and then at the biological side of things, the location and timing of spawning, so the red distribution in the river. Next slide. And the concept here, which I think has a lot of promise as a way to incorporate uncertainty into temperature management. And what I'll demonstrate here, that the concept here is to resimulate a particular year. I'm looking at last year as an analog for dry and difficult temperature management conditions. Simulate that year, temperature through temperature-dependent mortality, using controlled levels of input uncertainty. And so in this case, I'll be talking about simulations that use observed meteorology. I'm keeping that as it happened in 2021, but varies the input hydrology between the 90% and 99% exceedance forecast from Bulletin 120, and then a composite of red distributions from recent years to provide an example of how that affects, how where the reds are in the river affects the TDM results. And the operations and decision-making component of things, to keep things simple, that's left as it was. So as it happened in 2021, and by that I mean not a forecast of operations, but as Shasta and Keswick were actually operated. And it doesn't necessarily need to be that way for this analysis, but keeping that constant allows us to evaluate how these other uncertainties affect that particular operation. Next slide. For this illustration, the reservoir and river temperature models being used are the NIMS rapid models. There is no reason why it needs to be those specific models. It can be done with any modeling framework that captures all of these components. And then the biological component, that egg mortality model, is the NIMS TDM model that both Miles and Eric have spoken about earlier. Next slide. And the simulations are done in a sort of sequential or iterative, sequential process where information that was available at monthly intervals last year, so starting in February, that information is incorporated into the models and then run forward for the rest of the year. So for example, starting in February, the February Shasta profile is used to initialize the model, and then the hydrology forecasts are used to drive the models forward. Similarly, when we move forward to March, the March profile is used to initialize the model. New forecasts, as they were available in March last year, are used, and so on. And each of those simulations are run through the end of the year, so we have a picture of the full temperature management season. Next slide. A couple important caveats. The input data from 2021 is mostly complete, but it's not all in its entirety is available or finalized. So what I'm showing here should really be considered kind of an illustration rather than a final answer. And the uncertainty representation here is coarse, and it's a subject of ongoing work, trying to more precisely quantify the uncertainty on these inputs. It's something that I think would be helpful and useful in a management context as well. And again, there's many ways to use this analytical approach, and I'll just be presenting this one as an example here. Next slide. So a quick overview of how to interpret what I'll show next. I'm trying to answer the specific question, how much do inflow forecasts and red distributions affect TDM predictions, assuming actual 2021 operations? And I'll be showing the results on a plot with the axes shown at the right there. Next slide. So on this plot is on the x-axis is a timeline, and then the y-axis is temperature dependent mortality. The dashed line is the final estimate of TDM from 2021 of 75%. So that's just provided as a reference point to see where the forecasts line up. Next slide. And the forecast will be represented as a colored bar, and where that is on the x-axis is when the forecast was initialized. Next slide. And where that bar sits vertically is a measure of accuracy. So if we consider the dashed line as being the quote unquote right answer, if the bar covers that line, then there was some accuracy in forecasting that TDM. Next slide. And then the relative height of the bar is an indicator of the uncertainty in the estimate. It's just the range of TDM predicted from all the combinations of hydrology and red distribution inputs. So a tall bar would be higher uncertainty, a shorter bar would be lower uncertainty. Next slide. So these are the results for 2021 across 4 different forecast states, February through May, incorporating hydrology uncertainty and the red distributions. We see at the left, the February and March forecasts tend to be a little low relative to that dashed line, and they tend to be taller. That underprediction is a result of the hydrology forecast being a bit wetter in those earlier months. Next slide. As we move from left to right, the range of that TDM, those TDM bars narrows as the operations and forecasts become more aligned, particularly in May. Next slide. And notably, we don't go down to 0 uncertainty at any point. And that's because there are still, even in May, there's still important uncertainties in the system. Things like assumed red distributions definitely contribute to that range, even through the summer. Next slide. Although there's still a lot of uncertainty in February and March, the fact that it doesn't cover the full range from 0 to 1 right away is a helpful indicator. It's the fact that we can have some estimate of TDM early can be potentially useful as an early indicator. And as we develop this analysis, I think it would be useful in sort of a risk-based projection framework where we look at what's the likelihood of exceeding some threshold given the uncertainties. Next slide. And I guess the other thing I'll note too is that the February forecast for inflow to Shasta was much wetter than ended up happening, even at the 99% exceedance. And so to the extent that we can, explore more extreme dry end forecasts in years where we expect, potentially these conditions to occur, that will give us a better chance of incorporating, the important information into these sorts of forecasts. It may increase the uncertainty, especially in these early months as well. But being able to consider the broader likelihood of these sort of negative conditions, I think, would be helpful as well. Next slide. So to wrap up, I think historical data are certainly useful, even without having to bring reservoir temperature models into the mix. They are helpful as kind of a back of the envelope, or get us in the ballpark type reference points for what we might expect for TDM. And to the extent that we can forecast or have an idea of what May 1st Shasta Storage would be, these sorts of things can add predictability to TDM and TDM management earlier in the season. From this preliminary illustration of a model analysis, we see that the hydrology, as we might expect, does affect the magnitude and uncertainty of TDM estimates, but the uncertainty isn't so broad as to preclude its use as a potential early indicator of high TDM risk. There's plenty of further work to do. As I said, this is ongoing work that we're undertaking. And especially we'd like to look at other years, other operations, and see if these sorts of uncertainties follow similar patterns. And then refine uncertainty characterization of the inputs to the extent that we can add or assign probabilities to the inputs that makes sense. Then that can be translated to this sort of risk-based analysis framework on the TDM side. And then, of course, include other factors like meteorology and any other considerations we might want to add in. And I think I might just add here briefly too that I know there's been a lot of interest in model availability and making model codes public. And I demonstrated the result of using the rapid model here, and that is a set of models that is being developed. And I personally have an interest in making that public. 2 years ago, when I started developing that set of models, it was specifically because there was no publicly available model appropriate for looking at temperature conditions in Shasta and Upper Sacramento that could be run on a sort of this matter of seconds basis. And so those models are being developed specifically to meet that purpose. And so I very much strongly agree that such things should be made public. We've just been trying to balance kind of rush to make it public against developing a good product to put out there. And what I mean by good product is not just the model files and the input files in the model code, but also the kind of documentation and information to make it understandable and approachable by stakeholders in this community. And with that, I think I'll conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert and Mr. Danner here. Really appreciate. I know, I'm excited about this work. I think that, again, it's reflective of a lot of good science and here tools that we are going to need to continue to depend upon in the years ahead, knowing that these challenges aren't going anywhere. And I think to your point, ensuring that the rapid assessment modeling is out there, but also pointing, and importantly, the more complete models are documented, and it's a continuum of these tools. And I think I appreciate that there's a commitment to making sure that those are all publicly available, both the rapid assessment models and here already, the other more full complete models that are being used. So thank you. And I know, again, it's the sciences and especially the tools here are fast evolving, and these are common decision support tools that, again, can actually, their power is the ability to really best understand what are complex factors out there like thymine, and appreciate it, again, the discussion around even the ability to tease out what is a cause for temperature dependent mortality. Well, and here know that it doesn't seem that when it comes to egg to fry survival, there is thymine issues, but knowing, again, that there's other life cycle stages that the salmonids need to be understood with and management decisions taken under. But here on the temperature side, being able to better parse it out. And as the vice chair had signaled, really understanding what's under our control, what we can do given the uncertainties and the challenges. Again, these models for me are really lighting the way. And so I really appreciate the good work and the efforts here. Vice Chair.
Well, thank you. That was really interesting. And Mr. Gilbert, could we go back to slide 19? I'm going to attempt to ask a question here, and it's kind of still framing in my mind. But if we could go back. Let's get it pulled up here. Okay, so and I'm going to ask a question that I suspect that some that are following this have a similar question. So in light of the hydrologic update that we received earlier today from the Bureau and the department, talking about these really high temperatures that we're getting in the spring months, coupled with the low precipitation. Looking at these months, at some point, how do you account for in the model a situation where either A, the water could potentially be available in the reservoir, but then, not necessarily looking at the trade-offs. So that's question number one. Do you incorporate the trade-offs? And then question number two is there a point at which it's just too hot anyway with, on these ongoing high temperatures? And can the model account for that situation where, regardless of these high TDM numbers, there's just not enough on that curve that you had in a previous slide? Making an adjustment wouldn't make a difference. Is the model able to tease out both of those issues? One where there's the ability to provide the water, but then whether or not you can incorporate the trade-offs. And then the second question is, at what point, and would it be, potentially even here looking at certain months where it wouldn't make a difference to make an adjustment in the operations?
So on the point about trade-offs, if we're looking at it in the context of a forecast analysis like this, what we would want to consider is sort of a multiple sets of these plots, where each plot, or each individual plot would be one proposed operation, and the trade-offs in terms of what we do with the water in the reservoir, that would have to be kind of assessed elsewhere. The model is really just taken as an input what the releases are, and calculate what happens to that water in terms of warming as it goes downstream. in terms of assigning a value to that, or amount of water delivered versus amount of water that makes it downstream for delta purposes. That's beyond the scope of what we incorporate in these models. But it's this analysis framework can fit in with that broader kind of trade-off analysis. We could do a trade-off analysis in terms of different operations and what that means for where these bars sit, given the other uncertainties. The second point about remind me, the second question was specifically about the
I'll try.
How, at what point do we not have the ability to do anything? Is that correct?
Right.
So that first plot I showed with the curves, you may have noted that the line for 2022, the estimated line for 2022 occurs in a place where we don't have any previous points. Like I said, I think a May 1st Shasta Storage, that low has not occurred since 1977. So we don't have a lot of previous experience for conditions that get down low, that low in Shasta. So we don't know for sure at what point the lack of cold water really is kind of a lost cause. But that is something that a modeling analysis could help shed some light on. Again, speaking for our models, we compare them against the available data we have to see that they perform well. There's no guarantee that there isn't something that would kind of present as a confounding factor in these extreme conditions. But lacking that data, the models are a way to kind of get in a first rough guess as to what that might be. And I don't know off the top of my head what that threshold is, but that's something that could be explored.
That's helpful. Yeah. And I don't mean to imply that I think that it is a lost cause, but just looking what the light bulb that went off for me was just looking at these different scenarios. We're not scenarios, but different as things progressively get worse, as it gets warmer, and looking at sort of the lost cause scenario. At what point would that exist? And maybe there could be trade-offs within a previous month in order to decrease the temperature dependent mortality for that month. So just looking at different, ways that things could be configured. This is helpful. Thank you.
If I may jump in there quickly, I think I can add some additional thoughts to this. If you can go back a slide or two to that S curve that James had presented. I think this is a very effective way of sorry about this. Yeah, right there. So I think one thing to think about this, you were asking about, where is that sort of point of no return, or, where are you on this, are we on this curve? And I think one of the key things to take home from this is the further you go to the left, the more your options are diminished. And I think everybody already knows that based on past experience. But and it also makes this for a very effective planning tool about where you want to try and be in terms of your storage to minimize temperature dependent mortality and maximize your options for management. And the other thing, for when you do start getting towards that upper end where your options are more and more limited, this is a very useful tool for evaluating the trade-offs with, say, trucking and hauling, reintroducing fish to other habitats where there is a cost to the fish in the Sacramento River below Keswick when you're taking some of them out to move them somewhere else. And this is an extremely valuable tool for looking at those trade-offs. So at what point does it become better to start moving fish? This is a way for us to evaluate that. So thank you for letting me jump in.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Gilbert, Mr. Danner. That was much appreciated. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the presentation. Really, really helpful. It really gets me thinking here. But I wanted to follow up just on your comments about the rapid assessment tool, and appreciate your interest in making it public. I think we all share that interest. And not to put you on the spot too much, but we are using this tool. It seems like more and more here. We used it quite a bit last year, and I know in evaluating different scenarios, I imagine that it's being used, presently to look at a range of different operations. And so, from my mind, as we're going forward here, it becomes more and more important to actually get this in the public domain so that folks can evaluate the tool. So, I think I may have asked a similar question last year, so I'll ask it again. Sort of what is the timing, based on the work that you still have to do here to make it available? What kind of time frame are we looking at?
I guess the best I can say now is that it's a very high priority for this year. If this year had been a wetter winter and we didn't have to have this, these sorts of conversations and workshops, then that would certainly speed up the process. But we're just trying to balance, this kind of real-time seasonal management with developing the information to get that model out the door in front of a sort of a scientific review, technical review, and then made public. So I can't commit to a specific timeline, but other than saying that it is a high priority for this year.
And if I may jump in yet again, I would like to remind everybody that the way that we have used this rapid model is entirely for exploratory purposes. As you suggested, we are exploring opportunities for this year or scenarios for this year as well. But any scenarios that we identify as being worthy of further consideration are then run through the full model. So absolutely no management decisions alone would be made based on this unpublished, unvalidated rapid model.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. And also the workload that you have, certainly, but also the benefit that this tool provides. So I do look forward to seeing that. And it is, in my mind, just incredibly useful to have a tool like this that we didn't have 2 years ago, and who had the foresight that we would be in this situation now. But nonetheless, I think it's good that we have it, and appreciate that it is backed up and validated with the other tools that we have that have been through the peer review process. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, board member. And thank you again, Mr. Gilbert and Mr. Danner, for your good work in this space. Really do appreciate it. Other board members, any questions? We still have a few folks on this panel, but I'm glad to make sure we do a deep dive with our good partners at the Science Center. Okay, thank you both. And we can go on to hear from Lee Bergfeld.
Chair, I don't believe I'm speaking on this panel.
Okay.
I saw my name was up there, but this is not in my wheelhouse.
Okay, fair enough, Mr. Bergfeld. Next, I'd like to call up Kristen Lennox. And
thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
And Steve Zoik?
Yes.
All right, perfect.
Thank you both.
Thank you for having us. My name is Kristen Lennox, and I'm a statistician at Exponent.
And my name's Steve Zoig. I'm the senior scientist at Kramer Fish Sciences.
Next slide, please. Previous speakers have discussed the Martin model and the concept of a critical temperature for winter-run salmon. The 2017 Martin statistical model did not produce a definitive single estimate for the critical temperature. It found a range between 51.4 and 56.7 degrees Fahrenheit. Since the model produces a range of plausible values that spans more than 5 degrees, using only a precise 53.6 degree point estimate for critical temperature fails to account for the considerable uncertainty identified by the model. The figure on the right shows 95% confidence ranges for temperature-dependent egg mortality that are based on the statistical uncertainty in the Martin model. You can see, for example, that the temperature-dependent mortality range at 54 degrees Fahrenheit is between 0% and 70% mortality. Next slide, please. One of the key causes of the high uncertainty in the Martin model estimates is limitations of the data that were used to fit the model. The Martin model is fit using only a single egg to fry survival estimate for each year, and only 18 years of data were available for the published model fit. The Martin model is also dependent on imprecise input data. It is critical to note that no direct temperature or egg to fry survival measurements were used to develop the Martin model. In particular, the egg to fry survival data are estimates based on multiple surrogate sources of input data, each of which is subject to variability and uncertainty. For example, there are no direct measurements of egg abundance, which is instead based on estimates of the number of female spawners and estimates of the number of eggs laid per female. Neither of these values can be directly measured in the field. And so, for example, the number of female spawners is based on the results of carcass surveys. The figure on the right lists 5 data sources that were used to generate the ETF survival numbers used by the Martin model, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service report that used as a source for these data includes 90% confidence intervals for ETF survival that can span 30 percentage points. For example, the 2011 ETF survival estimate range was 33% to 65%. In order to address the lack of certainty, additional targeted data collection is needed to refine critical temperature estimates and increase our understanding of temperature-dependent mortality. Dr. Zoig will provide additional details on a proposed approach to data collection. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Kristen. Dr. Lennox just described how the characteristics of available field data prevent the Martin model framework from reliably estimating TDM within that range of management interest, which is between about 53 degrees and 57 degrees Fahrenheit. And I strongly agree with Eric Danner about the need for independent scientific review. And a review of the Martin model was performed by a Delta Science Program independent review panel in 2018, and they raised similar concerns about these data, including this direct quote, which appears on the screen now. It says, if the Martin model is to be widely applied in the interpretation of egg survival, additional consideration of how uncertainties about fry and juvenile mortality affect the conclusions for thermal jeopardy of eggs may be required. And to date, I'm not aware of any work that's been done to address that specific recommendation or any of the other recommendations of the independent review panel. And waiting for additional observations from existing field monitoring will not fill these data gaps. However, there are well-recognized methods of directly measuring egg survival in the field that can readily be employed to obtain the data that's needed and that was recommended by the IRP. And I think this relates to the Vice Chair's question from the previous panel about what the science needs are and what we might be able to do this year. So the picture that you see on the slide depicts egg incubation boxes containing steelhead embryos that were deployed on the Stanislaus River in January of this year. Each box contained 100 eggs and a probe that recorded temperature every 15 minutes, as well as native gravel substrate. The same technique can be deployed using hatchery winter run eggs to estimate egg survival this year in the Sacramento River. The longitudinal gradient in water temperature from Keswick Dam downstream provides an opportunity to incubate those eggs over a range of thermal regimes. This strategy of egg to fry survival monitoring can fill in the gaps in the current monitoring strategy, provide direct estimates of egg to fry survival during the challenging conditions that are going to occur this year, and test how well the Martin model predicts temperature-dependent mortality when egg survival can be directly measured in the Sacramento River. Next slide, please. In the paper published by Martin and his colleagues in 2017, they hypothesized that the mechanism of reduced thermal tolerance in the field was oxygen limitation as mediated by flow velocity. And a follow-up lab study was performed by Martin and his colleagues in 2020 and tested this hypothesis. And a key figure from that publication is on the screen. And the takeaway here from this figure is that egg survival is pretty high, even as long as dissolved oxygen concentration is above 5 milligrams per liter, even at temperatures above that 53.6 degree threshold identified in the 2017 analysis. And this lab study produced really interesting data that supports a lot of previous literature that described the effect of dissolved oxygen on survival of salmon eggs and how that interacts with temperature. However, a key question still remains. Are dissolved oxygen concentrations and intergravel velocities in the Sacramento River at levels where the thermal tolerance of winter run eggs is going to be reduced? And to date, no measurements of these conditions have taken place in winter run spawning habitat. The independent science panel specifically recommended field validation of the hypothesized mechanism of dissolved oxygen concentration and intergravel velocity to confirm the predictions of the Martin model. This is a critical piece of data that directly bears on potential thermal thresholds for winter run eggs. If dissolved oxygen and velocity conditions in the Sacramento River are suitable, then temperature is imposing less mortality than predicted by the 2017 Martin model. And data from other Central Valley rivers have not found intergravel conditions that would reduce thermal tolerance. Methods for measuring the intergravel dissolved oxygen and water velocity are well known and have been conducted in other Central Valley rivers, and those could be employed in key locations where winter runs spawn. And pairing these measurements with the egg incubation boxes would provide an even more powerful data set that would begin to address the recommendations of the independent review panel and provide necessary and robust data to evaluate the hypotheses of egg thermal mortality proposed by Martin and his colleagues. I don't think anybody would deny the fact that temperature plays a key role in the mortality of salmon eggs and that there are temperature limits. However, I think a lot of really good data has been published in the peer-reviewed literature that hasn't been brought to bear here, especially in the Pacific Northwest, where in the Snake River system, a series of experiments by the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory found that over the first 40 days of incubation, salmon eggs are much less tolerant to, or much less susceptible to temperature mortality in the first 40 days of incubation, as long as the water cools down later prior to the hatch. And so I think there's a lot of data that could be brought to bear up here that would help us develop strategies for temperature management that would improve survival outcomes with the limited cold water pool available. And I hope those will be brought to bear as well. Thank you.
Thank you both. Looking to see if there's any questions from board members. If not, we can continue on. Next, I'd like to call up John Rosenfield, who will be followed by, I think that's it. That'll be at the end of this panel. Mr. Rosenfield.
Well, again, well, before I get started here, I think you just heard some great presentations by the National Marine Fisheries Service Southwest Science Center and the detailed analysis that they've done of this issue. Obviously, there's always additional science and exploration to do, but the best available science you have is that National Marine Fisheries Service Southwest Science Center model. As I mentioned, it really explains temperature dependence across dozens of fish, not just winter run. And to the question, to the critique we just heard, there's variance in all models. There's variance in all estimates in ecology. Some of the variance may actually be due to the fish and the way they distribute their eggs and the way those eggs are distributed in the red pocket from year to year, right? The variance may be not a error in the estimate, but another process that you don't control. Also, the range around the 53.6 degrees Fahrenheit or 12 degrees Celsius means that the actual critical temperature could be lower than 12 degrees Celsius, right? Just as much as it could be higher. So I feel there's a sense of the board and others always wishing that the new science will show that there's a better result. And I just want to remind people that we used to believe 56 degrees Fahrenheit was the temperature standard for Chinook salmon in the Sacramento Valley. And the new science shows that that's too high. Finally, I want to recall back to my previous presentation that the Southwest Science Center's very excellent description of the mechanisms and process that drive 53.6 degrees as a temperature threshold was not the first discovery of 53.6 degrees Fahrenheit as a temperature threshold. That result is consistent with Merrick and Czech from 2001, 2004. And it's also consistent with results from a massive US EPA Region 10 literature review from 2003, which relied on studies from across the Chinook salmon's range, largely, of course, focused in the Pacific Northwest, since that's most of their range. And every time I introduce that US EPA study, people tell me, well, that's from the Pacific Northwest. You can't use those data. All of these results are consistent. And the basic message so far is there is no reason to have a Sacramento River or a winter run Chinook salmon specific temperature threshold. The temperature threshold for Chinook salmon eggs appears to be consistent across their range. And the model that the folks from the Southwest Fishery Science Center presented explains why that is the case. Okay, now I can move on to this panel. I'll take the next slide, please. Thank you. Extreme temperatures, high temperature dependent mortality, and low overall survival that are expected now for this summer are partly the result of failure to store sufficient water behind Shasta Dam in 2020 and 2021. And by the same token, storage at the end of this year has implications for salmon survival this year and in 2023. Next slide, please. We don't have, as you're aware now, we don't have modeling results for this year yet. So I want to present two scenarios from a suite of 5 that were modeled using the Southwest Fisheries Science Center modeling tools in 2021. These are from April. There were other results that were presented in May. The point won't matter which one I'm talking about. Just so I'm showing 2 of the scenarios of 5 that were presented. On the left, operational scenario A, on the right, operational scenario B. And let me just briefly walk through what the panels here say, because I know this is a very colorful slide, looks like a quilt, but to try and make sense of it, it needs a little explanation. In the upper left of each scenario, you have a graph showing a blue line. That blue line is releases from Keswick. That's operations. Okay. Everything else about these models or about these scenarios is the same. Assumptions about hydrology and assumptions about meteorology and assumptions about the starting point for Shasta Reservoir storage at the beginning of the model run. Okay, so operations is what's going to drive the difference between these models. The lower left panel in each case is estimated temperatures from the NIMS temperature model at 3 locations downstream. Okay, different colored lines, different temperatures, and a horizontal line that's showing some temperature threshold. The graph on the panel on the upper right in each scenario is a cutaway view of estimated Shasta temperature stratification, with blue being cold water, yellow being warmer water, and on the x-axis you're moving through time. So this is the projection of, under these operations, how will the temperature profile of Shasta change over time, assuming the same meteorology and the same hydrology in both runs. The lower right panel is a graphic that's similar to what Dr. Danner showed. It's a heat map of the river. Again, the x-axis is time, and the heat map shows the projected success of eggs laid in a particular point in the river. The y-axis is distance downstream, and the x-axis is moving through time. These 2 scenarios differ, as I said, in their operations, how much water is released. The operational scenario on the left resulted in an end of September reservoir storage of 0.97 million acre feet and was expected to produce temperature dependent mortality of 80%. The operational scenario on the right released 500,000 acre feet less water, and thus had a higher end of September storage of 1.47 million acre feet and a temperature dependent mortality of 50%. The specifics here are not what's important. What's important is that these scenarios and others that were produced by the modeling show that limiting reservoir releases increases end of September Shasta storage and dramatically improves Chinook salmon survival potentially. And it also improves the chances that you'll have adequate storage going into the next year, right? Because we know that starting storage is also, start of the spawning season storage is also critical for determining success. So releases from now going forward are going to determine what happens temperature-wise in the river this year. We don't have the model runs from this year, so I can't tell you what the projected temperature-dependent mortality will be, but this gives you an example of a general pattern that we're going to find. I want to also harken back to Dr. Gilbert's slide where he compared Shasta Storage in the beginning of the year, beginning of the spawning season, to temperature-dependent mortality. Right, and showed that as storage increased, temperature-dependent mortality decreased. All of that is historical data. I've done a similar analysis myself. It's fine to do a historical analysis, but what you can't do in a historical analysis is what's shown on the screen, which is consider different operations. All of the examples in the past relied on, are embedded within them is deliveries to the Sacramento River settlement contractors and the San Joaquin exchange contractors, among others, right? So that relationship that showed you need 3.5 million acre feet or somewhere in there to have good temperature dependent mortality is, the caveat is, if you operate the way you've operated in the past by releasing water to senior settlement contractors and exchange contractors. This graphic shows if you don't do that, if you retain some of that water behind Shasta Dam, you can improve results at lower reservoir storages than you've seen in the past. Next slide. This table shows or compares NMFS's previous opinions of what would be required to avoid jeopardy in a tier 4 or critically dry year like what we're seeing now. The first column is from NMFS's January 19th, 2017 draft RPA amendment to the previous biological opinion. The middle column is from NMFS's July 1, 2019 Jeopardy biological opinion, which was repressed by the Trump administration, still reflects the best available science to my eyes. And 2021 the column on the right shows 2021 final estimates of what actually happened. So in 2017, NMFS said we need to limit temperature dependent egg mortality to less than 30%, and 30% and above would be considered jeopardy. As we've talked about today, temperature dependent mortality last year was 75%, and we're looking at about the same thing this year. So we're already talking about a situation that increases the likelihood of extinction of these fish. In 2019, NMFS expressed temperature related effects and overall survival in a different way using egg to fry survival. And they said, we need to maintain egg to fry survival above 15% in order to have a reasonable chance of keeping these fish in a range where we don't think they're going to go extinct tomorrow. As has been discussed, egg to fry survival last year was 2.6%. So we're missing the targets. The part that I've highlighted is that under both the 2017 RPA amendment, draft RPA amendment, and the 2019 Jeopardy BIOP, end of September Shasta Storage was supposed to be maintained above 1.9 million acre feet, right? That was also part of keeping the fish from experiencing jeopardy. Last year, end of September storage was 1.07 million acre feet. And that's less even than was in the final temperature management plan that the board approved and that the Bureau agreed to provide, right? The final temperature management plan last year called for storage of 1.25 million acre feet, which is less than the modeling I just showed you would have been needed to really reduce winter run Chinook salmon mortality. They even missed that target. And so we will come into this year with very low end of September storage. If we do the same thing again this year, we're going to have the same conversation. I'm going to give you the same presentation next year. I really don't want to do that. And again, the time limit on this is going to be when there are no winter run Chinook salmon left to protect. We have the available science. We know what we need to know. We've known what we needed to know for decades now. The key is to implement the science that we have and not wonder about whether we could have better science 2 or 3 years from now. Inevitably, we will have better science 2 or 3 years from now, but the fish may not be around to benefit from it. That's my presentation. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenfield. Looking to fellow board colleagues if there are any general further questions for either Mr. Rosenfield or the panel.
I just have a quick question of Ms. Lennox and Dr. Zuig. With respect to some of these different approaches that you're proposing, have you dialogued with the science partnership or any of the agencies regarding your suggestions? Again, I don't think we have the time here to decide whether or not they should be pursued, but just want to make sure that you all are pursuing some of these suggestions through the appropriate channels.
Yeah, these studies have been brought to the science partnership. We've proposed them there. Not everybody agrees that they should be pursued. Some folks feel that the information they have now is enough and that we don't need to do those types of field investigations. We've had proposals that we've developed for years now. So, you know, like I said, we deployed those egg boxes on the Stanislaus this year. We can be ready to go at a moment's notice, but it does require coordination among multiple agencies and to have buy-in from the partnership and the entities there.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Nothing further from board members? Okay. Thank you, everyone, that was on this panel. I appreciated the discussion. Now, I did at the top flag that if there were any elected officials that we would kind of take them out of order. I want to apologize, Mike Carbasi, the city council member from Fresno, didn't necessarily have you pegged as an elected official on our roster here. I did notice you. Did you want to provide a comment now? And if so, you can, or we can take you in queue as we go through individual comments after this next, our last panel. And so Mr. Carbasi will provide you an opportunity to either come on camera and or unmute if you so desire at this point.
I appreciate that. You have to forgive me. My staff calls me a boomer because I'm not technologically savvy. Can you allow me to share my video if that's okay?
Yes, you should. Yeah, you should be invited here.
It's yep, got it. Just waiting for that. Can't do it yet. It says unable to start video. Oh, there we go. All right. What is my? I want to be very respectful of your time. What is the time limit? Is it 2 minutes, 3 minutes?
We're going to give everyone generally 5. So you.
Okay, I'll be less than that. Okay. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. My name is Mike Carbasi. I'm a council member with the city of Fresno. And as you discuss this very important issue, I just wanted to offer a Valley perspective. So when you reduce the allocation of water for our communities, what happens is you have less jobs. When you have less jobs, there's less tax base for cities like Fresno, Mendota, Merced, Los Banos, and so on and so forth. Then our residents and our governments depend on more government assistance from the state and federal government. You have a production output that goes down. So we're capable of producing more, but we can't because we don't have the water. And our food supply goes down. Now, with everything that's happening in the world with COVID, the pandemic, with Ukraine, which is an agrarian supplier, there are national implications because a reduction in supply of critical nutrients like vegetables goes down. And then we have to make up for this shortage with foreign supply. That exposes our consumers, our working families, to products that aren't regulated, that maybe have more chemicals in them. It also supports farms that don't have the strict requirements that we have here in California, and will offset any environmental benefit by supporting those farms. But the other thing is, it also creates inflation for working families, which is a tough issue right now that we're facing. And then the one thing I'm really worried about and learning more about is the potential for the first time, at least in my lifetime, of food scarcity, because our supply chains are being ultimately affected when we have the capability here for more domestic supply. It will be also harder to improve working conditions and benefits and pay for essential farm workers when we are cutting off water, which actually reduces domestic production. Water is a critical national and natural resource. And for us in the Valley, when you have reduced access to water, what ends up happening is it doesn't just wreck our communities, it also hurts our state and it hurts our country, because we really do feed this entire nation and the world. But I think that for us, protecting this resource is really important. I'm not trying to diminish the work. I'm a conservationist too. I am not trying to diminish the work that is being done today, all the research and all the science, and I understand that. But I also have to see another side of it. When I go to a community like Mendota and I see how they're suffering because they don't have water so they can create those jobs. 1 in 7 jobs in my area are ag-related jobs, and it is critical to us. So what I do believe we need are balanced policies that look at the overall picture and consider the implications for places like the Central Valley and the implications that has for our state and country. I don't have an answer for you today. It's a very complicated issue, but what I can tell you is turning off the spigot and turning away our access to water isn't an answer. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Carbasi. I appreciate your comments today, and do know that this board takes very seriously the task of balancing what are incredibly difficult circumstances we know. And I agree with you. The spigot turning off is really a critical issue, and I think important to remember that it's Mother Nature that's turned it off here at this moment, and we're really trying to again balance what is really just catastrophic circumstances we're seeing, and the numbers that we're seeing here across the impacts of the projects, but also our watersheds is something that we're I appreciate and know that it is a balance here that we're having to strike in many communities, and hear a discussion around the project certainly, and know that it has critical impacts to communities up and down the valley. So I thank you. I appreciate your comments today. Thank you.
Thank you all for your service. Thank you.
Okay, that allows us here to let's go ahead and transition to the next panel. I was contemplating maybe a quick break, but let's keep our discussion going. And here at some point in this panel, we may break then for time. Let me pull up and make sure I provide you a good description of what we will now hear. So our last presentation on panel 4 is on policy considerations, including tribal issues, environmental justice, issues related to underprivileged communities, trade-offs, and other considerations. We would like to note that the State Water Board recognizes the government-to-government relationship that we have with California Native tribes. To honor this relationship, we will begin this panel with presentations from representatives of tribal governments, including Vice Chairwoman Tabaya of the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians, and Gary Mulcahy of the Winnemem Wintu tribe. I want to recognize and thank the tribal representatives for your participation in today's workshop. We will then hear from Morning Star Galley with Save California Salmon, Thad Bentner with the Sacramento River Settlement Contractors, Barbara Berrigan-Perea with Restore the Delta, Matt Holmes with Little Manila Rising, and Doug Obiji with the Natural Resources Defense Council. We'll also be joined by John McManus with the Golden State Salmon Association, and we'll finish with Mike Conroy with the Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Association. And we'll go ahead and hold board questions to the end of the panel. But generally, that is, if there is something that a board member would like to ask, please always just butt in. So with that, we can begin with our panel, and would like to call up the Vice Chairwoman, Melissa Tayaba. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chair Escapement and board members, I am Melissa Tayaba, Vice Chair of Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians and Director of Traditional Ecological Knowledge, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I think it's critical that state and federal agencies include California tribal voices wherever major decisions impacting tribes are being made, and the conditions of our rivers and watersheds affect us deeply on both cultural and spiritual levels. We also encourage you to create space for tribes to be more than voices, but decision makers as well. As the first people and original stewards of this land, it's imperative that we work together to find solutions that do not further harm our waterways, our ecosystems, and our traditional ways of life. My tribe, Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians, derives from both Miwok and Nisenan lineage. We have major ancestral village sites along various rivers throughout the Sacramento Valley, the Delta, and the foothills. These ancestral waterways are the lifeblood of the tribe and include Sacramento River, American River, Feather River, Bear River, Consumne River, and other watersheds. In fact, our ancestral homeland spans 7 counties, including Sacramento, Sutter, Yuba, Yolo, El Dorado, Placer, and Amador. We are interconnected to the land and the waterways. From the beginning of time, we've had a deep reciprocal relationship with the fish, plants, animals, and the vital cultural resources the land and the rivers provide. We know that water temperature and water quality has direct impacts to the condition of everything the water touches. If temperatures are too high, the salmon, which is a traditional food source for our tribal people, cannot survive. Our tribal members report low to zero number of salmon caught in the Sacramento River when once the numbers were so plentiful that families could catch and eat salmon year round. Last year, the salmon catch was so deficient that we had to secure fish for our ceremonies from another tribe. We also took fishing trips to the bay because we couldn't find enough salmon here on our homeland. We know their numbers are dwindling. We know the salmon are endangered, and we've just heard the science from multiple presenters as to why. If the water temperatures are not adequately managed, the salmon are at risk of dying off. And if that is allowed to happen, a part of our culture will be killed off as well. I hate to use the term cultural genocide, and I do not use it lightly, but I can think of no other term to describe the reality if we continue to mismanage our water systems. Beyond the endangered salmon, water quality is connected to many other aspects of our culture. It's connected to ceremony, regalia making, traditional foods, and traditional medicine, to name a few. I encourage you to consider the basket weaver who cannot go gather basketry materials from the river where ancestors gathered for thousands of years because the water conditions put her at a health risk. I'm a basket weaver, and we have worked hard for years to revitalize this essential piece of our culture that was almost lost due to colonization, dispossession, and genocide. We survived to become the cultural keepers, and as such, we're focused on teaching the next generation so that these cultural traditions are not lost again. However, I cannot feel confident taking my tribal community to certain gathering areas along the rivers when I know the water is not safe, which means the materials we need to weave baskets are not safe for us to handle. Basketry is more than weaving with our hands. It requires processing the plant materials, which can include the weaver using their mouth as well. This is the cruel irony. The Nisenan people, my ancestors, are known for being the weavers who mastered weaving watertight baskets. Yet now the materials we need to make them are threatened by the very water they were meant to carry. This is just another example of imminent cultural genocide. We can provide a number of examples of the ways water quality threatens our cultural practices and resources. Tule, which we use for boats, regalia, shelter, food, and other important cultural and subsistence purposes, either no longer exists in our traditional homelands or is unusable due to the poor and polluted quality of the rivers. I can go on, but I believe I provided enough to give you a better understanding of how vital proper management of our waterways is to my tribe. Our identity, our cultural and spiritual practices, our health, our food sovereignty, and our overall existence. As a tribal leader, it's my responsibility to do all I can to ensure the safety and security of my tribe, including access to clean water that gives us all life. As board members of the Water Resources Control Board, I believe it's your responsibility to do what you can to help alleviate these threats to our waterways. We are happy to do what we can to assist you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Vice Chairwoman. Really appreciate you taking the time today. I know it's been a long day, and for providing your comment and contributing to today's discussion. I truly appreciate your time. Thank you. Next, I believe we have Carrie Mulcahy.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Ah, there you are, or there I am. I don't
Thanks for
see
joining
my-
us.
Pardon?
Thanks for joining us. Good afternoon.
I have one slide, and this is my slide. Dams, dead fish, and Indians. I'm the governmental liaison for the Winnemem-Wintu tribe. I've been down here in the Sacramento area for the last 30 years, 40 years, working on water issues, fish issues. I've testified before the State Water Resources Control Board on the California Water Fix. I've testified before the Little Hoover Commission. I was part of Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger's Blue Ribbon Commission on water, was on the Water Board's Water Infrastructure Advisory Committee, been on the California Water Plan Advisory Committee several years. As a matter of fact, one thing that I want to bring up on that California Water Planning Advisory Committee, I was the first native that was on there, and we were in a drought at that time too. I believe it was, it's been a few years now. I don't see my picture, but I guess that doesn't matter. We were in a drought then, and to give you the idea of how people considered us and why I put Indians down here is because I'm going to go a little farther into that in a minute, is that they said, well, you know, we don't have any water. Why don't we ask our native over there to do a rain dance? Start my video. There we go. Well, it clicked, but I didn't see it start.
Yeah, we can see you now, Mr. Mulcahy.
Okay, thank you. I've been sitting here since 9 this morning, listening to all of the science and the comments, and I wasn't really sure what I was going to say today, and I'm really not sure what I'm going to say now. My tribal leader, my chief, Colleen Sisk, was supposed to be on here, and I was going to withdraw. But we have 10 representatives coming in from international destinations to go to our mountain because it's considered one of the 7 sacred mountains in the world. And they're going there to visit with Colleen and go to the waters, the McCloud River, which is our traditional homelands, and then up to Mount Shasta, which is our okay. I keep getting notices here that pop up on the
Yeah,
Zoom
sorry
page.
about that interruption. Sorry about that.
Yeah, so she's not available today. I would like to address a comment though about the water temperature, the viability and the need for the water temperature for the salmon eggs in order to be viable. And if anybody wants to know what the real viable temperature is to make the salmon eggs 100% viable, is go up to the McCloud River, which is our traditional homeland, put your foot in the water there, and then put a temperature in there, and that'll tell you exactly what the water temperature is. It's significantly less than 53.6, by the way. So the Winnemem-Wintu tribe, we're from Shasta and Siskiyou counties. Our traditional homeland is on the McCloud River watershed, Upper Sacramento. We're from the Upper Sacramento River, McCloud River, Squaw Creek, and east side of the Pitt River. We've been on the watershed probably, well, since time immemorial. The salmon, the winter run Chinook especially, was the sustenance that carried our tribe and sustained us through the generations. But in 1947, there was a completion of a dam on Shasta, on the Sacramento River, called Shasta Dam. That Shasta Dam stopped all of the salmon from coming up to their traditional spawning areas, and also forced the Winnemem-Wintu to be moved off of their lands with no land base given back in return. There is a time, in my testimony before the Water Resources Control Board, I quoted to you a saying from Livingston Stone, who built a fish hatchery at Baird on the McCloud River, the first fish hatchery in the West Coast. He was put there in order to bring salmon eggs out of there and restore the salmon fisheries on the Atlantic coast because they'd already been depleted. And this was in the 1870s. And he noted that on one day in July of 1872, that in one day they saw 200,000 salmon pass up the McLeod River and their fish hatchery. So it amazes me when people say, and they're enthused that they have a 9,000 fish return or a 5,000 fish return, or even a 2,000 fish return, because the salmon and the Winnemem are one. In our creation story, we came out of a spring on Mount Shasta. We were the last creature that was created. All the other creatures were created before us. But we looked pretty pitiful, pretty non-impulsive, and we couldn't speak. But the salmon came to us and they said, "We will give you our voice." So the salmon gave us their voice, and in return, we promised them that we would always speak for the salmon. And in return, so we have always spoke for the salmon since in time immemorial. We held a war dance when they were building the Baird Fish Hatchery back in the 1800s, because we thought that the fish hatchery was going to harm and endanger the fish. We held a war dance at Shasta Dam, the first one in 2004 in over 70 years, because they've decided, Bureau of Reclamation has decided they want to raise Shasta Dam, which will flood more of our historical traditional homes. When Shasta Dam was built, we lost over 90% of our traditional homelands, sacred sites, resource gathering sites, cultural sites, and ceremonies that were on the river at the time. Now what is left is only 30 or 40 sacred sites that are up and down the McLeod River. There's only one puberty rock that is left, and that's where a coming of age ceremony is done for the young girls coming of age. There's only one children's rock left where the children go in to learn the power of the water. They dive into the water and they put their hands in there and then they come out, and that helps them go into adulthood. There's only one suckerfish pool where the men come into after they've been up on the mountain for 4 days, fasting and praying and looking for a vision. And they come down and they get into that pool, and that suckerfish looks them over and says whether they're a good person, strong person, and helps them decide what's going on. So we have a serious concern about what you do, the State Water Resources Control Board, as far as managing water, because we are trying to get the salmon returned to the McLeod River. The 2009 NIMS Biological Opinion, RPA, required that fish, in order to be able to have a fighting chance against climate change, they needed to be reintroduced above the rim dams. Shasta Dam, Folsom, all these rim dams. And the first place they looked at was on the McLeod River, because the McLeod River has some of the coldest water that in the state. The Bureau of Reclamation and the Department of Water Resources had a fish passage committee, which they started, stopped, and now the new biological opinion says there's going to be no jeopardy to salmon if they don't do anything. But we have attempted to reintroduce salmon in the McLeod River by fish bypass, by creating a swimway. And we have salmon that are over in New Zealand from eggs that were taken from the Baird Fish Hatchery and implanted in New Zealand. And now those salmon fisheries over there are abundant. Those fish are from our McLeod River salmon. Those fish are winter run Chinook salmon. Those fish are spring run Chinook salmon. And there's even some fall run Chinook salmon that are over there in New Zealand. But they won't look at bringing those back over here. They won't look at reintroducing the salmon in above the rim dams anymore. And why, I don't know. I can only say that the reason they don't want to do that is because they don't want to decrease their water exports out of the dams and downstream. Like I said, I wasn't sure what I was going to talk about today because I didn't prepare a presentation, but I will say this, that we don't care about Sacramento River settlement contractors. And the reason we don't care about them is because back when the 49ers were here and they were looking for gold. They were going in and they were murdering and killing and dispossessing natives all across the state, went and claimed our land, ran us off our land, said that they were the first in time, first in right. Now they have the right to those waters, and the people that were there don't have any right to those waters, and we haven't been recognized with any tribal rights waters either. So that when you consider about curtailments and you consider about water permits and you consider about who should get water in there, like the one gentleman said from Fresno, look at the whole picture. Where did those water rights derive from? Did they derive legally, or did they derive from genocide, cultural genocide, murder, bounties, scalps, because they paid $5 a head for scalps for Native Americans in order to, California policy at that time was genocide. But in my opinion, there's no statute of limitations on murder. And that's what they did. They murdered us. So as you consider curtailments, as you consider beneficial use, as you consider those types of things, please take into consider the whole thing. Some of the water rights that folks are claiming now weren't gotten, were ill-gotten.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm sorry.
Mulcahy.
That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Mulcahy. I do appreciate you taking the time today and your words. And again, I know it has been a long day, so I appreciate your thoughts here. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Morningstar Galley.
Jimmy Sunwee, greetings. My name is Morningstar Galley, and I am Vice Chair with Save California Salmon. I also serve as the Tribal Water Organizer. I am also the California Tribal and Community Liaison with the International Indian Treaty Council. I want to thank Chairwoman Tayaba and Mr. Gary McCaughey for representing their tribes this afternoon. I have a presentation here. This is the California Indian pre-contact tribal territories. And so in this map, we see how the waterways, the dam diversions through the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation Central Valley Project was taken through theft. And so I want to start by saying that Native peoples in Northern California, that we are salmon peoples, and that our once abundant salmon have been devastated by dams and diversions owned and operated by cities, states, and the federal government, that the salmon runs that once numbered in the millions and nourished us now return each year in the hundreds or less. We are now on the brink of losing the fish that are central to our culture. This loss will have widespread health, economic, and cultural impacts, and that our California Native communities have a suicide rate that is 12 times the national average, and a diabetes and heart rate statistics that are 3 times the national average due to the decline in our salmon populations and not having access to our traditional foods. No statistics can express what losing the salmon has done to our culture and well-being as communities. Many experts have called the sudden loss of salmon to California Native communities ecocide, cultural genocide, as Chairwoman Tayaba expressed. There is hope to right this terrible wrong. California tribes have been fighting to restore the salmon through dam removal, flow restoration, and fish passage projects. Yet in many cases, the anti-environmental lobbying that is occurring is threatening this organizing. Water projects that are currently being proposed impact Native people's land and water rights and can ruin our chances to harvest salmon and restore our communities and cultures. Can we go to the next slide, please? What happens today will impact the processes and related processes in our rivers, and that these rivers are crucial and critical to Native people's diet and culture. There is a need to honor California tribes and respect the wishes of its people by supporting our efforts instead of continuing to oppose it. Taking these steps will benefit not just California Indian peoples, but all California peoples. Our fight for the salmon impacts all Californians as river flows also help to dilute pollution, and that a clean water supply is essential to both salmon and our people. Can we go to the next slide? California is not only facing a fisheries crisis, but also a clean water crisis. Recent studies have shown that if something does not change, that 45% of our fish species will be extinct, and a large portion of the state's drinking water supply will be unusable within 50 years. That salmon are a part of all of Californians' heritage, again, not just for the Native community, and that supporting California Native people means supporting our salmon means having cleaner water, and that it is time to restore our balance. Why is it that our water has become such a political issue? And why isn't our survival prioritized? Why is the extermination of our salmon relatives, just as we were exterminated, not considered by the Water Board as what it is? The cultural extinction of our peoples. Can we go to the next slide, please? The water policies that protect tribal water and fishing rights, consideration of salmon habitat in all stages of resource extraction and survivability, and at all stages of their life cycle. The biological impact of the salmon, the overall warming of the land, air, ocean, streams, and lakes, the decrease in snow and ice levels, the greater variability in annual precipitation, the increased runoff and spring discharge, the increase within sea levels and ocean acidification, the changes in offshore upwelling are already threatened by dams, water diversion, logging and pollution, climate change, and the drier seasons of more frequent fires. As we all are aware that the predicted change in large fire frequency within 50 years of 2050, that there will be the 55% increase in large wildfires, and that already threatened by habitat fragmentation and disease and a lack of regeneration. Can we go to the next slide, please? I want to read a few articles from the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples that I also serve as the liaison that I mentioned, that Indigenous peoples and individuals have the right not to be subjected to forced assimilation and destruction of our culture, that states should provide effective mechanisms for prevention and redress of any action which has the aim or effect of depriving them of their integrity as distinct peoples or of their cultural values and ethnic identities, that any action which has the aim or effect of dispossessing them of their lands, territories, and resources, and that any form of forced population transfer which has aim or effect of violating or undermining any of our rights. Article 18 states that Indigenous peoples have the right to participate in decision-making matters which would affect our rights through representatives chosen by themselves in accordance with their own procedures, as well as to maintain and develop their own Indigenous decision-making institutions. Can we go to the next slide, please? States shall consult and cooperate in good faith with the Indigenous peoples concerned through their own representative institutions in order to obtain their free, prior, and informed consent, FPIC, before adopting and implementing legislative or administrative measures that may affect them. That Indigenous peoples have the right to maintain and strengthen their distinctive spiritual relationship with their traditionally owned or otherwise occupied used lands, territories, waters, and coastal seas and other resources to uphold their responsibilities to future generations within this regard. And that finally, that Indigenous peoples have the right to maintain, control, protect, and develop our cultural heritage, our traditional knowledge, traditional cultural expressions, as well as the manifestations of our sciences, technologies, cultures, including human and genetic resources, seeds, medicines, knowledge of the properties, designs, and performing. We also have the right to maintain, control, protect, and develop our intellectual property, such as cultural heritage, traditional knowledge, and traditional cultural expressions. And that lastly, as of Article 43, the rights recognized constitute the minimum standards for the survival, dignity, and well-being of Indigenous peoples of the world. So again, just sharing some language around what the minimum standards are in terms of consultation and consent with California Native peoples. And I think there's one more slide. And there we are. And with that, I say to lokwaitu.com, all my relations, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. And for the other voices here from the Vice Chairwoman and Mr. Mulcahy as well. For me, the word that continues to come to mind is reconciliation. And here collectively, we're all inheritors of what is not the cleanest history in all amongst us. And I think that, again, we're all called here. Certainly, we are all not individually responsible for the circumstances we find, but I think our responsibility is to continue to understand that we are in a period of reconciliation amongst our systems and here our relationships amongst each other. So I appreciate the words today and the perspectives to this important discussion. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up then Thad Bentner.
Hey, good afternoon, Chair Escabel and board members. Kind of just want to respect the 5-minute limit here. I know we had.
Don't worry too much about it, Mr. Benner. I've provided everyone wide leeway. Actually, best to hear. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
I think obviously there's been a lot of information presented here today. I mean, I think we would prefer potentially a different format to be able to bring some more of our issues forward, but certainly respect the format that staff had put together. I just, at least in response to this panel, I guess I just want to make sure from our district and the settlement contractor perspective, that we just, again, recommit to you and to the agencies, continuing to work together. Obviously this year will be very tough. I think the circumstances, how we got here, I think we have a little bit of a difference of an opinion. I think we provided that in documentation with the last order that you adopted last month in terms of different actions, in terms of COA, coordinated operations agreement challenges, meeting other water right holders, curtailments not being timely done, et cetera, that have just really got Shasta in the hole. And obviously we are bearing a lot of the responsibility or burden of that. But again, I think we're committed to trying to work through a solution this year and understand that, a lot of the outcomes are going to be challenging and, potentially devastating. I mean, I think we look at our area and there are going to be some very significant impacts never felt before in this region. And just we're starting to, plan for those going forward. But, I think as it relates to this panel, I think, in my mind, we continue to want to be good stewards and trying to manage the different needs that we have in our communities. I think salmon and salmon restoration is a priority for us. I mean, we spend a lot of time and a commitment to actually getting restoration projects done on the river. In the last 3 years, we've adapted a lot of our deliveries around the needs of salmon, particularly for fall and winter run. We've screened all of our diversions, which have come at a significant financial commitment. And so, those things are in the past, but I guess I would just say we're going to continue to do those things going forward. And then, in the last couple of years, we've also looked at ways to take actions to benefit the Pacific flyway and the other endangered species that we actually have in our districts, like giant garter snake and others. So again, I think we're committed to that. And as we kind of move forward, we want to make sure as we not only try and take actions to help protect salmon this year, that we're also looking to try and address the other species. As kind of reported earlier, we do think, continuing to look at the tools that we use are going to be is vital important. Obviously, you heard some different perspectives today. I think everybody, is wants to have the best outcome. But again, I think we all are tied up in some of these tools. So I want to, making sure that we have a good process to resolve some of the differences there is going to be vitally important. And then, making sure we don't miss opportunities this year. We know that salmon are going to have a tough year. Some of them won't make it. So in that course, can we go out and do more monitoring and research to really understand why and help peg and identify some of that monitoring that can actually help inform our tools going forward. So again, we're committed to that. We're committed to time. We're committed to funding and partnering with the other agencies. And I think you've heard we're already starting to try and get to some agreed upon operations that would work this year. And we're committed to that so we can bring you a package that has some of those balancing and trade-offs in it that will hopefully can be adopted in a timely basis. So again, really appreciate everybody's hard work. I know these are challenging times and challenging decisions, but again, just want to make sure we're providing you our commitment to continue at least going forward, working together on this year's operations, even though we've had challenges in the previous years. So thank you.
Appreciate that, Mr. Bentner. And when it comes to any suggestions for improvement to the format, or perhaps there was information you were looking to get out that you feel folks didn't have a chance to, let's talk offline. Always really interested in making sure that this forum is one that is really getting to the heart of discussions and being a useful one for everyone involved. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Barbara Berrigan-Perea.
Hi, Matt Holmes is joining me as well. We're doing a joint presentation.
Good, that sounds good.
Okay.
Yes, I see Mr. Holmes here.
And I believe you have our slides.
Yes, those should come up here momentarily. There they are.
There we go. All right. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. Barbara Berrigan-Perea with Restore the Delta.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel. Matt Holmes, Environmental Justice Director at Little Manila Rising. I just want to say that we're grateful to Restore the Delta for schooling us up and lowering the floor for a community like ours to participate with the control board.
Today, we want to describe, next slide, please, who we represent, our interest in the Sacramento Temperature Management Plan, the need for a healthy watershed from the headwaters through the Delta and Bay, our solidarity with drinking water groups south of the Delta and the tribes north, and threats to the Delta which are not being addressed by the Temperature Management Plan in combination with the upcoming TUCP. Next slide, please.
Yeah, and I'm really here to speak for our community and describe why Little Manila is here. And so at its most basic, we fight for fairness in Stockton and the Delta. Little Manila Rising, as you can tell by the name, has an origin in a Filipino-American story, but we share our neighborhood with Black, Latinx, and a broad spectrum of Indigenous and so-called Asian community members. And I'll just acknowledge for the camera my own melanin deficiency, and I want to point out that that's intentional. I'm the guy we send to relate to culturally white institutions. We don't send young professionals of color into dynamics that can be hostile or toxic to them. But it also points to the history of water in California and how that relates to a history of white power, as Gary pointed out earlier. It can't be denied that water and power are intrinsically tied to race in California. So that said, we only happen to be Filipino, but we fight for everyone in historically marginalized communities. And I'm merely here as a not so humble messenger of those communities. As we just heard from our Indigenous brothers and sisters, that their relationship to water was taken by white violence. That's a categorical fact. That's not up for debate. Nobody gets to look into that. The public participation in genocide in California is an awful truth, but it's a truth nonetheless. And it's directly related to so-called senior upstream water rights. And so I'll just share for the record, I know the board is prepared to acknowledge that history. I just have to say that if I can go home and look my friends in the eyes. So as for Stockton, you should all know where Stockton is. We're located on the eastern edge of the Delta along the San Joaquin River. We're a community organization embedded in that Delta, and we're trying to address a host of social, economic, and chronic, really planned for us public health conditions. Mostly working on air quality myself, but have come to realize that we can't ignore our waters and our Delta. It is the defining hydrology of our community and our ecology. And in that community, there's 40,000 residents who fish Delta waters for subsistence. Many of these fisher folk are from South Stockton. They're living in an unhealthy dynamic. They're housing insecure, they're food insecure, despite our productive regions, our region's productivity when it comes to agriculture. But they're out there fishing to survive because they have no choice in the matter. And then, but beyond those subsistence users, the rest of South Stockton residents really just have a negative relationship with the waterfront. Our waterways are stagnant, polluted waters that preclude even the most basic connection to the waterfront. You can't skip a stone in Stockton without observing how degraded the nature of our water is. And that shouldn't be news to anybody. This place is seen as a credit card or a spigot for other interests. Next slide, please. So a lot of text on this slide, but I'll just narrate, that roughly a third of Stockton residents live in the bottom quarter of the environmental health indicators, and that's according to the Office of Environmental Health Hazards Assessment, their CalEnviro mapping tool. There's some things wrong with that tool, but it does a pretty good job of overlaying elevated burdens and a community's economic capacity to respond to those conditions. And so we're not alone in that story in the Delta or in the watershed, but just talking about Delta communities, we have sister EJ communities in Antioch, Ileton, Clarksburg, Cortland, Walnut Grove, Hood, Rio Vista, Manteca, Tracy, and West Sacramento. And frankly, we're all taking a beating from our alienation from state water resources. And in that dynamic, I'm not a fish expert, but even I can see how the Sacramento temperature plan, directly impacts the state of fisheries upstream. Those impacts reduce salmon migration to the Delta. So that means that the same TUCPs within the drought that we're living through and the continuance of what are just frankly extreme water exports, they also impact the state of our local Delta fisheries. Again, I'm here to highlight that upstream and Delta mismanagement have a direct impact on our fishers, on recreation, people surviving off fishing, recreational fishers, and then the whole world of relating to water-based recreation or water-based commerce that we have just been alienated from for multiple generations. I'm trying to restore a downtown in my city, and nobody wants to do that down by the waterfront, because the worst aspect of Stockton is the waterfront, which is usually somebody's greatest asset. But because we're served last by state policies, it really has hurt our town. So, this water condition is probably what I'm mostly here to talk about, because I am an air quality fighter. And we are overburdened with clustering of emission sources. We run all of the state's transportation facilities through here, whether it's, rail, freeways, logistics hub, largest logistics hub west of Houston. So we have planned pollution on us, and that's why we set the 100th percentile for asthma cases of asthma incidents. And we tear open our kids' backpacks looking for an inhaler. We are hospitalized routinely just because of local emissions and agricultural burning practices. So now we get to add to that the fact that no water flushes out our Delta, and that our Delta is really becoming the source of air pollution through the harmful algal blooms phenomenon, the matting, and the aerosolization of cyanotoxins. We're looking around at the state saying, hey, who understands that? And we're trying to get our friends in CARB to recognize that this waterborne condition becomes an airborne pollution, and that it can drift several miles if it isn't handled directly. So that's all really just to highlight that, we depend on a healthy Delta, and that a Delta is only healthy when it's healthy from the watershed to the SF Bay. It's bad enough that Stockton has to serve the state's needs with all of those transportation, commerce, and logistics obligations. Stockton does a lot for commerce and the economy in California. So when you got to take all that into consideration, because when I ask you to flush my community with more fresh water, it's frankly insulting to be accused of restricting the economy. Stockton takes a beating for California's economy. The least we could do is access the water flowing by our homes. To have our quality of life be continually and significantly degraded by enjoying the leftovers or the dregs from more influential communities remains disheartening. And it challenges our ability to pull ourselves up, as some people like to tell us to do. Next slide, please.
So the problem with the Sacramento Temperature Management Plan, along with the upcoming TUCP, is that the Department of Water Resources and the U.S. Bureau have divided the system. They're going to manage for temperature by sacrificing Delta conditions, and that fails fisheries upstream and or downstream, depending on management. We think a system that manages one end or the other is a failed system. Here's the mistake. Last year, water should have been held in the reservoirs from Shasta to Kern to prepare for this year. This is what we need for next year if there is going to be any form of justice for all communities from the top of the watershed through the Delta. Next slide, please. This slide really speaks for itself. Delta communities and tribal communities upstreams bore the brunt of system management for water contractors upstream and downstream from the Delta. They're poised again, the Bureau and DWR, to manage the system exactly the same way. because of the economy. The truth is that Central Valley ag users will still receive the most water from the Delta watershed, and tribes, Delta environmental justice groups, and San Joaquin Valley drinking water groups are left scrambling for what remains of the water allocations. Next slide. We support the human right to water, and I really want to point out why. We consistently see that the same policies that are impacting tribes, that are impacting our communities in the Delta, are the same policies that drive why drinking water systems never get fixed in the San Joaquin Valley. And we are really worn out with a rhetoric and a system that divides all of these EJ concerns from each other. We have to start managing the entire system and the watersheds for the groups that have really been left behind. Last slide, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit of detail to the algae bloom issue. I mean, I brought up how it's really a public health risk. It's also just this crazy looming like sci-fi movie psychological deterrent that something is fermenting on our waterfront. We're trying to restore our waterfront and it's just plain gross. It highlights for us that the waters have never been managed for Stockton. And it really connects back to comments that were made earlier about how the Central Valley is the most productive agricultural region in the world and it feeds the world. I also have to point out that it fails to feed the San Joaquin Valley. So, that's a similar system to how water waters the valley, but it can't even water residential communities within the valley. So, we are within the water. We're at the bottom of the estuary. We're right here alongside Delta farmers, but we're not entitled to use it because upstream exporters get served first. My friends that grew up here didn't even know they were surrounded by waterways. These folks had to learn about the Delta when they were in their 30s after they came home from college. So, the history and the predictable outcomes of all this underscores that the TUCP is set in place with an inadequate upstream temperature management plan. It's March. I spent the morning on the Deepwater Channel in Stockton with the regional administrator for Region 9 of the US EPA, and Restore the Delta science coordinator shared that just yesterday, they tested Stockton waterways for cyanobacteria. Even though there were no visible HABs, they recorded 5 parts per billion in cyanotoxin, which is still unsafe. That's 4 months after a cooler winter weather. We have to think about what conditions will be like upstream and in the Delta this year with drought conditions made worse by years of systemic mismanagement. We're in a tight spot. We need some help. We're a city of 350,000 people, and I think we're entitled to access our own waters. Thank you.
Thank you both. I appreciate the good presentation and contribution. And again, I know it's been a long day, so thanks as well for the patience and for contributing to the discussion today. Truly appreciate it. I want to flag, I apologize, Crystal Moreno from the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. I inadvertently skipped over you after the Vice Chairwoman's comments. I did want to circle back to you and make sure that you had an opportunity to comment if you'd like.
Thank you, Chair. I actually have no comments.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next, then, I'd like to call up Doug Obigi, who will be followed by John McManus, and rounding out the panel will be Mike Conroy. We'll take a break at that point after any discussion and questions from board members, and then continue on into then individual commenters, and I'll flag there's about 14 or so of those. Mr. Obigi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Doug Obigi from NRDC. I wish we were not in this position, and I wish that there were something that was an easy solution, but there isn't. We've used up all those easy solutions. And the problems that we face this year is because we didn't take the hard decisions last year. And the practice of continuing to kick the can down the road and failing to resolve these hard decisions only makes the problems worse for future generations. What we're facing this year is not extraordinary. By 2050, DWR says that a drought like this is likely, has a 50% chance in any year. So what we're seeing now is the new normal. And the question is whether this board and this governor will be able to resolve those issues in a way that protects fish and wildlife and these communities. And it's going to take tough choices. Because we can't control hydrology, but we do control where the water goes. And all too often, as we saw last year, the excessive water deliveries to Sacramento River settlement contractors, Panther River settlement contractors, San Joaquin River settlement contractors, even DWR State Water Project contractors have caused the problem that we have today. We drained the upstream reservoirs and we didn't have any backup in case this year was dry, and it has been dry. We're going to have really bad options for salmon this year. And I want to highlight that even if we have really high mortality of salmon and high water temperatures, it's still essential to rebuild Shasta Storage. Because the only way we get out of this destructive cycle is to actually rebuild Shasta Storage by the end of this year. And doing water transfers that deplete Shasta Storage after September under the guise of improving carryover storage in September, but then deplete it thereafter, that's just a bait and switch. That doesn't actually solve our problems. That like a lot of the habitat restoration projects are things that make us feel good and that may be helpful down the road, but they're not resolving the fundamental challenges facing our fish and wildlife. And that is our inequitable, racist water rights system that promises far more water than can be safely delivered. Our water system's bankrupt. We've been writing checks that Mother Nature just won't cash. And the choice is now, unfortunately, or fortunately, yours to decide who is going to get pennies on the dollar, who is going to get paid in full for their debts, and who is going to go home penniless. And unfortunately, in our water rights system, in our winner-take-all, first-in-time, first-in-right system, it is not equitable. But you do have the power under the reasonable use doctrine to make it fairer, to remedy some of those wrongs, and to try to reconcile the history that led us to this inequitable situation. And so I hope that we have learned from the past year and the past couple years and the past drought, and we don't continue to repeat those mistakes. Because the last thing I want to do is to have to do the same damn talk next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Obiji. Appreciate your comments. Next, we have John McManus.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think John and I were going to switch spots. It's Mike Connery from PCFFA.
That works. That definitely works. Good to see you both.
Yeah, thanks. And I've got a presentation. I'm sorry for messing things up.
Oh, not in the least. And that should be pulled up here momentarily.
No worries. So while that's loading, I'll go ahead and introduce myself. My name is Mike Conroy. I am the executive director of the Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations. We're the largest organization of commercial fishermen and women on the West Coast, with membership spanning from Southern Oregon to the California-Oregon border. Like last year, we're here today imploring you to adopt Sacramento River temperature management that take the needs of Sacramento River salmon runs into account in a way that doesn't result in spawning failures. Last year, NIMS identified the Sacramento River winter run Chinook as a species in the spotlight, noting that that stock is dependent on sufficient cold water originating from those headwaters to be released from Shasta Reservoir from spring to fall, the time of year when they are present below the reservoir. It has long been recognized that a prolonged drought could have devastating impacts, possibly leading to the species extinction. You've heard a lot about
your apologies, Mr. Conrad. I don't see your slides up yet. I'm just checking in with the clerk really quick to see if they'll be coming up.
We're checking right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I haven't got to a point yet where I'm referring to them, so we're good still. You've heard a lot about potential impacts on salmon. I want to talk about impacts to the people who are dependent upon those salmon. PCFFA members and local fishing communities relying upon our activities are dependent upon California Sacramento River salmon runs, but we're not the only ones. California's recreational fishing community, both ocean and in river, depend on salmon. And as you've heard in this panel before us, California's tribal nations derive significant cultural, ceremonial, and subsistence benefits from salmon. My comments focus on the commercial fisheries and harvesters and dependent communities. While we're waiting, I just want to acknowledge that the presentations that have preceded ours. As a non-scientist fisherman lawyer, the amount of information presented and in the way it was done so, understandably, it is highly impressive. And I was particularly encouraged by the vice chair's comments, I believe it was before lunch, about looking forward and highlighting lessons that could be learned from prior years. We designed our presentation with that in mind. And now we're getting to the point where the presentation would be helpful.
Mr. Conroy, I'm sorry, but I don't have your presentation. Who did you send it to by chance?
I believe it was sent to Janine, and
That's
it would have
me.
been sent. I think Barry would have sent it. Barry Nelson would have sent it,
Okay, hold on one second. Let me just check.
and it might have been on the back end of the one John had prepared.
Okay, let me check.
Yeah, sorry about that. So the next slide, the slide that you would see now was a chart that showed the number of California commercial salmon vessel permits that had been issued in 1990, and then compare those with those in existence in 2021. And what you would have seen is that the number of state issued salmon permits dropped by 2/3, and the number of unique vessels that making landings over that 30-year time frame had been dropped by roughly 80%. This has negatively impacted ports and harbors from Santa Barbara to Crescent City, as well as California's seafood economy and seafood consumers who support our industry by choosing wild-caught California salmon. There will also be impacts to California's food security. Last year, John and I came on and we implored you to take actions that would not result in the extinction of our California salmon runs. We asked, and I quote, "We need your help. And the most direct way you can help us is by supporting Sac River temperature management that prioritizes survival of embryonic salmon." That is a quote from the verbal testimony that we gave last week or last year. In addition to that quote that you would see on screen I just read, we clarified that we are not proposing you disregard the needs and concerns of farmers who feed Californians, but rather we are asking that you take into consideration your public trust responsibilities and not oversee the extinction of Sacramento River Run. Last year, your decision favored water users. The fish bore the risk and paid the price. This year, you must favor salmon. Extinction is no longer a theoretic concern. We are now looking at extinction as a real risk. Is that what you want as your legacy? Extinction is permanent. This year, you must favor salmon. Then our next slide would have highlighted a letter that you had been sent by the Joint Committee on Fisheries and Aquaculture, urging you to take action. In addition to the language that would have been quoted on screen, the letter also urged you to explore every opportunity to improve temperature conditions for salmon this year, being 2021, including options that would require reductions in water deliveries. It also urged you to consider seriously the hardship that another disastrous juvenile salmon kill could impose on natural resources, tribes, and salmon fishing jobs, families, and communities, including in their districts. Given current hydrological conditions, these urgings are even more urgent in this year. I quote, and this is from the letter, "Your agency is charged with protecting these critical public resources. Indeed, the board is the only agency with the regulatory authority to ensure that water operations protect fall run salmon in the fishing industry." For clarity, the critical public resources referred to were the Sacramento River Run salmons. And then we had a couple slides that highlighted what we talked about last year. One had a news article from July of last year that the fears that we had brought up in April were beginning to be acknowledged. And then the next slide was a snippet from an article in January of this year that, as one of the earlier presenters commented, an estimated 2.56% of endangered winter run salmon failed to survive from egg to fry. This year, we know, is a critically dry year. Many commentators which have preceded me have spoken far more eloquently and authoritatively on California's current hydrological state. We did have a slide that was focused on escapement. Michael Macon, his presentation really gave a great overview of the fishery specific information, in particular, some of the slides that he offered on escapement. For purposes of our salmon fisheries management, escapement refers to spawning escapement. If an adult returns to the river and, due to inhospitable river conditions, dies before spawning, it does not count towards escapement. As Mr. Rosenfeld pointed out, 5.6% of winter run spawners died this last year before spawning. Our fisheries are managed to allow for a minimum number of adult fall run to return to the river to spawn. In years past, this floor was 122,000 fish. This year, that number is 180,000 fish. This will likely result in constrained fisheries compared to last year, in some cases an up to 50% reduction in opportunity. In-river pre-spawn mortality, which results in failure to meet escapement goals, will result in further constraints in future years. The next slide was a question
Mr.
pondering.
Conroy, it looks like we actually have your slides up now. So they can
Well, if you
quickly
can go down to slide 9, it's going to be the one that's entitled "Where Did the Water Go?" There it is. We know that rice growers are anxious about the future and about this year. We know that this will be painful. The families and businesses in our industry know what that pain feels like. Our industry has felt the pain of a complete shutdown, and those memories are not distant. We faced salmon seasons that were slashed. We will face that again this year. Unfortunately, no one is immune from feeling this pain. In the world we live in today, that necessitates including senior water right holders as well. Next slide, please. Thank you. We shared this slide last year and will likely be sharing it again next year until we start to see evidence that meeting this goal is even remotely possible. We continue to support this goal and remain committed to working collaboratively with all involved to attain this goal. Next slide, please. Last year, we stated, if we can get anticipated mortality down to below 30%, which pains me to even say that, we should always strive for zero mortality, we believe that would be appropriate given current conditions. Surely there are options for consideration which would cap egg mortality below 30%. Given today's reality and last year's, it's likely, and we're hearing that if the goal is going to be 50% mortality, which is a far better result than the 75% that was been alluded to in earlier presentations. Next slide, please. Which I believe would be the last slide. That is the last slide. We might have decent returns of winter run this year from before this drought started, knowing that the hydrological conditions in 2017 and 18 were favorable for juvenile salmon. This may be our last chance to protect them. We can protect these fish and build from there. The alternative, letting them all die again, could put us on a slide to extinction. And thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. Sorry we didn't get this the slideshow worked out till the end, but I think you were able to get what I was going to convey, the message I was conveying.
definitely did, and appreciate that, Mr. Conroy, and apologies for any technical difficulties there and getting them up to begin with. So just thank you. Appreciate your comments.
No worries.
Mr. McManus.
Can you see me?
We can see and hear you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the Water Board. I have a slide presentation too.
There it is.
I'm John McManus. I am the president of the Golden State Salmon Association, or a coalition that represents both commercial and recreational salmon fishing interests, related businesses, and related communities all up and down the coast and in the interior of California. Next slide, please. You know, I struggle with what to talk about when I come here. It's been quite a day. You've heard a lot of stuff. And it seems to me the question really isn't a scientific one. The science seems pretty well established, even though there are some that would like to cast uncertainty and question over it. The real question seems to be a political one. And on some level, I guess people could argue it's a policy and a legal one. We've heard some really good speakers on this panel pointing out how in the world we got to where we are today with a unsustainable and unjust system. I'm certain that you're hearing quite a bit from the powerful water districts up and down the state. I'm not at all certain that you get to hear from people like us, except maybe quarterly when there's workshops like this and we can appear in front of you. And I have to comment, there aren't that many representing the water user groups who are here today, which will make some suspicious, I'm sure, that some kind of fix is in. If we wake up in a few weeks and find out there's a deal to pay water users to forego their water this year, I'm not sure how many people will be surprised, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. This slide here shows you a couple boats tied up at Fisherman's Wharf in San Francisco. And I just want to point out that boat on the left, the Wacky Jackie, was sold. She's gone, left the state because of not enough salmon opportunity down here to create a buyer to buy it. Every one of those boats that size is probably generating something on the order of $1 million+ a year in annual economic activity. Next slide, please. Here's another one. This is the Holly Cat, which was down in Half Moon Bay. She's gone from Half Moon Bay. She's still in the state, but was bought by a fisherman to the north who would be using this boat primarily to try and make a living fishing rockfish. But the point is, there wasn't enough salmon around to keep this boat in our part of the world in the Bay Area. So we're losing economic inputs. Next slide, please. And we're losing species. We lost these guys. I guess the last one was in the 1920s. But extinction is not a good thing. I think everybody you've heard from today would agree. We don't want to be losing more species. Next slide, please. And we've lost these Delta smelt functionally in the wild. And that's happened basically on your watch and on the watch of water board members that immediately preceded you. Next slide, please. Green sturgeon are awfully low in number, and we're losing smelt and sturgeon and salmon, all for the same reason. All for the same reason. We have an unsustainable water system. You've heard about it. You know it. You all know it better than we do. You accepted the job of being on this board, knowing that problems when the system caves in are going to fall into your lap. Next slide, please. Longfin smelt, teetering, not in good shape. Again, lack of water. Next slide, please. Yep, we have agricultural throughout the state, and we appreciate it. And we feel the pain of those who are suffering this year, especially to the north in the Sac Valley. Next slide, please. But we've got communities as well, and they're hurt badly. Bodega Bay, most of the boats that you see here are salmon fishing boats. Next slide, please. San Rafael, it imports all throughout San Francisco Bay. There's thousands of these boats, and most of them are generating thousands, if not tens or hundreds of thousands, in economic activity in the boatyards, marine electronics, and the like. Next slide, please. Moss Landing, other ports all up and down the coast. They're just packed to the gills, or they were once upon a time anyway, with salmon boats. These economies are being brought to their knees right now. And we've been talking a lot today about winter run. I just would like to point out that 90.5, if I heard it correctly this morning, calls on the state board to look out for the well-being, not only of winter run, but fall run that supports all of these harbors, all of these ports, all of these industries. Next slide, please. Boats for sale. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, next slide. And next slide. We lose our salmon, we lose our fall run, we lose our ability to fish, we lose what for many Californians is their first introduction to wilderness. You know, you think about the development of the state where we really have wilderness is offshore, where we really have the opportunity to connect citizens of this state to nature. Well, we have many, but this is a key one, is the point I'm trying to make. There are many young people throughout the state who get their first appreciation for nature, for the needs to be stewards, by going salmon fishing. Next slide, please. It's also a way that we get food. You know, I hear some of our friends from the Central Valley talking about food production. I haven't eaten any alfalfa recently, but I do appreciate rice. Don't get me wrong, but I don't eat alfalfa. But it's also critical to know that people out on the coast and elsewhere, look to this ocean and to the salmon that come out of it as a vital food source. You know, people talk about the sport fishery as if it's just sport. It's optional, it's elective. But for many people, it's a way to supplement the dinner table. Next slide, please. And we don't want more of this. Next slide. There's one other thing I just want to hit on briefly that has to do with low flows and warm temperatures in the Sacramento River that we're getting an increased appreciation for as time goes on. And it's the pathogen sea Shasta outbreaks that are annihilating the few juvenile salmon that manage to survive the hot water and the red dewatering and all the other assaults and insults and actually hatch. Then they got to run the gauntlet down to the Delta and survive pathogens that want to attack them. You saw a presentation earlier today about losses in different stretches of the river. I'd like to offer that sea Shasta is one of the reasons we're losing juvenile salmon as they attempt to make it downstream. We know from the Klamath River and in the Feather River, where we have sea Shasta problems, that the way to address them is by flow. So we desperately need water, not only for all the reasons we've talked about today, but also to tamp these pathogens down. Next slide, please. These are just some of the losses of juvenile fish from sea Shasta from last year. Next slide. And that does it for me. I just hope that for you members of the Water Board, when you get a chance to look in the mirror and think about what's hanging in the balance, you can see the bigger picture. And I'll stop there. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. I do appreciate your contributions here, and I know it's been a long day, so thank you. Fellow board colleagues, questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, we can move on. And at this point, let's go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break. And what we will do then is get into our individual commenters. Again, we have about 14, and then have some additional discussion here. Appreciate again that it's been a long day and appreciate everyone's patience. So let's go ahead and take that quickly. We'll come back here at, it'll be a little less than 10 minutes, but 4:15, and we can keep moving. So thank you, everyone. See you soon. All right, everyone, we're at 4:15. We can begin to gather back. And I've said it several times, but I do appreciate everyone's patience today. I believe I'll have to have my Excel spreadsheet list, and then there's a scroll. And so I believe perhaps it's Clint Oliver that may be coming up, but I'll wait for the scroll because Mr. Oliver may not be on the platform, in which case I believe it's Gail Delahart.
Clint is not on the platform, Chair Esquivel, so it is Gail next.
Okay.
Oh, awesome.
Ms. Delahan.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
No, yes. Start of the morning. Yeah.
There we go.
Thank you
I
for
was
hanging
going to
in
say
there.
morning. I was hoping you were going to be done in the morning. Really, come on, you guys.
Thanks for hanging in there. I appreciate you participating.
Quite an education. I feel like I need a degree now. And thank you for this time. I'm going to be very short. I think everything's been said that I was actually going to say and question. I actually agree with Doug Obigi on this is the new norm. And I guess my question going forward, and I think Vice Chair tried to ask this question, and I think the answer is yes. If this is the new norm and the reservoirs are going to be warmer and the snowpack less, is the analysis and is the modeling that can be done going to show if the salmon populations are even going to survive in our rivers, if this is the new norm? And everything is warming. I don't know. I don't know that answer, but I do know farmers are asking us that question because things are warming. The snowpack is less. There's a lot more rain. And I'm going to plug surface storage. We need more surface water storage, obviously, especially after today's presentation by all the experts. So I know you have a very hard job to decide what you're going to do with the temperature in the river. I'm very confident that you'll work it out, especially with all the water districts that are at the table trying to help you do this, because they're experts at it. And I don't envy you your job today, but I would appreciate looking at our future and all the modeling going forward, and warmer temperatures and less snowpack. What are we going to do? And is that even possible to figure out?
Thank you, Ms. Delahan. I appreciate it.
And you don't have the answer. Yeah.
I appreciate your comments. Thank you. Next, I think we have Regina Chicozola.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Hello.
Hello. Thank you for letting me talk today. Hopefully I will not get cut off. I'm on solar power, so sometimes I get cut off during these. I understand the pain people are feeling. I'm actually looking at my spring maybe not lasting through the year for the first time ever. I live way up on the Klamath River, where we are very, very dependent on our local water supplies also. But I have to say, you have a hard job ahead of you. Climate change is real, and water for health and safety, and to make sure the river's water quality and salmon don't go extinct need to be the priority of this board. It is your job to serve the public trust, and it is your job to serve the public good. And also, because the Department of Interior and Bureau of Reclamation have not held to their responsibilities as trustee in this situation for tribes, unfortunately, it's also your job at this point to think about the needs of the tribes and the tribal beneficial uses of the Sacramento River and the Bay Delta. And it makes me sad that the trustee has not come through at all for the tribes in California. And it makes me sad that it didn't rain this year. But unfortunately, I feel that the board really made a mistake last year with waiting too long to do the temperature management plan and then approving a temperature management plan that let the majority of the winter run and spring run and fall run wild fish in the river die. So now it's your now you have to pick up the pieces and figure out what to do. And unfortunately, that means cutting off the settlement contractors, and it means cutting off a lot of ag. And I just wanted to speak to the feeding the world part of the conversation. Last year there was actually a glut of almonds, and a lot of these crops are exported. And really, I don't think that rice is necessarily the best use of water in a year now that climate change is getting so bad. We really need to think about where the heavy use is and what the beneficial uses of water are in this state now. I really want to urge you to listen to Tom Stokely and do not try to manage Sacramento River temperature on the back of the Trinity River. Trinity River storage is critically low. We really rely on water releases from the Trinity River to keep the salmon alive in the Klamath River. And the Bureau of Reclamation has passed the Lower Klamath plan that says that we need to have Trinity River water releases to stop fish kills in drought year. And that plan does come because the tribes have established fishing rights in the Klamath River. I really don't think that hardly any water should be diverted from the Trinity Reservoir this year. We really need it here. And that is the responsibility of this board to make sure that we have that. Other than that, I just wanted to say that health is the most important thing beyond the fish this year. These cities really rely on the water, and the fact that our archaic and racist water rights system puts a handful of farmers ahead of even cities and people's drinking water we really need to deal with the water rights system. And unfortunately, hard decisions will need to be made, but I hope that you can make them. We're here to support you in any way we can in figuring out how to do this. And I really hope that we have a future that's more equitable for all of the people in California. And I'll give the rest of my time to the next person. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chigazola. Appreciate your comments here and contribution to the discussion here today. Thank you. Next, we have Castle Willie, and I believe you're marked speak if needed. So just calling on you though to see if you would like to speak.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, then we have Dante Nomalini.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I'm Dante John Nomalini. I'm the attorney and manager for the Central Delta Water Agency. We've been very interested in this subject and very concerned about what's been going on with the lack of planning to meet water quality standards and other regulatory requirements by both the Department of Water Resources and the Bureau of Reclamation. Of course, both entities are government entities, and they have a real conflict of interest in dealing with their responsibility for public trust, as well as their responsibility to the contractors. Now, what we have before us is a pattern and practice by the two major entities, Department of Water Resources and Bureau of Reclamation, of exporting water on a basis of not trying to meet water quality and regulatory standards in the future for dry years, but rather on forecasted exceedance criteria, what could be based on 50 prior years, I think it was for a while, then I heard 30, and I see promising changes today in the presentations that it would be more current. I think the reality is such that we ought to look at the situation, and you people can force them to do this or work with them to do it, to take where we are today with water storage, look at an actual historical restraining year for rainfall, snow melt, and what have you from today on, see how you're going to meet the water quality standards this year and at least a year or two in the future. And we have to face the reality of what we're really dealing with. And therefore, the forecasts, in my opinion, don't actually bring forward the reality of what we have to do. Now, that would be a baseline that you can then make your decisions off of. The other thing that's going on is that we have all these water transfers and changes that are being made to water rights. that are designed to facilitate exports from the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta and from the watersheds of Oregon. We believe the law is clear that you can't do that. The projects seem to go forward in any event, and they do it in a number of ways. Right now, they're talking about, and you probably are talking about, having exports of at least 1,500 cubic feet per second for health and safety, for waterfowl refuges, for operational criteria of the projects or what have you with pumps. With regard to meeting the needs in the valley, one of the things we're doing right now is we're ignoring the entire San Joaquin watershed and Friant and leaving them out of this situation when Friant is a federal project with the same obligations of the federal government that exist for the Sacramento Basin. And there is water there that should be made available to the exchange contractors in lieu of water from the north. The exchange contracts provide that if they don't get water from the north, they can take it in priority to the federal government's project water on the San Joaquin River, and that should be done. The second thing is that if we are exporting water, for example, supposedly water is held in storage in Shasta, released for cold water, and thereafter it's exported to the San Luis Delta Mendota Authority or one of the contractors down there. That water, until we know that we can meet water quality standards and regulatory standards in the river for fish and otherwise, it should be held in storage in San Luis. It may make sense to move it across just because of the situation at the time, but it should not be allowed to be used. It should be brought back, recaptured, brought back into the system to meet salinity control in the Delta, which could relieve the burden on Shasta and other reservoirs that would be providing water, colder water for fish. So we see an abusive process in what's going on with these water transfers and the changes. We heard today that the Bureau of Reclamation issued a no significant impact. They want to take state water project water stored in San Luis and use it to supply the exchange contractors so they can take more water south out of Friant. And we think that would be wrong. It shouldn't be allowed. The other thing that's going on is people are selling water with groundwater substitution in the Sacramento Valley and even with land fallowing. That takes water out of the river. If it goes into storage in Shasta, where it's a double whammy on reduction of flow down the river, and supposedly there's a 13% subtraction to take care of river flow or whatever, but that doesn't end up in the river the way they're doing it. That's going somewhere else. And that shouldn't be allowed. We shouldn't allow these people just to sell their water and transfer it out of the basin. That hurts not only the projects in terms of their ability to meet salinity control in the Delta, but it also hurts the amount that you have in storage to deal with cold water. Anyway, we've written lots of comments. We will continue to do so. We appreciate the fact you've held this hearing or this workshop. We don't like the idea of the projects meeting just with the contractors from one particular area. The meetings ought to be held in a public setting so those that are interested could see what's going on in the back room. I know, you know, there's a lot of politics involved in this, and the deals are generally made in the back room. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Namalini. Appreciate your comments and engagement and hear this very public and transparent discussion around the considerations the board is having to take in. So I appreciate it. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Brett Baker, who will be followed by Lise Oliver.
Thank you, Chair. I won't take up any more of your time today. We've all been here for quite some time. Just want to reiterate a few things. So you are in a very unenviable position. I don't take that for granted. That you have some very difficult decisions facing you guys. I would encourage you to remember what you heard today. Keep that in your mind when you make decisions regarding TUCP, when you make decisions regarding transfer. I'd like to thank the board for their engagement and the good questions. That 30-year average, though, I think that that's a point that can't be overstated, that planning for something that is not a reality is different than what's facing us tomorrow. So that's, I'll leave it at that. But just, I thank you for all the healthy discussion and the engagement today.
Thank you. I appreciate you sticking with us. And yeah, as we've explored today, we have some incredible tools out there that can help us to better ensure that we're having physical based models. We're working off of real-time conditions, knowing that the system that we find ourselves with, we're just way outside any operating norms that any previous anticipation really had. Yes, we know droughts are a feature of California. Yes, we know we need to better prepare them. But I am incredibly struck at the dryness of these last years and how outside of any historical norms we are. So I appreciate the acknowledgement and not Mr. Baker. Next, we have Lee Oliver, who will be followed by Mark Rockwell.
Yes, hello, Ayuki. My name is Lisa Oliver. My pronouns are they, them, theirs. I am a Karuk enrolled tribal member, and I'm also the rural community organizer for Save the California Salmon. I also work as a graduate and teaching assistant at Oregon State University in Corvallis, Oregon, where I work in the Department of Women, Gender, and Sexuality Studies. And we do a lot of work with the Kalapuya tribe and different tribal nations in terms of doing indigenous studies and different analyses in that regard. But I wanted to comment on a few things, mainly just in reflection of today, acknowledging the very little discussion of the ongoing state of the pandemic that we are very much still currently facing, and just recognizing that when we're considering water, that is very much a public health issue, as some folks have mentioned here today, especially when we're considering that this impact that the pandemic has had is primarily affecting folks who are in marginalized communities and lower income communities, farm workers, educators, people who are doing very important work in logistics and making sure that grocery store shelves are stocked, things such as that. So wanting to acknowledge that, but also making sure that there's no mistake in acknowledging that prioritizing the larger water stakeholders does nothing to acknowledge also smaller farmers and ranchers who also need access to different water policies in ways that are feasible and manageable, but have also been overpromised by different water policies that the state has put into place. Needing to acknowledge that the policies in the way of things that we're going with right now does nothing to benefit the fact that everyone is being basically negatively impacted by the system that overpromises and that then gives this false interpretation of what is actually available for all communities that are involved, salmon, indigenous communities, farming communities, larger stakeholders alike. But also acknowledging that for Karuk people, for Wiyot people, for Shasta people, for Pitt River people, for all of the nations that are impacted in the Sacramento River Valley, also by water policy that we've seen completely decimate salmon populations in the Klamath River Basin as well. That salmon are literally people to us, are literally our relatives. We're literally watching our children, our youth die and having to bag them up for research that is being done, and then seeing literally very little in way of actual return to take care and to steward those youth that we're losing, and acknowledging that this has impact. Obviously, we've heard a lot today about just the different cycles of water management and also just salmon life cycles, and how that very much greatly impacts not only what is happening right now, but 2, 3, 4, 5 future generations, years down the road, where we are not going to have salmon that are returning home because they were never spawned here in the first place. So wanting to acknowledge that and just acknowledge that when we're talking about water and policies that are benefiting these few stakeholders the most, that this is leaving rural communities and indigenous communities and every sort behind in that way. And needing to acknowledge that we need to work towards more reciprocal relations, because what happens to the salmon also happens to us. And people have been asking here today, what happens when the water is too hot, when the water is not available for the salmon? But I also want to ask, what happens when the water is not available for 29 million people for drinking and for power, if we mismanage the water as it is right now? And also what happens when there's not water for the smaller farmers, but also for the larger stakeholders even too, as we move forward into further climate crisis and just warming that we're dealing with, and drier seasons. So a lot to think about today, and really appreciating just the vast amount of knowledge that has been brought here, but also wanting to honor and hold the vast amount of knowledge that Indigenous peoples of these areas have been giving out to people, and have been talking about since time immemorial. We've been recognizing these different changes in the climate, in the water, in the salmon, very, very quickly, because of how much we rely on them and how much we're intertwined with them and their well-being. So wanting to bring that to acknowledgement as well. But yeah, thank you, Youthwa, for the time, and just for everyone's insights and knowledge and time here today.
Thank you for yours as well, Lise. I really appreciate your good points and contributions here to our discussion. It has been a long day, quite wide-ranging, if not focused here on Sacramento River temperature management, but definitely not lost, certainly to myself, or I know the other board members, the complexity of the decisions we're having to balance here. But appreciate the focus on community and people. Next, we have Mark Rockwell, who will be followed by Joe Del Bosque and Robert Dunn.
Thank you, Chairman Escoval, and I appreciate this time to present to the board and to share my community's concerns. On behalf of the Fly Fishers International, our 46-member fly fishing clubs in California, and more than 12,000 members and families, I make these comments today. A summary statement from me is really that better water storage and resulting temperature management results from managing water now and probably for the future in a continuing drought reality. It's just where we are, and there's no reason to think it's going to be different this year, next year, 10 years from now. So we would say, take drought as the norm. If we get good wet years, great. But if we don't plan that way, the mistakes we make are deleterious to our natural resources. A comment is that by not completing the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, which you are responsible to do, which would have set carryover storage requirements, and by not restricting water deliveries to avoid last year's temperature disaster on the Sacramento River, the board helped to create the current stressful situation where winter run and fall run Chinook are increasingly likely to be severely damaged this year or possibly even go extinct. The predicament this year is a direct result of allowing the reservoir to be drained last year. End of September 2021 storage was only 1 million acre feet, though the temperature management plan called for 1.25 million acre feet, and NIMS modeling asked for 1.5 million acre feet. What we asked the board to do is the following. One is to provide maximum temperature protection possible for both winter and fall run Chinook. We ask you to meet your public trust responsibilities here. Two, maintain holding what that means basically is to hold enough water back this spring and summer to ensure for survival of this fall and then to provide a chance to get out this doom scenario next spring as well. Holding water back helps this year. It will also help next year. We also would recommend item 3 to maintain river and delta outflow conditions that provides protections for out-migrating salmon. Providing water temperatures and flows for spawning and egg protection has to be matched with flows to ensure the ability to get those fish out of the delta and make it to the ocean. All aspects of survival are dependent on flows from Shasta to the Golden Gate Bridge. The only way to accomplish this responsibility your agency has to protect the natural resources of California is to hold enough water back now, accomplish these tasks this fall and winter, and manage diversions south of Shasta. There are no trade-offs that will result in survival of salmon. There are, however, workable trade-offs for agricultural impacts as well as power production impacts. Agriculture is not at the point where they're going to lose their life because they miss a year of planting. I'm sure the federal government and others would step forward to provide them economic assistance if that is the case. So we hope that you will first think about the public trust responsibility that you hold and to then manage the other pieces around that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rothwell. I again appreciate you sticking in and providing us your good comment here. Thank you. Next commenter, Mr. Delvolsky.
Yes, good afternoon, and Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to be here to speak on behalf of our family farm and our farm worker families. I'm a farmer on the west side of the San Joaquin Valley. I've been involved in farming on the west side almost all my life. My parents were migrant farm workers who settled here when a permanent job was offered to my father. My parents worked and sacrificed for my sisters and I to have opportunities that this country offered when they came here from Mexico. From the time I was growing up in a labor camp on the farm to today, owning a melon, vegetable, and almond operation, you could say I achieved the American dream. In my long life, I have seen many farm workers come and work for their families, just like my parents did. Many of my current and past employees have children, many whom I saw growing up attend some of the best schools and colleges in our state, and I'm very proud of that. Our farm has changed and adapted over the past 3 decades to keep going as we've seen our water supply steadily shrink. But most recently, despite putting in place the most efficient water conservation methods and technologies and forming partnerships with farmers in other regions of the state and ecosystem managers in the valley, we are facing our most severe challenge, the uncertainty of surviving another year. My family farm may not continue for the next generation, for my children and grandchildren. Am I still there? Am I still alive? Okay, thank you. For the past several years, we've had to cut back our plantings. It's a difficult decision, and I've had to make some Sophie's choices, which crops to cut back. And worse, because of those cutbacks, which of our longtime faithful employees to lay off. It's very difficult. Last year, I had the heartbreaking task of telling 70 of our employees that there would be no jobs for them in 2022. This year, I may have to repeat that if we have further restrictions in our water supplies based on this board's decisions throughout the year. I don't know what happens to these hardworking families as other farmers in our farming communities have had to uproot. Sorry, let me go back. I don't know what happens to these hardworking families as the other farmers in the area have the same predicament and are not hiring. Since 2009, many people in our farming communities have had to uproot their families and move away. It's devastating for their children and families and for the communities in the valley where they've settled and laid down roots. These are workers, students, church members, and established members of our community. They deserve a voice at the table. The temperature management plant that will be considered by this board has serious impacts on how much water may be available to serve the needs of the people and communities of the San Joaquin Valley, amongst many other needs that the board must balance. If the board takes actions that restrict the flexibility to make water available to my farm, forcing more fallowing, it is dismissing the people who are considered essential during the pandemic. People who didn't miss a day of work to keep food on the tables of all our families. And the food consumers feared would not be on the shelves last year may indeed not be grown and harvested this year. Each voice deserves the opportunity to be heard, and the board has a responsibility to reasonably balance the impacts across California's peoples and its ecosystems. The drought has spared few. We are all in pain. However, agriculture and its essential workers, those who serve the needs of the country by producing the food on our table, cannot bear a disproportionate burden. Food, like water, is an issue of human health and safety. I thank you for the opportunity to make the comments.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate, again, it's been a long day, just sticking with us and ensuring that we're hearing your voice. And I know, again, we don't take lightly the balancing that the board is having to do here. And so I know that there is impacts to our decisions, but important to note as well that the majority of what we're really facing here is a hydrology that isn't cooperating. And it's in these times of shortage that these balancing decisions become most pronounced, certainly. So I appreciate, again, your voice and perspective here and the time you've taken to make sure that the board was engaged. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Robert Dunn, who will be followed by Deirdre Desjardins.
Hello, my name is Robert Dunn. Can you hear me?
We can. Good evening or afternoon.
I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Robert Dunn. I'm a biologist, and my specialty is the Sacramento River Watershed and Central Valley Project. I bring some action plans to the meeting today. Number one on my list that I observed through the meeting today was that the temperature control device on the Shasta Dam is not adequate enough when we get to certain water levels at Shasta Dam to cool the water down. There's several ideas out there that we've been throwing around since 2016 when we addressed this same problem in 16 and 1990 when I first addressed water warming issues on the Sacramento River. We call it an energy producing solar shield that we put on water storage locations that shields the water from the sunlight, that also produces energy. And in lab studies and also practical studies in the field showed that it showed a significant decrease in water temperature. I believe this type of device could be utilized immediately to create a temperature control device that works better than what we have currently. The type of device that we might want to use optimum would be the energy producing solar shield, but there's other types of devices that we could use that are less expensive and could be utilized a lot faster, such as the tarping system. In some of our laboratory studies, we showed that we used a silver tarp on one side and the other side was a dark brown coating. We noticed when we placed the tarp over the water that we noticed an immediate reflection from the sunlight and an immediately drop in the temperature. So this small study could be utilized on Shasta Lake or any other lakes to control the water temperature. I think it should be looked into immediately. It can alleviate some of these issues of not being able to deliver water to these farmers and future issues that we might come up with if we decide to start building new reservoir. Number two action plan would be to increase hatchery production of our fish and also start developing natural spawning and enhancement rehabilitation programs for these fish. That would be the salmon, steelhead. Our river depends on 4 runs of fish. They all depend on each other. And if we have one that's not doing well, they all collapse. Same with the rainbow trout and steelhead. So it's very important to look at that aspect of the temperature systems and stuff. We've basically ceased to maintain the river system, the fisheries themselves. We've depended on a few hatcheries and not really got and analyzed what is missing from the ecosystem and how bad the depletion of our fisheries and natural resources become. Number 3 in this program would also, we would introduce derived nutrient rehabilitation. What that would consist of is a system called carcass loading, where we take salmon carcasses from our fish hatcheries, which is the only place to get them because we have no naturally production occurring in the Sacramento River, to increase our derived nutrient levels, which are almost non-existent. They're about 2% of what they should be. And that would cause also the loss of derived nutrients. Not having them in the river is another problem for our salmon. When they get above the fry stage, as they're migrating out, they need the derived nutrients. They need the carcasses in the river to feed on, stonefly nymphs, caddisfly nymphs. There's a lot of little microbial ecosystem that depend on the salmon carcasses. And once this system becomes out of whack, we lose all these certain parts of it, the whole thing collapses. And we can solve these issues right away. So no problem with that. There's tons of studies, tons of programs that have been successful at it. It's creating the action plan. And the action plan is what we've been lacking, at least since 1990, when we created the Central Valley Improvement Act fish doubling goals. Okay, so number 4 is, which is really important, is create a DNA parentage database on natural spawning salmon and steelhead populations in our tributaries. That would be the complete watershed. We need a database that tells us what we have: hatchery origin parentage, natural origin parentage, and so on. It's a very simple program. We're utilizing it on some special programs right now currently, but we need to develop it up into the tributaries, which will really help on building our fisheries. Speaking of the tributaries, a lot of the tributaries now are experiencing drought conditions also. Since we have diversions that are taking place on the tributaries, it eliminates the natural flow of the streams into the river system itself. And what that does, it raises the temperatures, because when we divert the water off the tributaries that would normally be delivering cold water into the river system, we don't have that. And even in drought years, it's more effective because the percentage of the water allowed to go into the tributary versus the water diverted for the irrigation purposes is really critical at that time of the year. So we need to address that. The tributaries contribute to cold water into the system. Number 5 is really important, is build a new research center. And I would like to call it the Sacramento River Fisheries Research and Recovery Center. And this place would be built probably up there in the Red Bluff area where the old fish hatchery was at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service area. We have water there. It's just a perfect location according to my research. And then also number 6 is really important, is that we, as a people, water board, we need to pick the most viable new water storage location. We talk about all these places we can build new water storage. We need to actually do it. We need to pick out what is the best, which costs the least amount, we get the most bang for our buck. It has less environmentally sensitive issues with it, but we have to do it to get us through the next 10, 20 years, because that's just the way it is. And then to kind of close this out, all these things have been introduced many, many times in the last probably 5 years. We need to take an action plan and start doing this. And until we do that, we're just going to continue having meetings like this, which are great. Everybody's put in a lot of hard work, and I love the information we get. But as an old veteran of this program and this type of meeting and working on our fisheries and water temperatures, it dates back to 1990. So we got to get some stuff going. And I'm more than willing to take anybody who wants to go from the water board. You can come out on my boat. I'll take you out on the river. I'll show you my research. You can get out there and you can get to know me and know my experience that I have on the water. I have, my first snorkel survey I did as a kid was in 1971. I cut my teeth on the Sacramento River in Corning, California, and on Deer Creek, which is a tributary. I swam with all those fish from 1971 till today. I'm 55 years old, studying this stuff. So I know I have a valuable walking history knowledge about tributaries and what it takes to bring our fisheries back. I'm not going to get in the part of water allotments or whoever gets water here and there, because that's a real hard thing to deal with. But the pie has to be divided up equally in the 21st century so everybody gets a fair shake, because right now things are really out of whack and we're really in trouble. And I thank you so much for listening to my proposals and my story, and I look forward to working with anybody who wants to work with me and help get this issue put behind us and start moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. I appreciate your good thoughts and contributions here. And what I would flag is I know that there's Sacramento River science group that is composed of state agencies and contractors and others. I believe their work is up on a website. It's publicly available. Encourage everyone to continue to contribute to these various forums that can, here the workshop is one forum, but the real work is around these ongoing collaborative processes that we can always continue to make sure we're feeding folks toward, because I think there are a lot of good ideas, and especially in a year like this, need to continue to have creative solutions. So appreciate the thoughts. Next, I'd like to call Deirdre Desjardins, and I believe the last commenter, the next two commenters listed here are not on the platform, so will likely be Justin Fredrickson.
Hello, this is Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. I'm a physicist who sent comments to DWR in 2012, predicting the 2013-2016 drought based on the once in a millennium drought in Australia and in the Southwest and unprecedented droughts in the world. It was clear then that we were in an area where the climate is changing. It's clear now. I filed a protest in 2021 asking that the board mandate that the projects produce a report on the reason for the errors in the runoff forecasts and hold a workshop on the forecasting methodology. It was clear then that DWR's Bulletin 120 forecast methodology had fatal errors. I hope it's even more clear now. In 2009, DWR's own water resources engineers said that stationarity is dead. DWR's operators knew that their runoff forecast model failed last year, yet they took huge risks in making a 15% allocation based on untested revisions to the models. I'm not doing Monday morning quarterbacking here. I wrote a blog post about this on January 20th. The board needs to remember that neither the Department of Water Resources nor the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation have the right to a minimum 1,500 CFS diversion from the Delta. The projects need to manage their carryover storage so that they have enough water and storage to meet their minimum export needs, as well as their in-basin obligations. They are not doing so. As far as the Bulletin 120 forecast methodology, my understanding is that the forecaster picks out surrogate years from the historic record and uses a linear regression model to get a runoff forecast based on those years. Changing to a 30-year record from a 50-year record to pick surrogate years isn't going to work. The climate is changing too rapidly. Similarly, no machine learning algorithm based on inputs of surrogate years from the last 30 years is going to work. DWR has to move to a physics-based model, such as the one being used by NOAA's California-Nevada River Forecasting Center. Finally, I wanted to remind the board that the Coordinated Operations Agreement for the projects now has no agreed on sharing formula for releases from storage to meet in-basin needs in a third or fourth dry and critically dry year. The board reserved jurisdiction over the coordinated operations of the projects and needs to exercise it to ensure that the water quality control plan will be met as much as possible, not only in this year, but next year. And I wanted to thank you for considering my remarks.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. Appreciate your good comments here. And again, sticking with us. I know it's been a long day, so thank you. Next then, and I believe this will be our last commenter, we have Justin Fredrickson.
Hello, last up to bat, always enviable. Justin Fredrickson at the California Farm Bureau, and I know it's been an extremely long day as everyone keeps reminding us. I'll try to be fairly brief, but I did want to get another agricultural voice in the mix because we've heard a lot about fish, about indigenous cultures, commercial fishing, all of those other very important concerns. And I was happy to hear Mr. Del Bosque get on and speak very from the heart. That was powerful to see that field behind him, and I think he even may have teared up at a certain point, just talking about the people on his farm, the people he's employed for generations, looking at his own family history, and just pointing out what we've haven't heard a lot about here today, which is that there's a whole valley of people with an agriculturally based economy that also depends on some of this water. And so I've heard we've been hearing the usual sort of zero sum arguments about cutting off certain uses. Well, just go in on that's how it always seems.
I apologize, Mr. Fredrickson. You got muted there. Should be able to.
I'm sorry about that. I don't know what I did there. Where did I leave off?
It was just a moment. Yeah.
Okay. So I was saying we hear a lot of zero sum type arguments about one use versus another. Let's just protect the fish, focus entirely on that, or protect one interest or another. And of course, as you pointed out, the board's job is to balance, and that's what we need to do as a state. So I think the board appreciates that. I think the board knows its charge, and I don't need to school you on that. I know you're way down in the weeds of that. One thing I wanted to talk about is Dale Delahunt from Western Growers mentioned this as well, and a few other people did. And even Doug Ovigi, I think, had mentioned this, that we cannot be in this situation every couple of years with droughts, and it's not sustainable. We're managing at the margins, and we just can't be continuing to do this. When we hear about the options from the experts, the biologists and so forth, the reservoir managers, there aren't a lot of them. And one of the things that I think about a lot recently is just the nature of what we're trying to do. We're trying to provide extremely cold temperatures for salmon spawning on the floor of the valley in a place where winter run did not spawn historically. So that's unnatural. We're artificially trying to do something that is unnatural. And I think that Todd Manley talked about floodplains. That's an important habitat that has been lost. NACWA is doing lots of really good work in that area with fish food and with floodplains and rice fields and bypasses. That's extremely important. It's not proceeding fast enough. We've talked a lot about it for a number of years, and frankly, it needs to come online faster. But the other thing is above the dams, up the tributaries, and I'm going out on a limb a little bit because that too is controversial. Of course, there are concerns about assurances, putting fish where they aren't currently. How do you get the fish above? Is that a human intervention? Well, guess what? We're already manipulating our system as humans, but the mix of tools that we have is not adequate. Now, there's some things in the biological opinions that talk about how to maybe look at, tributaries are definitely on the menu. There's some experimentation outside of California as well there has been for a longer period of time, getting fish above, whether that's trucking. In Washington, they even have fish elevators and things of that nature. Whether you do that every year or you just do that in drought years as a triage thing, in addition to conservation hatcheries, and the other gentleman was just mentioning all kinds of creative things we need to think about and get creative with. So I just wanted to put that out there because, you know, it's one thing to scratch our heads and wonder how we're going to get through this year. Who really knows, right? It's so dire. But then also look down the road and think about what we're going to do the next time we get here. And so thank you. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Mr. Frederickson. I appreciate yours. And, you know, what I will take there, and I heard it from Gail as well, is agreement with Doug and NRDC around how we really do need to be planning for the long term here, that we can't treat what we know are going to be increasing droughts, challenges with temperature as phenomena we deal within the year solely. And so I'll take heart from that. I think that it's an important point of agreement generally here. Definitely, you'll find amongst the board who, you know, this discussion itself, the fact that we're having it here in mid-March is progress. We're not leaving off an important discussion to, you know, a May timeframe here, and instead pulling it up earlier in the water year when we know we have more actual options on the table and can have an honest discussion around how we best all collectively balance these needs. Because as much as I've heard and appreciate as well the commiseration for the board's position or our decision-making space, we all collectively create that decision-making space amongst us. And importantly, it's not just us that are somehow in a hard position. It's communities. It's all of us collectively here. And if we can keep that spirit and that attention to, yes, complex issues as we've heard throughout the day here, but ones that we have additional tools we can continue to bring, and importantly, hopefully create the trust amongst us to know that we are trying to best balance these. But unfortunately, the real enemy here is the climate that we find ourselves with, the crisis before us. And hopefully we can use that as a principal uniting point here amongst us. So thank you. I appreciate your great contributions here. And thank you. Did we leave anyone off that is here on the platform that was looking to make sure and provide comment or discussion and inadvertently didn't get to you? Just raise your hand if so, and then otherwise, long day, and looking to my colleagues, how best to wrap up. This isn't a decision point. This truly was a workshop, a timely one, really coming at a critical moment for sure, and appreciate just everything that everyone brought to the discussion today, their information, their data, and here their goodwill toward helping us here then balance and here collectively balance the pressures we're going to be facing this summer, which are, again, we're just way out of any historic norms, and find ourselves really at the mercy of everyone's better nature here as we try to balance what is going to be a difficult summer. Vice Chair or others, thoughts? I don't think I have any further questions per se here now. Again, I think the guiding light of open and transparent modeling and discussions, and continuing to really look at, obviously the conditions we find this year and the important decisions that we're all going to have to make there, but how do we start to continue to actually get ourselves, if at all possible, a bit ahead of this by looking at multi-year discussions here, really, you know, what is not just what we can do in this year, but importantly, the years out. And as Dave Rosardo importantly pointed out, also plan for flood periods as well. Like, when are those moments where you know, we can find relief amongst what is obviously catastrophically dry conditions right now and the difficulty that brings, and be mindful of those other activities that could possibly go on once there is more to work with. So I think I don't think I have further to go on about. Looking to my fellow board colleagues, though, for any other, you know, insight, connections amongst what we've heard, or even sort of direction of what you'd like to further see unpacked here in the time ahead.
I'll just jump in because I did ask so many questions. And first off, want to say that I think that this was time really well spent I think, some of us probably thought, is this the right time? We do have such a dire situation this year that the options are really rather limited. But at the same time, I think that this better prepares us for the information that we will be receiving. We do expect to receive a draft temperature management plan soon. So I think that this is just really valuable background information that helps us to better evaluate the information when we receive it. And that I think it also gives us an opportunity to be more targeted on what we expect in the future. Oftentimes we have these workshops or these information items where things are just moving so quickly. And it seems to me that what we've teased out is, as you've said, Chair Esquivel, a couple of areas on the modeling really do expect open access. And as I said earlier, this isn't the time to sort out exactly what we should receive and when, but I think what all stakeholders that are involved in modeling, all types of modeling, should expect that they provide information to our staff soon as to when those models will be available. And if there's another forum for another discussion, more detailed discussion on the models, I think that that would, be encouraged at the appropriate time, recognizing that folks are busy, but at a minimum, get the information out. And then secondly, if there's anything, that I was a little disappointed in, was some statements that the science is there, it's enough. I think we can always learn from more science. Now, of course, with what information we have at this point, we need to make very key decisions. All the agencies need to be making very important decisions, but I would expect that there should be that opportunity for folks to collaborate. I was pleased to hear that the fishery agencies do have some thoughts on some priorities, and then some of the stakeholders also have thoughts on priorities. So I would just encourage our staff to tee up further discussions and continue that expectation that we would like to see those key science questions posed and some schedule on how they would be answered going forward, setting up hypotheses, conceptual framework, whatever it is. Again, we shouldn't be the ones to decide specifically what those science questions are, but we should expect that there be movement so that we can have improved science going forward. And I expect that what could come of that would be greater collaboration amongst the stakeholders, which I think will be very helpful going forward with such a very challenging situation with limited water supplies. And the need to balance and look at all these impacts. But of course, when we hear directly from stakeholders and they collaborate together with the agencies, I think that the outcome is more sustainable. So thank you very much for the smooth running of today's workshop, and I look forward to next steps.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with everything that's been said by you and the Vice Chair. I just wanted to take a moment just to thank staff, the panelists, and everyone that spoke today. There's a lot of valuable information that was shared. Some of it, pretty scary to think about. There's a couple of things that stood out for me. So the importance of adapting to climate change, the importance of continuing to invest in new technologies such as ASO and models, updating the models with the most recent available data, having the data being there timely, very important and valuable, making the data also as automated as possible, and reaching out to all the communities that we serve to truly listen to those communities and build new relationships, where there haven't been relationships before. Is very critical as we move forward with this and other decisions that come in front of the board. We need to continue working collaboratively as we navigate a climate that's getting hotter, it's getting drier. There's going to be those extreme wets also, so that we can be more resilient and balance the needs of this complex issue and others. So that was it that I had.
Thank you, board member. Much appreciated. Board member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you. This has been a really a tough day for sure, but a good day. I agree with all the comments, and I appreciate everyone taking the time to share, honestly, your heartfelt concerns about where we're headed and just how complex this balancing is. I keep thinking about what Chris Schutz said actually earlier this morning, that if we can't get this right if we hedge. And so I'm thinking about two things there. And one is that we have a critical decision point here ahead of us in the coming weeks, frankly, that we have to make. And we're all in this together and making these very difficult balancing trade-off decisions, given everything we've talked about today in terms of the hydrology. And I've been on the board for 3 years now. And so I've been through a few of these processes and temperature management plan development, decision-making around operations as we have a role in that. And frankly, it's gotten more difficult every year. Last year was a good example, I think, of trying to figure out what the right path was, and it did take quite a while to make those decisions. And in hindsight, again, we're not here to point fingers, but in hindsight, perhaps we would have decided differently, or at least I would have as one board member, in terms of the decision making that happened then. Now, that was then, this is now. So I'm looking at here these coming months and how we can make the most appropriate decisions given the information that we have. So I just want to share that point and just assure you all that I take this incredibly seriously. This is a difficult decision for me, and I loathe making these types of decisions when I know that there are communities that are impacted. The folks who were here from Stockton sharing their feelings, tribal representatives, agriculture as well, all of it. This is a fisherman. I mean, this is such a difficult year. And, the other part of being decisive and, hedging is, I just want to echo that multi-year perspective. Again, that was something that I've been interested in from the very outset of joining the board, has been drought preparedness, multi-year planning, really taking a hard look at what we do on a sequential year basis. And I actually didn't anticipate any situation like this, a couple of years ago when I was asking that question, but it really has brought to bear how seriously we need to take that and really lean in. And I don't think that's going to happen without a really strong investment from all of us, multiple agencies, stakeholders, to make that happen. Because, we have short-term memory issues sometimes when it comes to droughts, and, next year could be wet and we may forget quickly some of the challenges that we're facing right now and not be as proactive as we should be, because that next drought, again, could be that following year. And the last comment I want to make actually goes to a specific element of Order 90-5 and the Trinity River. I think we heard a number of good comments today from Mr. Stokely, from Ms. Chichizola, from some of the tribal members about, not only, their concerns about the ongoing management of temperature impacts and fishery sensitivity in the Trinity River, but the obligations of the board and Order 90-5 and some of the conditions that are in there to protect temperatures in critical time periods. So to the extent, I'm not very familiar exactly with what has happened in prior years. I think I'm just asking today that as we go forward, that we really take a hard look at that I would expect and hope that we can see some more information in the temperature management plan about Trinity River decision-making. And maybe this year it's, again, without a lot of water, I understand the conditions are difficult there as well. but also just going forward, how do we have a more clear articulation of how those decisions are being made in terms of exports to the Sacramento versus releases into the Trinity and various temperature trade-offs there. So I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, board member. Here. Board member Firestone, want to take us home?
No. I mean, I'll echo, this has been a really overwhelming and kind of disturbing and depressing day, I think, for me as a board member. A lot of, also a really important one. I think it's really appreciate that we have this space to look at our reality straight in the face and soberly and understand where we are and grapple with what we can control, what the implications are. I think we've already seen real devastating impacts across the board and potential increased devastation as things move forward and in this new hydrologic system we have, or we're evolving into. There definitely isn't a perfect balance here. I think a lot of these implications we heard a lot are just echoed down the watershed and into the kind of human and socioeconomic ecosystems that, are all interconnected. And, I think just as others have said, when we look at the outcomes of last year, as we found ourselves in these really unprecedented times, it was a failure for temperature management. I think we, less than 2.5% egg to fry mortality just isn't protection of endangered species or reasonable protection. And we have to continue. I'm grateful we have this space, and then just everyone that is here just continuing to learn and adjust. And I do have faith that the projects and partners that were part of this workshop today are working to do that. One of the things that I keep holding on to in having that hope and faith is Director Nemeth and Regional Director Conant laid out yesterday, and have actually a number of times to us, around priorities and drought planning priorities for this year. And that was or is health and human safety, endangered species and operational needs, storage, conservation, and then our water rights holders in order of priority, including senior water rights holders, and then contract deliveries. And so, I would expect to see that in a temperature management plan that's developed. And as other board members have said, we have to be able to make tough decisions on the things that can be controlled, and primarily, that tends to be operations and releases. And I think what is clear to me as a takeaway is really the need and focus on saving and rebuilding Shasta Storage is critical to get out of this cycle, especially as we look even to future years. We can't just pray for rain. And I agree, it's all hands on deck. We have to recognize what we can't do and do everything that we can. And I don't say focusing on saving and rebuilding storage as a focus lightly, and that I know very firsthand that will mean further exacerbation and dropping groundwater levels, very real economic impacts for some of our lowest income, most vulnerable, hardworking communities, particularly in the Valley. And so I think as we manage through this crisis into this new normal, we really need to be looking at how we're investing in mitigation for those that are most vulnerable. I will say, I think we heard from folks here today. I also know, a lot of the folks that work in fields don't have insurance, and in terms of unemployment insurance and things like that. And so as we're looking at adapting our systems to this new normal, I think we just have to look at what kind of support we're giving folks across the board. Agree with the comments on we have to be building resiliency, have better options going forward. We're not going to get there unless we make some of these tough decisions now. I guess finally, I really just appreciate all of the this public space to hear from folks about the different both technical and science and also policy and kind of human considerations. And this process is often it doesn't actually require a public process in the way that I think we are ensuring that we're providing it. And so I really appreciate that this board is doing that. I really hope we, I think that was one of the expectations that we laid out in our order, was a expectation that there's, a full and transparent accounting, very concrete end of September storage targets, and that we're going to make information available to the public as quickly as possible. I think even though we have very short timeframes to act on whatever is presented to us, if we can ensure that this kind of public dialogue and space can continue, I think we saw things, decisions and management doesn't end the second a plan is submitted or approved. And so I think just building that ongoing kind of more public and diverse stakeholders is not a great word, but involvement from impacted and folks that can help inform that, I think is a real value that we can bring as we're all trying to manage through. So just appreciate that time today. I found this extremely valuable. I think we'll have to, we have a very sobering time ahead.
Thank you, board member. And just completely plus up your comments around the benefit to us as decision makers of this transparent and open discussion, as much as we can really just continue to elevate, whether it's on the TUCP or the temperature management discussions that this board has before it. I know I and here as a board incredibly benefit from everyone's just honest and good faith engagement here. So appreciate everyone's time. That wraps up this workshop, I think. Again, we've heard a lot today, a lot to digest, and certainly a lot in the weeks and months ahead that we'll all be having to further discuss and decide around, whether it's temperature management, TUCPs, curtailments, and even the important work of ensuring that we're responding to communities that are running out of water, and just the whole gambit. Just appreciate everyone's work, and more to be discussed. So thank you. That wraps up today's workshop and our two-day board meeting. Our next board meeting will be on April 5th, and we as board members will be on the dais and in public, and have a public meeting space back at the board meeting room. There'll be instructions on, here going out about how that board meeting will be conducted, but know that we'll continue to receive remote public comment. So in many ways, not much will change. Instead of here having the Hollywood squares of us here, we'll instead be up on the dais, but still always available here and transparently broadcasting, but also available to then take digital comment. So we'll see you then here at our next board meeting on April 5th. Until then, this board meeting is concluded, and really appreciate everyone's good work over a long, 2 days. And so thank you. See you soon. Take care.